Red Bull gives you wings.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I going to do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow! Veli! Incroyable, magnifique! What? No! What are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it! It was so good.
Yours was better.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome.
To the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and send again away.
And welcome back to the LEC, where we're entering the round 2 of the Summer Split playoffs. And what a way to kick off the rest of the round as we throw it back a decade with the original El Clasico between Fnatic and SK, followed by a rematch of the Spring Split upper bracket finals with G2 and BDS. I'm Laure, and today I'm joined by Oroamne and Team Vitality Pad. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Vitality made it to
Vitality
playoffs
made it.
somehow. We
Yeah.
made it.
I've been there, you know, I've been kind of cheating it and I've been making playoffs this way a couple of times now, so
Yeah.
it's all good.
Yeah,
That's what we're here
you're
for.
the veteran here. You're
Yeah.
gonna talk us through, help him actually get through today. Pad, let's talk about the beginning of playoffs. It's been one hell of a weekend, honestly.
It's been crazy. I think we've seen some high-paced League of Legends. We've seen some actionable game. I think like if we start with the SK series, I think they look really solid versus Heretics. I think Heretics were really slow out of the gates. But SK just played good. They just played really good, nice, aggressive, like they've played all year long.
Yeah, and when you look at the 4 top teams that we had, only SK and G2 actually went 2-0, and they look like the strongest team we had right now in playoffs. Odo.
Exactly. G2 has been ramping up ever since week 2, I guess, because
Yeah.
week 1 was a little bit of a slump coming back from MSI and everything. So they've been ramping up. Expected performance from them with a KC that was, you know, struggling. All things considered, they made playoffs, so it was great for them. But still, it was nice to see what the G2 and SK could do compared to all the other teams.
Yeah, I think Keiko put up a decent showing versus G2, right? Like I don't think we expected the games to be this close, right? They had to close out one of the games, like both games plus 30 minutes. And I think especially Vladi and Closer, like they did really good job of attacking mid lane, which is something that a lot of teams had tried over a lot of years versus G2, but have not been successful at doing. So like kudos to them.
And when you look at the other 2 top teams that we had, I want to talk about Fnatic mostly and BDS because that was underwhelming for them. It's not what we expect from teams that perform so good in the regular season.
Especially from Fnatic. They ramped up, sure. The series looked shaky at first, but those tower dives are not, you know, plays that we expect from Fnatic, especially given how strong their early start to the season was. Ever since that G2 loss, it felt like everything went downhill. Regardless, Razork stepped up, everyone did their part in games 2 and 3 to step up and clutch out the win because, man, it really wasn't looking great at the beginning.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Go ahead.
I think Giant X actually look really good in this series, especially game 1 and for the most part of game 2 as well, right? So I think they forced Fnatic to develop over the series and kind of find themselves again in game 3, where we saw like the strong Fnatic that we know that secures the early drops and transfers pressure really well in order to hit the plates really aggressively, get a lot of plates, get a lot of turrets, and I think that's the Fnatic we've been missing.
Yeah, and on the other side, I mean, with these teams and these victories that they grabbed, they advance to season finals, and we're actually gonna see them in season finals. But when you look at GX and KC, Pat, you were saying it, KC surprising against G2, but I think the same thing can be said about GX here.
Yeah, definitely. They started ramping up a lot more throughout the split. Sure, they made playoffs with 3 wins, but they were one of the only teams that had clear identities going into all of their games. The 3 frontline, 2 to 3 frontline champions that work well with the backline carries that GX wants to provide. Still, I wasn't really a fan of Ignar on the Braum and on the Nami. I still feel like they benefit the most from his... He has a great sense of pulling the trigger. So champions like Alistar, Leona, Rel are champions that he always does very, very well. And I think they should stick with that again going into next week.
And that's just round 1. And despite the intensity of all of this game, our elimination will only begin next week. And more importantly, we're going to start with the lower bracket of the tournament on an adjusted schedule. Reminder to all of you guys at home, next week we're going to have a mega week for the LEC finals. And we'll play through the lower bracket and the upper bracket on Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, followed by all the remaining games of the Summer Split final. That's going to take place on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So we're going to be away for exactly 6 days, but in 1 week we're going to kick off 6 games in 8 days. Tickets are still available at immietickets.lollysports.com. We've talked about the teams, but now I want to talk about the meta actually, because we've seen a lot of new champions on this new patch, and the first one I want to talk about is Braum. I want you guys to tell me if this champion is underrated or overrated. You guys at home can tell us in chat, of course. You were just talking about Braum and Ignar. What do we think about the champion globally?
I think this champ is really overrated, specifically into AP junglers. I think that this champion does the opposite of what you want against AP junglers. Like if you look back to our Vitality games and how we got stomped playing our Karthus and our Talia, I think like overloading engage into these AP junglers, and specifically with Sejuani as well, has been a winning recipe why Braum hasn't found a lot of like wins versus these AP junglers.
And for me, when I look at it, MDK had mixed success with it. Sure, they lost the series, but it did look pretty good. But I attribute a lot of the power of the Braum pick to team comps that are a little bit disjointed. They don't have clear identity. BDS, especially in game 1 when Braum picked up the win, their team comp was a little bit all over the place. They had mixed engage, not clear targets that they can go on, and Braum shines in these messy team fights where he can cut the tempo and slow everything down.
Talking about AP junglers, Nidalee, a champion that we saw again at MSI. We know that it's really popular in the LCK as well. I think of Nidalee, I think of Kenyon, but I did not expect Isma to play Nidalee, especially, Pad.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. Like, if you look at Isma and what he's been successful on historically, it's been facilitators, right? Like the Maokai, the Sejuani, the Rel. But I was pleasantly surprised by his Nidalee performance, because like the way that SK played out this game with securing a lot of drops early and transferring pressure and actually just taking all of the turrets off the map was sort of like seeing a mini Kenyon. That's I never thought I would call Isma this, but he had a good game.
So underrated or overrated compared to the other AP junglers before?
For me, extremely overrated. I think no matter what champion you would have slotted in there, it would have done exactly the same job for SK.
Then staying in the jungle, what did we think about Amumu from GX?
Oh, that's a GX special. Peach loved it as well. It makes sense given what GX is trying to achieve with this triple frontline, double AD carry backline. You don't have a lot of AP damage threat, and when you have, in this game, for example, Alistar and Ornn, the passive of Amumu procs true damage on all the champions, and it brings a little bit of oomph in the damage department, the magic share. But for me, it still feels like they're trying to band-aid something by making this champion fit into their style that they want. And it also fits this AP jungle, AP damage. Oh my god, what am I saying? The missing AP damage source that the team comp needed. So for me, it was still a little bit overrated. There's a reason why no one is playing it, and it's not really a meta pick right now.
Saj Mumu is going to stay Saj. We actually have one last champion that we want to go through, Tristana. But instead of asking you guys, we actually ask one of our favorite Tristana players in the LEC what he thinks of Tristana's flows currently in the meta. Let's take a look.
What's Tristana's weaknesses right now? Yeah, good question actually.
I think that says enough about the state of Tristana. We're gonna have time to talk about this later, but sorry, but we're gonna leave you. We have to go to the movies.
Enjoy the
because
movies.
We have El Clasico ahead of us, and it's been used in the recent years to refer G2 and Fnatic. But for those who've been around to know what the OG El Clasico started, it was over a decade ago, and it was SK and Fnatic, two of the most prestigious organizations, but not only in League, but across a lot of titles. Historics, thank you so much for
I've
sitting
been
us
waiting
seats.
here for ages.
Yeah,
You told me you were going to see a
sorry.
classic. Half the popcorn's almost
Thank
gone, by the
you.
way. There was
Thank
so
you,
much
thank
more.
you.
God.
Salty,
Very,
not sweet.
very good, very
Sweet. Anyone
good.
who's sweet, criminal. Absolute
So,
criminal.
El Clasico started a decade ago, but I don't think you're familiar with this one.
I was watching in Australia
Yeah.
at 1 a.m. in the morning,
You
watching
saw
people
the
like this legend.
sequels, but this is the OG
I
one.
was
This
there,
is
I
the
was there
one.
live for the...
Really?
Yeah.
You're old, man.
Forgiven.
Yeah.
That used to be one of the best bot lanes in the league.
It used to be terrifying. Playing against them, your tower would fall at minute 8 and your tier 2 would fall at minute 14, where nowadays you can get the tier 1 before 14. It used to be
And you died
accelerated.
to
He was
towers.
ahead of his time.
One
Yeah.
tower's a laser as well, near the Nexus too.
Oh yeah, that was
It's a laser inhibitor turret. But it's crazy, like you see some old faces here that I've only seen like
Most
in
of them are
Leaguepedia.
gone. It's crazy.
They're no longer in the trade,
Some
right?
of them is coaching the league now. But
Yeah, two of them for
this
Rogue.
used to be prime SK gaming, and it used to be what Europe it was about. But not only that, because when you look on the other side of the rift, Fnatic 2015 for me is symbolizes League of Legends so much. It was the most successful iteration of the team we had back then. I know how they made Europe dream back then. I think of Steelback, I think of Yellowstar, but Huniering over?
They were a menace on the Rift. I was playing back then, playing against both of these teams, SK and Fnatic. It used to be terrifying in different ways, but especially against Fnatic. Huni and Rainover, I remember the Rek'Sai times where Rainover would just come to my lane 100 times.
This was some of Hooney's best players as well, like right.
Yeah.
Before or after SK team?
Huni's Riven, after.
After, right? And I feel like he's still coming off
Before,
a time
yeah.
I remember watching. But Hooney's a classic game. How young he looks in this beach
I
as
know.
well.
This
it
is
was-
Holo phase.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the beginning of Holo Holo. But what happens today? What happens when we see this reboot? Because I feel like this year we saw some really bad sequels of El Clasico.
Yeah.
But what is the reboot gonna be about this time, guys?
For me, unironically, it looks exactly the same because SK, when I looked at SK back then, they had strong individual players everywhere. Freddy was coming off of Worlds, being one of the best top laners at the tournament. Forgiven was ramping up really hard and he was just terrorizing the Rift. But Fnatic as well. Fnatic had Huni and Rainover taking over the Rift. And right now, when you look at Fnatic, what is their identity? Humanoid and Razork doing exactly the same. So it's been 10 years, but the style of the organization stays exactly the
They
same.
just come back around to the same thing, hey, as well.
I kind of want to look at bot lanes here, though, because we've been talking so much about the bot lane from Fnatic and from SK, but these guys in the mid lane, what do we think? How do we think this
Because
one's
I know
gonna
people
go?
saying bot shy, but at the moment people say mid shy for this guy, right?
Is it going to be mid shy?
Humanoids had a bit of downtime, I think, as well. The Humanoid Razork synergy hasn't been there. The biggest thing I'm looking at right now is Niski. He's playing his role for the game. He's got a really strong bottom lane, so he can flourish. Niski doesn't have to worry. He doesn't have to babysit anymore. Look at that, man. Would I want him for a babysit is the next question.
Where's
Like,
going to be the mid diff?
What is going to be the mid-diff? For Niski, of course. Niski is having the split of one of his better splits right now with his bot lane being so dominant. Niski is a facilitator. That was always his style. He likes to get other people ahead, and right now he has a superstar bot lane that he can get ahead, and he's going to get them rolling.
How do you facilitate a bot lane that can't get ahead, that is unreliable in X-Kick and DOS? Just
Well,
saying.
we're going to check right now, actually, because we have some words to share on bot lane. I think Genie caught up with one of the stars of the movie, and he's standing by. Noah is in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby.
Thank you so much, Lore. Hi guys, I'm Ginny, joined with Noah from Fnatic. We're on the big screen. Let's talk about the game that you have coming up. You're going to be going up against SK. And when we're looking at SK at the start of the split, a lot of questions about their bot lane. But now everyone is saying this is the best bot lane currently in the LEC. How does it feel from your perspective to be going up against them?
I mean, everyone think about this, I know, but it's not true because I think we are best and they don't know about like Scream or like, you know. I mean, Fnatic was looking bad for a long time. I mean, 3 weeks, but I think still we are best bot lane, so yeah, that's it.
All right, when it comes to going up against that bot lane, for you as the AD carry, going up against SK, what is going to be your focus for today?
I mean, we are always focusing to. I mean, you asked me in June, right?
Yeah.
About what? Yeah, we are focusing about laning pass and move to mid or like jungle. So it's important to play good in lane pass. And if we have prior, I think we can easily win. So yeah, we need to focus lane pass.
How are you going to get the prio? What do you think the team has to do to give you prio in bot lane?
But I think this is for our servers. Like if me and June playing good, I think we can win easily. So it's not from team, yeah.
Is it going to be a 2v2? Like, are we going to see any tower dives? Maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, very aggressive bot lane. Anything you want to say in terms of when it comes to this game against SK? If you do lose, going to be locked into that lower bracket. Any words of encouragement to the fans?
I mean, from last year, we didn't lose any BO3 against SK from last year summer. So we're gonna win. So you don't need to worry.
All right, a movie that we've seen before. Thank you so much, Noah, for your time. I do appreciate it. Casters, we're going to be heading over to you. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you.
Strong words coming in from Noah. I am very excited to see this bot lane duo face off now because they haven't lost any of those best of fives, and crucially, that's going to be a confidence boost for Fnatic. They're also the only team to have beaten SK in the regular split. So for Fnatic, it's going to be about doubling down on that now coming into playoffs.
Absolutely. That win yesterday, I think, was crucial for their confidence. I think a little bit of a shaky game versus Giantech, but still really, really important.
That game 3 as well. That was really where I was like, okay, Fnatic feel back. Humanoid, fantastic game. Razork looking great on the brand. And I think coming into this, it's going to be about SK trying to contain that mid jungle and then leaning on the likes of Rahel and Luon to really step up.
So I now join you, gents. You know what I was saying while the popcorn was in my mouth? Well, sorry, I'm just feeling the salt go through. I sat there waiting, eating like a quarter of the bucket. It's just down the gullet. I was sitting there and I'm like, you know, is this one of the best bot lanes we've seen in a very, very long time from SK? If they do well, I think progress and performance in playoffs is the main thing, right? If they crumble now, if they can't close it and get towards season finals, it's a big thing. I think that's what we need to look at and see, how do they start stating their name in the sand?
And I think that's the question for a lot of people. We've seen SK do well every winter for the last 2 years, right? But it's when they got to playoffs they have crumbled. Now, they did look good against Heretics. It's about now looking good against Fnatic.
Different beast.
Exactly. I think the thing is with SK is not only do they have a fantastic bot lane like we're highlighting, their solo laners are incredible as well. Relevant's been playing really well. His Gnar, I feel like this meta has come together for Relevant really well. Gnar, Cassante, Renekton, and I feel like his only weak champion right now is maybe Jax, and even that's fine. Showing us the Camille as well. So I think Gnar in this draft is something that Fnatic should maybe take a look at.
But while we go to first pick now, I think we need to consider what we've seen throughout playoffs and the similar region in LCKs. We were all talking about the drafts. Sejuani has been first pickable now for quite a couple of days, and a lot of teams are following that trend.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see a similar trend, although with Tristana potentially sneaking her way through, I think this is such a big pick for Nisqy. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and lean on that for that first rotation, and then have Humanoid going back towards something like Talia, where he looked way more comfortable yesterday.
Yeah, maybe take away Tristana, the enemy team gets Sejuani, and then you could take Maokai in response, because Maokai's still open. You could also do AP jungler, like Nidalee, we saw that yesterday from Isma,
Brand.
But Sedge over Tristana. Happy with the Corki handshake into the Trist.
I think this is a bit of a call-out, though, because we've kind of been saying, look, Humanoid hasn't looked great on the AD, so it's like, are you going to take the Tristana? Do you feel comfortable in this matchup? Or maybe you just opt in towards the Corki, which you look fine on, and say, hey, look, you can get the Trist. But, okay, they are going to take it away, because I think Tristana has been Nisqy's best performing champ this
Now, maybe Tristana, Brand, Zyra. We'll see if Razork wants to pull out the Brand again. I think Brand is just the best champion, maybe on R3 here, in general, in the jungle.
I mean, Kai'Sa's another one. We don't mention it much, but like when we have 80 carry through mid, through bot at the moment, Kai'Sa has been showing her head more than things like the Ezreal, right? More than things like the Zeri, even in this region, that gets banned on second rotation. So, double 80 carry for Fnatic. We're talking about that handshake. You know what would be really fun, guys? Corki versus Tristana in the mid lane.
Looks like we won't be getting it, though. So Nisqy going to go over towards the Talia and just open up for, hey, I want to try and set up for a lot more of these team fights. You've already got that point-and-click CC coming through from the Renekton and the Sejuani, so very strong top side of the map with a lot of synergy where it looks like SK are going to try to exploit and then see if they can get a comfortable matchup for Rahel and Luon after this rotation to just say, look, you guys do your own thing. We're playing more for this top half.
absolutely. Born again.
Is this Giant X?
The Antonia's back.
Yeah, Oscar in and on 3. I mean, we did see early Cassantes throughout the year, and winter especially, didn't we? When he was playing weak side of the map, it looks like for Fnatic they've got direction again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the side of SK now, you can pinch junglers. On the other side, you can pinch AD carries. I think for AD carries, Xayah's risen up a little bit in priority. MF, something that's been coming out and decent into it. Zeri, of course, is something that Rahel really likes as well. I think Rahel's going to face a little bit of a pinch here, but there should be enough picks to make him comfortable.
I'm also curious if you just ban the Braum, because you could even go something like an Ezreal Braum.
Or
Ezreal kind of
Ash.
yeah, I think you can just handshake the lane essentially and say, look, it doesn't really matter. We just get the Braum pick for stopping a lot of what Fnatic want to try and set up for here. So I think that could also be an option for Fnatic to just try and remove.
I like it, especially since in this double AD carry meta, Braum just seems to be the answer, especially engaged supports running into him. At the moment, it feels like maybe some follow-up engage for Fnatic as we get double AD carry ban. Again, we were talking about that before. Taken away from Rahel. The pool is pinched. Now we just want to find out, are they going to go Dagda's suggestion? Are they going to listen to the wise man, or is another AP jungle ban?
Into Kai'Sa, you kind of want to bully her in lane. I think they could do something like Kalista if they really want to as well. They have a few different options here for SK Gaming. What they have right now is a very mid-game, early to mid-game transition-focused composition with a lot of single-target burst. Razork here, Brand is pinched. That's the next AP jungle on the menu.
It does mean you don't really want to go for any sort of short-range AD carry, though. Something like Xayah could kind of struggle, but they're going to go for it. So, like, you still have the ultimate to try and dissuade yourself from the Ornn, but we've seen how good that Zyra ultimate is just zoning some of these short-range carries away. So I think Razork going to have a lot of impact when it comes to these team fights on that ult use.
So an explanation for Xayah, because it's not really talked about too much. She got a small buff to her feathers. Each individual feather pull, I think, got a more of an AD ratio or something along these lines. And with all the dive compositions coming out with preemptive Kaisers, as well as melee supports and stuff like this, Xayah's pretty good into those compositions. So that's why we're seeing a more pick now.
I mean, it is nice again, especially when we have Rahel on no one. We have a Korean bot lane on Zyra Khan. Historically, at Worlds in the past, teams like Samsung Galaxy, this is my favorite lane to watch, considering how strong the 2v2 can be.
Also, as you say, like, Xayah just good into Kai'Sa in a lot of push lanes, so being able to set up for Isma, who has definitely tried to go and invade on the bottom side of the map using Rahel and Nuon's pressure, but it has come back to bite them a little bit. So, I mean, you are against Zyra, you're probably not going to try and invade, but just keep aware that we're probably going to see Isma at least trying to play off that bot side to get vision, track where Razork is, and stop him from having that early game impact that he likes to have.
So SK, early to mid game. That's where they want to shine. On the other side for Fnatic, I have some of my concerns. Alistair's kind of difficult to pull off into Xayah, in my opinion. I remember last year when Xayah and Alistair were met at the same time. Alistair's win rate into Xayah was abysmal because his engage is very committal, so he often just gets rooted up and snared. So a little bit difficult for Jun to pilot that, I think.
Well, either way, we know we're focusing on the bot side, so it's going to be a doozy to start off. We're in our second round, but we're in a banger already. Fnatic versus SK. It's a BO3, but I hope it goes all the way. Odo, don't retire. A message, an important one. Marek, you take my breath away. No, but the sign's great, the ingenuity's great, but the pun is awful.
You never were a fan of puns, were you?
I wasn't. Ain't no way she just did that. I'm actually so sorry. I'm a hypocrite, but I am excited to get into game one. SK and Fnatic. Let's hope it takes our breath away equally, because this will take us to the fourth round, and SK need the points desperately. A win here over Fnatic would leak them up and get away from teams like Team Heretics, who are trying to make a similar run.
Immediately, my eyes are on mid lane. The thing is, when you play against Taliyah, right, you really want to shut it down and stop her from being able to move to the side lane. So ganks towards mid could be nice. Razork's full clear is going to be incredibly quick, so he's going to have a window after that full clear. He'll be able to look for something in the top side if he wants to, or in the bot side.
I think especially when we already kind of highlighted Rahel should have pushed in this bottom lane. It frees up Luon to try and play around this mid lane, like work with Isma. I think you have a relatively strong early game for SK, just if you can get Luon out onto the map. But it is going to be a case of trying to play off of, Irrelevant having push, your side lanes having push, to enable plays around mid lane.
Yeah, I'm immediately kind of looking at potential triple lane of Prio here. With Alistair so weak early game, Taliyah can potentially contest the push. As well as Renekton getting prior into Ornn. See what Isma can do with it on the Sejuani.
I mean, that priority is important, right? Because Oscarinen, a bit of a role player in this game. Humanoid starts with a rocket jump, and onto Niski. He'll find some damage, but thanks to Phase Rush, looks like Niski can space a little better. Stones flow out, but in the end, it might evolve. Luon's already moved up here as well. Jun a saving grace with a headbutt. But he now moves up to mid. It means both supports won't be near their bottom lane to start the game, as we, I guess it is a blast from the past. We're getting supports just laning mid for the time being.
At least Humanoid has the fleet footwork, which should help him out, but you have the extra pulse coming through for Nisqy, so he's already used one of his to try and heal back up. I don't think it's enough to kind of go, oh, as a jungler, I'm immediately going to try and make a play, but definitely going to keep an eye on those health bars just to see if you can maybe get some action around mid. But I do like Razork starting on this bottom side, just basically trying to say, hey, look, the chance of being invaded is highest through Rahel and Nuance pushing this bottom side. So let's start on the bot, shift up towards top side, and use this incredibly fast clear speed that Zyra has.
Alrighty, you have top lane pushing in for Irrelevant. He can play for the Crash into a cheater if he wants to, but he's got to be mindful of that Zyra clearing to top side, because that is very gankable if Oscarina can hold the wave, but this wave looks pretty big. Likely not going to be the case.
A lot of questions. You know, I was saying before, and Aragon, I kind of want to quiz you a bit, because Oscarina as a role player versus a carry, right? We've seen many different games. The Camille game comes to my mind in only recent history where Oscarina at MSI absolutely carried. I feel like here on the Ornn, it's a very different role if you want to kind of walk us through.
So the thing is, with Oscarina, I feel like we saw it yesterday, right, on the Olaf. There are these carries that you can pick. If you give draft resources to Oscar, when he's not blind picking Ornn, or having to neutralize with the Ornn pick, you could just leave him to side lane on something like an Olaf, and eventually he can come to team fights and be absolutely massive. And I think that's really where Oscarina shines. The same sort of thing with Camille.
I think it's also because when you look at the way Fnatic tend to play things like early Void Grubs, early Rift Heralds, it's often leaving Noah on that bottom side. So they're kind of reliant on Humanoid and Oscarina providing that supplemental damage because you're going to play into that 4v4. And I think that's where when you have that little bit more playmaking ability on towards Oscarina, it actually ends up shining for Fnatic in those 6-minute to 8-minute fights.
But he's a role player as well. I feel like we've seen some good Cassante games, but yeah, I like that you guys are talking about the flare, and especially using yesterday as an example with the Olaf as Isma doing a bit of invading topside. I'm going to pause because remember, one of the best pairings of Renekton or vice versa, Sejuani, as Oscarina gets absolutely battered, is this duo in the top side that easily gets a proc, but mid shows us as well. Flash for flash, a little bit mistimed, and Humanoid still in a bit of trouble. A Permafrost would take it, and as he finds it mid-air, first blood's given to SK as Razork's now in a bit of trouble himself. The flail comes out, he'll get a Permafrost, but he's burning down. Razork gets the trade, but Nisqy doesn't have any mana. Razork gets the roots down as well, and the burn enough. It's down to inches, the flash for flash. Nisqy is looking for one more.
Oh no!
The plants carry through, and Nisqy just didn't have what it took to get the return.
Nisqy chasing down Razork there. The 4-minute cookie doesn't spawn in his inventory time, so he stayed that entire fight. If it just came in a little bit sooner, maybe he would have been able to combo on the chase down.
That is heartbreaking for Nisqy. The plant just willing him down, the red buff burning him. He wanted so desperately to get that kill, but now 2 kills going over towards Razork, which is a great start for this Zyra. Humanoid getting aggressive in the mid as well, but you might see when we get in towards the replay, it was unfortunate for Nisqy, just didn't quite get the stun on the Unraveled Earth combo. So it meant that then Humanoid was able to flash away from Isma, which just started that whole play. So really unfortunate stuff for SK across the board on that one.
When your primary AP damage is that far ahead this early on, it's going to be huge. I mean, Zyra clears like a truck if that is a thing. That champion doesn't slow down, almost level 6 as we recount how Isma tried to match this flash.
Yeah, and you see it here. So we get the flick back coming through from Nisqy, but the Unraveled Earth isn't there.
Whoa.
So Humanoid doesn't actually get stunned. He's able to get the distance then to get away from Isma. It will fall eventually, but as you go for the chase down here, this is the heartbreak. Nisqy runs out of mana. Isma ends up falling, trying to get that little bit of extra damage down, and then it just becomes an auto attack war where you've got the red buff helping to burn, you got just that little bit of extra distance, and then yeah, just able to keep him in check.
The slow on the red buff creating the space, so Nisqy can't auto-attack on the Delia. Really, really brutal.
I mean, look, Swiffer didn't look particularly pleased with that, but I think that's because Razork got away with his life, and now with Faded Ashes and Stork Shoes, I'd be displeased as well. Dominant's going to be his top lane, and this looks like Aragon playing solo queue, but let's find out how much further it goes. For Irrelevant under turret into Oscarina, it's a knock up here. The Ornn hard to dive, but the damage is already out. Irrelevant is already out as well. It's as easy as that with a Sejuani by your side.
Yeah, walk on up with the Empowered, wait for the Rage, and just W him. You could chain CC, it's a simple one-shot.
Clean again. Hello. Guess who showed up for another party? It's Razork top. He's now got 6 as well. So the Stranglethorns is available. He doesn't have the red buff for the slow, but he does have the poke to send away and set up the grubs.
But here's the thing, right? Even though they got the kill on Oscarina, he just TP's back into lane. He's now in a position where he didn't use his ultimate on that play, Irrelevant did. So you can't actually try and contest Void Grubs on the top side. So this would be Fnatic able to pick up these early grubs despite the moves from SK to try and move into position.
My only concern is, like, just because of those 2 kills onto the Zyra, even if Irrelevant could have been there, I feel like Sork Shoes and the Fated Ashes might have been too strong anyway. Razork is incredibly strong, that amount of gold on him right now.
Yeah.
That's a triple grubs there for Razork as he looks mid.
I mean, there's just going to be a trade for now onto Nissi getting forced back, and Razork, he's got the pressure with Jun also moving up. It's good to see this support trying to roam by his side as they sync up to go for an invade. Gents as well, remember Isma got the kills on the enemy side too, so it's not like SK are cheering. He gets an early item here. And, I mean, that's great, but Irrelevant is the one who you want to see benefit here. With only a 350 gold lead top side, Oscar is still keeping up in CS partially.
So at this point, what Irrelevant can do is just slow stack waves, crash every other wave, and proc a demolish proc, and eventually whittle down this tower. At this point, versus the Bramble Vest, you're not going to get a kill threat, but now my eyes are on Isma. He has the item completion, and that slow on the Zeeks is going to help him run down someone. So I want to see him make a play on his next ultimate cooldown. He just dinged 6.
But meanwhile, in the early game, the flash forward, Jun is just trying to ramp it up. Tramples there. Auto attack to get the stun. He tanks it up for a little bit too long. Ends up being a trade, but remember, TP's not up, and Humanoid crashes waves fast.
Yeah, so at least Humanoid will be able to get the kill and get this wave crash, so we'll set Nisqy behind, but nicely done by Nisqy to get that last auto, just to finish off the health bar on Jun. Now Luon trying to hold in around this mid lane. Razork waiting off to the side as well, though.
Talk about the timing for Zeke's convergence. The slow is there, but again, Humanoid just out of range, so it doesn't matter. Aragon, you said in the top wave, maybe it's going to be okay. I mean, Irrelevant is just looking for the turret plating, as you do, as Oscar Rinnan continues to defend this wave himself. And just dissipate for the time being. Good bit of gold still being put into Irrelevant, naturally thanks to the matchup.
Yeah, naturally. And the way this matchup breaks is through that Black Cleaver, but Isma, for an invade here, nice cognizance of Razork to not face check, but rather check with the bushes. Jun here as well.
Jun is just perma-roaming.
Yeah.
I mean, Luon is as well. Look, he's coming up.
Just able to smite that one away, so Razork will be able, we'll be able to get that one and just walk on out. So nicely done by Razork to keep his own top side safe, because there was like a world where you had the quicker reset from Nisqy, could have tried to lean in towards Dragon, but as Aragon was saying, they didn't spot anyone moving down there with all the vision that Fnatic had set up, so they're like, look, there has to be something going on in our top side. So with Jun in tow, they back it on up. Humanoid.
Hang on, let's see. Luon has a knockup available, doesn't full commit with Jun there as well. I feel like this game, Jun has just been in the right place at the right time, and we talked a lot about supports coming through. We talked a lot about that bottom chai from Rahel and Luon. I think from Jun, I mean, we can't forget that this year, although Dagda made a great point yesterday, that it has been a rough start of the split and rough compete. As he moves into brush to stop the back there from Luon. Jun has still been one of our best supports here in the league as he gets knocked back. He shuts me out for a little bit, but only to half HP. Ain't going to be the end of the world as Razork is also covering. Remember, he's strong.
Yeah, it looks like that ward on that invade over here, rather, oh my goodness, this is difficult.
How we doing?
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, well that ward probably spotted out the invade, but you could tell the reason why they're looking for these invades is because they have permanent prio topside, as well as item completions, and I just want to reiterate from Champion Select, this is a very early to mid-game transition focused composition for SK Gaming. They really one-shot a champion really well if they find a face check, and that's why they're looking for these plays, because naturally the way it works is Sejuani stuns someone, Renekton stuns someone, and then Talia combos on top of it. So, fishing for Razork potentially in the jungle. Now, it's a Dragon contest.
Play Dragon, but we're used to that now, aren't we? Isma just disregards it for the time being. Fnatic move into River. They have position, they have priority. Luon and this here just pay attention and back away. Remembering top laners can't join in if anything happens down bot. Irrelevant further away from his TP. Oscar in about 30-40 seconds, so there is an advantage here if Fnatic choose a fight. But for now, it's Humanoid who just goes airborne. Jun takes the damage. Here comes Isma, but the ult whips. He sidesteps. He doesn't have 6 to be tanky. So Isma will take it, but he takes the kill again. Unfortunately, no one from SK otherwise getting the resources until top. Pauses for the time being with Oscar and getting low.
Oscar gets low, doesn't quite die, but in the mid lane, good discipline from SK there to not turn onto the Tristana, but go on the flashless Jun, because Tristana, Humanoid, actually failed the buffer there on the knockup from the Rakan.
True.
So, yeah, great discipline from SK there, and one-shotting Jun.
Razork's gonna get caught here.
This is a bad Sejuani kill. The plant's out, waiting for the Stranglethorns. Razork takes so much damage. The bases of Sejuani are broken as Nisqy gets turned on though. Razork almost finds a target, but he dies in the end. Okay, carry Sej time from Isma. Let's see it.
Nice pick from SK though. Razork was trying to see if the Void Grubs have been started by SK, but instead Isma waiting in behind, you even at the push and top, so Relevant starts to move down river, and it's a complete trap for Razork, where he's got nowhere to go to get out of there.
Yeah, Oscarine going to TP in top. There's no cross map available. Now you can TP in bot side as well and catch the wave. It's just a winning SK play across the board. They don't lose any waves in anywhere. They don't lose a single plating either.
And again, it sounds like it's broken record, but Tristana with 6 grubs is unmatchable. It's annoying. It's irritating. It's nice to see the grubs spread out this game where Fnatic can't capitalize. So again, another win for SK.
Now, we saw in the regular season game between SK and Fnatic, SK get out to these early leads like we're seeing at the moment, but it was a massive play from Humanoid's way at these topside objectives that end up turning the game around. Now, not on the way, but with the amount of damage that Razork and Humanoid as a combo can deal, there is always a chance that with a good engage from Jun, they can try and bring this game back from where it is positioned at the moment. And with the setup now over towards Dragon, they've got fairly decent choke point control that they can try and combo for Jun and Razork's abilities.
Well, again, as it just whittles down, Fnatic are just going to take this starting objective. And again, Dagda, a further point to what you're talking about with Fnatic is, I mean, we've got that front to back, right? We've got double AD carry with a Zyra as well as Jun setting up the engagement. Niski flashed away from the seismic shove. It was Fnatic are full committing. Razork sets up Humanoid, and this duo is back in game 1 with a vengeance to set up for a big lead.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Jun, and Razork here ganked down into the bot side to set up Humanoid for the kills as well. I'm getting a little bit concerned about SK right now, because I think you really want to convert this early game lead in terms of raw champion strength into Dragons and stacking up that early game lead. Fnatic outscale. They have double AD carry plus an AP carry, like you said, with a much better front line. So I feel like the win condition of SK is slowly withering away a little bit.
Yeah, it's these little moments where you're getting caught out, and it's been Niski a couple of times now where he's just been in the wrong place the wrong time, but it's giving the moment for Fnatic to try and slow down the pace of this game. At least the good news for them is that Irrelevant has done some good work on that top lane tower. They're now going to try and swap him down to the bottom side, but he's facing into this Tristana, which means he's not really going to be able to use that.
Razork face checking. I mean, maybe some of the issues we saw yesterday. Razork yesterday was criticized. He came back, but man, the start of the series was not good, and that was a bit of reminiscence.
What was that step forward from Razork? I wonder if he misclicked the floor when he was trying to click the ward to take it. I'd have to see that again, but it looked like he accidentally walked forward, which invited the engage.
Seismic shot though. I mean, Niski might have a chance, but will there be a return? Call the Forge God flashed away from, and Niski now just hit on by Humanoid. Oscar gets out with his flash, and Humanoid just comes in to save the day.
Niski just cannot get a break at all in this game. It's just been heartbreak after heartbreak, and now it's going to be Tristan who's on that top side, so SK immediately trying to move up that way to cover. But we're going to enter into a very quick pause. We'll have to find out exactly what's going on, but yeah, it has not been great for Niski.
Maybe something with Irrelevant, I'm not sure, but we'll find out either way.
Oh, that looks like spilled water.
Did you spill? Oh, no. It happens to the
These
best
top
of us.
laners, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Terrible mechanics. I'm a top laner,
Oh,
by the way.
no, actually, better update. There was a spider on his keyboard.
Oh,
really?
Depends what kind. I mean, but
I'm terrified. I do the same.
But as in, like, how big we talking? You reckon, like a daddy long legs or what?
It's not Australian level.
No.
Sorry,
Do you have spiders? You like what kind
we
of spiders?
do have spiders.
I know.
But
Yes.
they're not well, I think the worst one, at least in Ireland, is like the false black widow, which we accidentally brought in from you lads.
It was us, was it? Yeah, it was. You know, there's back home, there's something called funnel webs. So if you go to a tree and you see a funnel of cobwebs, and there's a spider that just sits there, and you look, like I've looked at it before, and it's just staring back at you, waits for prey to get in there, and then it takes it. So yeah. Anyway.
So it's basically like a bush trap.
Yeah, yeah. But on any tree with it makes a funnel. It's crazy. Anyway, it wasn't one of those. Irrelevant still playing. Otherwise, there'd be hospitals involved. There'd be medics involved. Thankfully, we're back in the game. And everyone can tell us again what happens to top laners because he didn't see that one go. You said water, man. He didn't see spiders.
This replay. Okay.
yeah, good. Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, so he walks in. Look, I think he misclicked the floor or something like this when he was trying to... Oh, because of course he loses vision and wants to click the ward. So he walks into the bush to try and take it. And yeah, unfortunate death.
Yeah. I mean, I could do nothing but criticize there because of what we saw yesterday again, but still early days, a mistake made there, but SK can come back to life. It's all about the Herald on the top side for now as Jun tries to reposition and get in.
Yeah, Razork could look down onto Luon. But, Hex Flash for Jun, wants to see if he can get in, but yeah, SK just going to be able to steal this one away. And now you've got a lot of members of Fnatic on this top side. There is a world where SK can use a push they have for Zion mid to immediately take that tower, but want to try and protect this top lane structure at the same time, so going to just help Niski clear out that wave before they really try and set up.
Now, the problem I think Fnatic have is that their side lane turrets are really low. If you take a look at the HP on that bot side turret on the tier 1, It's like one Demolish Proc away from Irrelevant taking it, and first blood turret is worth a lot of gold at the moment.
Yep.
So you can imagine they try and defend these as well as they can. Jun's just going to face check though.
I mean, Jun could be in trouble. Seismic Shot not going to connect, but we're all looking for these skill shots to connect. Right now, SK, they play on a hair's breadth. Remember, every time Niski's been trying to find these picks, have backfired in his face so far this game. And, you know, we talked a lot about mid coming through here as Wave's just going to be defended top.
Okay, sorry, I saw on the minimap, I saw Kai'Sa hovering the Ornn, so if there was ever any kind of CC that came down onto Irrelevant there, Kai'Sa could have potentially ulted in. And I was panicking thinking there might have been a fight there, but fizzles. It looks like Kai'Sa was just settling for that crab.
It's nice to see him. I mean, again, Noah performance only yesterday as well, right? Yeah. Where he was just flying and the Kai'Sa, the setup was really, really nice from some of these supportive staff. Oscar just defends the wave. Okay, now we chill. Gents, a minute 20 till Dragon comes up. That's probably the next call.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see is in the next 15 seconds, a lot of resets coming through from SK. They want to try and use this Rift Herald in mid lane to put pressure onto the turret, take it, then use that to move in towards Dragon. But you can see Fnatic just saying, hey, look, Humanoid is way stronger than Niski right now. We can just continuously play off this top wave push and look to put pressure on the map so SK fumble the ball when it comes towards the reset timers.
I wonder if they're thinking, you know what, we outscale so hard, we already have first Dragon, we have plenty of time to play the side lanes and scale up till we get to our front to back, that we can just cross-map instead of going for this Dragon trying to stack Dragons. It's a Humanoid going back up top side.
As you said, I mean, SK on a bit of a timer, it feels like as well. The early game hasn't been successful. We've got a Talia mid that is actually half an item behind Humanoid, who not only has a CS lead of about 40, but a 2k gold lead as well. But Tristana, yet again, being relevant as Jun. You'd say he's caught out, but he's an Alistar. He holds his fort with Razork by his side as well. A good little tangle as ulti gets thrown out by Isma, but nothing else to say as it's too far over the wall.
Look at all this vision control. They're really strong siding Humanoid here to try and facilitate him into getting this first blood tower. That's an auto away now. All that vision, the plants, all the efforts of Fnatic there to encourage Humanoid to go forward and hit.
Beautiful trade from Noah, just battling it out with Rahel.
Actually going to end up using this Rift Herald on the top side, so I think SK kind of realizing we don't really have enough map pressure to really be able to facilitate moving that in towards mid lane. Now Isma, lots of Humanoid, but he should just be able to jump over this if needs be. Jun on the way as well, though.
Oh, look at the teleport.
We're full committing, aren't we? I mean, but Oscar, only half HP. We'll see if that affects it. It's called the Fort God. Is the Ram Jam from hell, but Isma gets on out. Weaver's walled down. Midway interrupted. Niski, and having a great game. Andrews, the seismic shove gets him away with the exhaust. Enough with the phase rush. Fnatic can't find the kill, but hell, it was close.
He got very lucky with that unraveled lure. Jun went for the headbutt pulverized combo, but got CC'd as he went over for the headbutt, so ends up getting knocked away. But that was dangerous from Niski. Did not have to take that ride, and I think very much regretted it the second he did.
I think he could have just gone to the left, you know, but maybe not. Maybe he felt the need to go through the river towards that Dragon. Regardless, SK is going to pick up the first strike of the game. Very important towards their Drake stacking win condition with their early game comp.
And Irrelevant getting bot lane turret as well, so at least there was side lane pressure that worked out in the end. SK still have the gold lead as well, remember folks, as top side, Humanoid was able to claw some of that back himself. He got solo turret gold again. Keep talking about him non-stop.
But I think that's the point, is that he is so far ahead, it's really difficult for Niski to try and deal with them. And if you end up trying to stick Irrelevant there, well, now you just melee versus range, and you just get to abuse that matchup even further. So I think this is where SK are really going to struggle coming into this mid-game, is how do they try and play off of their lane advantages? Now, at the moment, the Tristana just resets, so they're just going to overload in mid lane. But as soon as they get this, they need to start playing off of Rahel's push in mid to play over to try and diminish the impact that Humanoid is having on these side lanes.
Lots of funneling coming in right now. You see Humanoid farming up those Krugs as well. They really want to get him strong. He already picked up 2 items now. He's going to be the star carry for this team. He has a huge front line to work with as well. And Oscarinen's going to pick up that tower down in bot and be able to get out too. You can look for a potential 1v1 up top side as well. That Seraph is completed onto Niski. So he's a bit tankier than normal, but if Tristana ever gets on top of him, that's a dead Talia.
Indeed. By the way, I want to come back to Oscar, because even though he's so far behind, I mean, the early Thornmail with the Ziggs convergence now picked up as well. I know cheap item, but at least matching in some regard. You know, when we talk about scaling, Ornn is a great part of that as well. Remember the gold value that comes in from level 13 onwards for some of these star carries as well. Just makes those spikes that much quicker, that much harder as well for Fnatic to play through in this mid-game.
Yeah, I think it's also you just don't have great tank killing on SK. Like, Xayah not really renowned for tank killing, so I think that's where you're looking at. You can go for these cheaper items and still get to mega strong as this Ornn and still provide that front line. So I think he's going to be happy to just finish off some of these earlier items and still have the then AoE slow when it gets in towards team fights against what's a relatively short range team.
20 minutes in. 2 AD carries on your team and a Zyra. That Nash dies in 15 seconds. So if you had pressure down bot side, they ever overcommit numbers, SK down in the bot lane, that's a really quick Nash for Fnatic.
And it's a really nice angle from Jun. Seismic Shove dodged away from him. He's trying to play with them for a little while. Might have to burn the ulti. Interrupted. Jun now isolated from the rest of Fnatic, and we saw a TP come up. I mean, Irrelevant joins in, and SK with a pick that might open them up and set them up for Baron.
And this is what I was talking about. SK playing off of mid-prio into being able to move quicker, find the pick. Jun's overextended. Razork is missed, though.
Yeah, but I mean, Razork's ulti comes through with the two-man knock-up. He's in the perfect place at the perfect time, and Humanoid's damage. His gold's starting to come in mega handy. Irrelevant flashes away as the feathers also fly from Rahel, and Humanoid thinks of another idea as SK's Baron is thwarted.
Isma needed to hit that ultimate, but that being down, Razork's able to play back, and now you've got a mid-push that Fnatic are able to play off to get mid-tower, and you're just scrambling to try and protect your top side, which even Humanoid has been able to take some of these camps.
Yeah, I'd love to see in that engage again how many autos Rahel was able to get off in that fight, because it felt like he was too short range to be able to potentially hit through that corridor in the Baron area. I feel like Rahel on this Xayah is having a lot of issues navigating how close range is.
Because remember how this started with Jun getting caught out, SK saw the window.
Yeah, but this is what I was saying, is that when you're playing Rahel or Xayah in Champ Select, it's very difficult to try and play into a lot of these compositions because the amount of zone control that you can have, but also playing into the choke point there. Oscar in great knock-up makes it so difficult, and as well, the fact that Razork is just able to play back into his team and play in behind Razork means you've got no real threat onto those key carries in the back.
It was just 5 autos onto an Ornn after a delay on the engage as well, because he had to walk up and then hit before having to run away and ultimate because the grasping roots came out from the Zyra. So yeah, having trouble navigating it.
Does LDR change your mind, either of you, for this Xayah? Is it enough? Am I grasping at straws?
So the biggest problem that I have is kind of what we have got to see in that fight is, like, if you were trying to step up as Rahel, you kind of need the Stranglethorns to be down.
Right.
And if that's not the case, we can't really walk up to hit anything. So at least LDR will help you deal damage to Oscarinin, but it's still the core problem of you're not getting past Oscarinin to get access to a lot of these tanks, and you just have more carries on the side of Fnatic.
I'm also hearing range a lot influence in that conversation too. I like it. 2 items for Rahel. We'll keep track at the very least to see if there's any influence as SK try and group up towards mid. It's been a bit of a messy game. There's been missteps from people like Razork, from Niski, you know, even from Jun on the other side, but now things are heating up with good picks.
Oh.
I just talked about him. Jun is having a rough one, but Noah isn't. He comes in, he cleans up, and his killer instinct is sharp. Jun is saved by his AD carry, and Fnatic pick off regardless.
He needs to be careful of these unraveled urns, man. It's the worst part of playing Alistair into Taliyah is just being like, cool, I can go for a combo, then immediately you're like, oh no, I'm just about to headbutt them to safety. Now Humanoid has to get his self to safety as well. With Dragon in 8 seconds, this is going to be Fnatic, I feel like, picking up their second one of the game.
2.5 items for the AD carries. I think it's relatively even in terms of item parity, but the spike for SK right now in terms of composition is really strong right now. The first target they CC with the layering of the Rakan ultimate as well, it should blow up unless it's Oscarinin.
Well, trying to steal that. That's Isma. He runs on in. I mean, I'm going to talk about good games so far, but as he gets knocked on up here in our round 2 of playoffs, SK are in a bit of trouble in their first game. Paul the Forge God flew through. Isma survives, but Dragon goes down to Fnatic.
Man, it feels like the entire way through this game, all I've watched is Luan using his ultimate to save SK after they fumbled a play, whether it was like Isma having missed his ultimate, or there you can see where you're overextending the play. It's just like, you're not getting to set up these fights as you would like for SK. Even when they had that Baron play, they get a nice pick, but then they fumble the play after. It feels like SK just aren't on the same page with how they want to coordinate these fights.
I want to call out LEC teams because it's so weird, right? Some of the meta choices we have, it took us ages to pick up Tristana, it took us ages to pick up AP carries, and now we have this random Taliyah prio where I feel like the rest of the world just doesn't, right? And I think there's a reason why we got double AD carry consistently, because it's so damn strong. I get it, you want to play with the Taliyah, you want to play with the combo, and play this early to mid game, but I just think it's worse, Hysterics.
I also think that was nice. It was really nice, especially in the meta when it was used as a flex, but we know its jungle damage is down. We know no one's really picking it into the jungle now either, right?
Yeah, the Merc treads value that you give as well. Like, I mean, you see triple Merc treads on the other side. Tristana with Mercs, you're never going to die versus Taliyah.
When was the last time you saw an attack speed, you know, attack speed boot 80 carry mid?
Actually, yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yesterday, it was Jackie's on Tristana. But I get your point.
Everyone else.
How did that go for us?
God damn it, Eric. You meant to say never. You meant to lie. Well, either way, I get the point, right? And there's been a lot of questions about it because how the meta's been evolving, you know? How LEC's adapting, and We talked about this yesterday even. We talked about how LCK looks similar to LEC at the moment. That feels like the biggest comparison region. Because, you know, us three, we also watch LPL. It doesn't look like LPL drafts whatsoever. Leona first pick, I haven't seen that yet. Or at least not many times. As SK in this mid game, we bring you back because there's a 1k gold disadvantage. We are just waiting for the potential of Baron, the defensive mid, and especially as to their next move for the pick.
Whatever about the draft, though, I think Fnatic are playing this out fantastically. Like, they are just constantly going, hey, Humanoid is a problem. Just let Humanoid be a problem. Like, just stick him there in the side lane. We already said Irrelevant can't deal with him. So we constantly get pushed. We're opening up plays, and they're engaging onto tanks.
I mean, yeah, not it. Not it whatsoever. Supports with a rough game one, and as Luan gets caught out now, numbers disadvantage as Humanoid in the side lane. Maybe Irrelevant brings that on back, but we're waiting for the leap strike, or at least a leap away. He gets ulted, but Irrelevant has the flash available. I want to see what happens. Ignore the Baron. Let me see bot. They disengage for the time being, so maybe not relevant. As fun joke aside, 4K, 3K, Fnatic disengage SK. Baron goes down. And not even a pick onto Humanoid comes true for SK in game one.
Great Baron from Fnatic here, down in the bot side with that 1v1. The Steric shield hadn't popped yet, so Irrelevant rather would never have died in that scenario.
Might be dead. There's a flash away over the wall, but he too will survive despite losing that summoner spell.
Yeah, it's just heartbreak. I mean, the Luan, I don't know if it was a, hey, I think we're just losing out all over the place. Maybe we can find a quick pick, because the vision wasn't exactly there for them at that point. So maybe we're like, we just need to try and have something happen. But this game is very quickly slipping away from SK. And I think this is a much better version of Fnatic. They're not overextending. They're playing things slow. You can see there is thought and communication as to how they want to approach the map. And SK are struggling as a result.
I mean, Humanoid in charge is a really good look, right? Because we've talked consistently in the past couple of weeks, in this split particularly, like Humanoid and Razork don't feel as synced up. Like, Humanoid hasn't been as much of a star he's been historically too. He's a bit up and down. Bro, he's a 320 to 190 CS in this game one.
Yeah, and he's having a fantastic performance, but you're kind of talking about the individual performers on Fnatic. Well, SK's kind of relied on that, but the problem with this draft is you just don't really have someone where you can go, yes, that's the person that we're looking at to have that pop-off moment right now. Xayah can't really carry this game. Talia can't, and Irrelevance on a Renekton that just is starting to become less and less relevant in this game.
How do we talk about bottom chai when we can't see bottom pop off? I mean, this first game, it's been rough for Rahel. He's got a good KDA, but all he can do is farm and watch as Fnatic now siege with this Baron in multiple lanes. Top, now mid, both at half HP for the inners.
Yeah, I think Fnatic have done a really good job in the siege, kind of mismatching the wave crashes a little bit, but in general also playing well around Humanoid.
Well, Jun actually pulls it on his back. The quickness comes through. A flash over.
Damage.
The Stranglethorns were nuts from Razork. It's a two-man call, the Forge God from Oscar, as Humanoid won't jump on that one, but it opens up Fnatic to keep charging on in for SK's game.
The base is going to be cracked open here. A minute left on that Red Bull Baron power play, and they want to take at least the top side as well. You can see Oscar in trying to get the bot pushed in as well. I think you should be able to defend that as SK, but this is still the base in tatters.
20 seconds on to Nisqy. He does have TP if they manage to chase for this long, if they slow chase it.
Still going. I mean, Luan jumps in, but he's just getting shredded. Noah has the time of his life, and while Irrelevant tries to have a field day, unfortunately the bus is leaving. He's got to go. Jun with the flash at no HP. He doesn't get hit by the quivers. In the end, a flash searing charge on the cards as Isma now at no HP either. Razork's crushed through bot. Rahel's one shot away. Oscar cares not. And Fnatic, it went from nothing to something real damn fast, as it feels like the comps here are at play, with Humanoid dying in the end, but Fnatic having this game in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, I mean, that's all three inhibitors down. SK going to chase. Nisqy wants to get the flick back. Razork trying to keep it at bay. Isma needs to get in towards this fight, though. Doesn't have the ultimate available.
I mean, it's a nice sidestep, but he just gets smited down for a kill. Here's Irrelevant as it gets a little bit sloppy, Joe. With Isma chasing, Stranglethorn's out for a zone. Razork now out of mana, has enough for a Stranglethorn though, and gets three people cleaned up as Noah does it, and now flashes away. Irrelevant wants this as Luan's there, but the Oscar and searing charge to bring this in, and it's just skill checking, isn't it? Irrelevant's trying, Dominus is now back up, but the second skin passive. Look at him, I don't care about the base. I want to see Noah pop off. I want to see him kill them all. Everyone's hoping Fnatic are going to be stepping up big this split, this summer playoffs. And after game one, it took a little while to get that feeling, but hey, eventually we'll know that Fnatic had taken this one out.
The team is coming down. It's not over yet, is it?
Fight more, kill them all. Luan runs for his life, but Humanoid wants some of that action, and bro, you know, Noah just takes that, he puts it in a highlight reel for sure.
Noah, coming into this game, was saying that Fnatic have not lost the best of series to SK, that he was going to stomp Rahel and Luan, that he and Jun were the best bot lane in the LEC, and honestly, he's putting on a magnificent performance to try and prove that point here.
Even when Jun has had some whoopsies in the game, right? Like, and then he comes back and has this crazy flash on no HP with a pulverize. But yeah, Noah's story is great because ridiculed at MSI, it has been a growing experience for him in summer to get back to that point of power and being a top bot laner of the league.
It's been about trying to find that confidence, and Noah has that in leaps and bounds at this stage, and it's great to see his performance shining as a result. Jun, going forward, has Humanoid and Razork right behind him. Fnatic, they see blood in the water. They want to end this here.
SK have to pull the trigger soon, otherwise they're going to have 6 super minions pouring into the base every 30 seconds. They try to, and Jun goes in.
Well, they say in England it's coming home, and for Fnatic for game number 1 with a searing charge out to boot. Oscar, he's not going to find it, by the way, but Noah will. Killer Instinct in the back line, and Rahel, who's had a quiet game, who hasn't been able to do anything, gets jumped on by Humanoid, rooted down in the end, but Luan can't finish the job either. Now a bare Nexus, a triple to end it, and Fnatic playing with their food here, while SK have to sit and watch and wait for dessert.
The rumors of Fnatic's death are feeling greatly exaggerated right now. Game 3 was clinical from them yesterday, and now coming into today, that was destruction of SK. Play it slow, play to your strengths, and play towards an easy win with Humanoid leading the charge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they played so well around Humanoid, funneling him a bunch of gold, constantly strong side him in this mid game, in the side laning, giving him so many, every single camp I saw him farming Krugs lows, taking the tier 1 towers, always giving him the resources.
I mean, I feel like the first thing you look at for Fnatic as well is how we got away with getting that double kill onto Razork early. How they got that early lead as we go to a short break and hopefully see SK bounce back in game 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs round 2 here that we kicked off with El Clasico, Fnatic versus SK, with Fnatic leading SK 1-0 in this best of 3 so far. A much better look on Fnatic compared to what we saw.
Yeah, I didn't really expect Fnatic to come out this strong today. It gave me the vibes of the previous Fnatic from the beginning of the split, where they're just dominating really, really hard. I felt like they did it in the same fashion. Razor getting ahead, Humanoid resurgence on these AD mid lane picks that he's been often criticized here on the desk for not having good performances. But right now, him and Razor took over the game in style.
Yeah, like you touched on it in the one before with Huni Reina over Razak Humanoid, right? I think that these two specifically showed up this game. I think one of the big things that Humanoid has struggled on in the past with AD champions is actually really solved by grubs. And you can see it in this game, like how good Fnatic is at putting Humanoid in a position to generate more resources than his opposition, and like he did it really well this game.
Humanoid on Tristana, yet again a champion that we've talked about, that Caps talked about actually at the beginning of the day. Quite strong, and this is where you see the power of Tristana and what it can provide to a composition like this, I feel.
Exactly, he got enabled from the early game, the 2v2 mid. It was a drawn-out one in the early game, but it set him up for success because with the grabs, with the consistent prio that he has over Niski, which was having a little bit of a subpar game on the Talia. Usually we see a lot more from him, and he's able to neutralize the lane a lot better. Tristana was unleashed this game, and this game was just the story of Tristana having a 2k goal lead and just hitting everything that is in front of her with the Ornn, with the Alistar.
I want to understand better what happened to SK though this game, because I feel like, Pat, we saw a bit of adaptation in terms of draft and them actually understanding how they're supposed to play against Fnatic with the high prio on Sejuani. What did we think of that though on blue side? We know that Isma is really good on the champion and that he's going to be providing a lot of tools to help his team in the early game. But how game defining was this pick and his impact in the early game?
I think this pick here was like really, it had all of the potential to be game-changing. It had all of the potential to be a great B1 champion. And I think the adaptation specifically for Fnatic, if you look at these two teams, like historically over, like especially this split and last split as well, Fnatic last split, they have such a high priority on grubs, and you can see from the first 3 picks of Fnatic, Talia, Renekton, and Sejuani, they screams, we want first grubs, we want second grubs. In the end, they ended up opting into a gank that allowed Razak to sneak away the first 3 grubs. So I think composition-wise, it made a lot of sense. Execution-wise, I would have liked to see them prioritize differently.
And for me, this is on SK, especially because now they have blue side again. If you can take a look at the 2020 clip, it's on them because they have the choice right now with this team. If you pick Sejuani, Renekton, and Talia, you want to accelerate the early game and get your lead as early as possible. But then what happens is that they don't really get the Nash after that. They will start the Nasher soon here, and they get into a position where Fnatic is walking through choke points. They still have a lot of tools to engage over here, and this is the window where they need to win the game, but they go so early. Razork is not even committed to the choke yet, and they already throw all of their tools. And with this failed Nash attempt, Fnatic has pretty much all the time they need to stall the game for another 5 minutes and for Zyra to scale.
And that's the issue here, because you look at the way SK took their fight here, Pat, you're playing against a Zyra. That's like a golden fight for Zyra here, and especially good setup for this ult.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Zyra and what she brings to the team composition, why she's in such high prio, and I think that the way that Fnatic rounded out the draft with the Ornn and the Alistar in order to body block for this Zyra on the initial engage from SK basically worked out 2 out of 2 times, and it allowed Zyra to survive the initial engage and then be like the obnoxious 2-item Zyra that you are afterwards.
And that's the thing, like Razork being the maestro of the early game in a way, buying a lot of space for his laners to progress, and I do feel like that's kind of what had an impact on Humanoid and the fact that he was able to just rocket jump like this.
Exactly, he took over the game from the early clear, but even now he's making a little bit of a critical mistake because now he's in the river with SK sneaking behind him, especially after Alistar died. And this is what kills Fnatic's tempo in this game, because right now, if this doesn't happen, Razork is still able to out-tempo the Sejuani in the jungle because she was so accelerated from the early game and she would have been in a lot better position to command this game.
So when I listen to both of you, what I hear is the idea from both teams, great. The execution, not so much. But of course, SK made more critical mistakes than Fnatic here.
I think it's a good summary. I think Humanoid obviously got so many resources, and like we talked about the first grubs, and this sequence that we just watched here was the second grubs, right? And what ended up happening in both sequences was that the team that had set themselves up for the grubs ended up handing them over for free afterwards. Razork getting picked, and SK choosing to gank like before grub spawning. Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
For me, the question right now is, what is SK going to do on blue side? Because what they opted for in the first game was Sejuani, Zyra, Tristana. 3 OPs open. They consider Sejuani to be the strongest, and the game was in their hands to take over with the Nashor failed execution. But now going into game 2, what are they going to do? Are they going to opt for the Zyra and go for a little bit of a drawn-out game? Do they still believe that Sejuani is the pick here? Because as we said earlier, both teams got what they wanted, played to their win conditions, and they were both in good conditions and good situations to take over the game, but unfortunately SK failed.
Who do you want to be empowering though if you're going to be SK? Because something that we've been repeating is the fact that SK, great individuals, macro could have been better, and that's actually something that we saw in this game right now. But who do they want to empower against a Fnatic that's going to play like this? We know that they take turns in bailing out other members in the game, but how do you approach this one?
I still think what they did in the first game was really good, because they went through mid and they want to empower Nisqy, because as much as the game is about, you know, we've been hyping out both bot laners to be superstars in their own roles and being really, really good, the game is still dictated by mid and jungle duo. Unfortunately, SK lost in this game, the mid jungle 2v2, because 2 for 1, that's just how math works. But I think going into game 2, they should stay with the same, because the idea was there. Sejuani missed a Q flash and it failed, sucks, you know. But going into game 2, they should keep up this aggression, because we could have easily seen a completely different game if the roles were reversed and SK wins this early 2v2 mid. Nisqy was going to take over the game.
I would love to hear the coach perspective on this. What do you tell your players in a game like this when you know that it comes more from fundamentals and execution rather than the initial plan itself?
Yeah.
Coach,
I would listen to my players here. If like Nisqy comes out of this game, he says like, this was a blunder. Like, this is an okay. If you give me this matchup again, if I play Sejuani Talia again, we will win this 2v2. We will stomp them early. We will get the early grubs. We will snowball the game. Then, you know, we can do that. If you want to make an adaptation and Nisqy doesn't want to play his Talia after this particular game, you probably look to find a way to put him on the Tristana, right? Because historically, this has not been the greatest matchup for him versus Marik. Marik is a really, really strong laner, but I think Tristana is so strong right now that if you put Nisqy on this champion, he will create so much space, he will take so much risk, and this champion is the best in the game for it.
I love hearing you creating space and talking about creating space here. We'll come down on this a bit later. Last words on Fnatic. Much better look than what we saw against MDK once again at the beginning of playoffs. Stage jitters maybe, but also the fact that they had to get back on track after their slump and their 5-game loss streak. I feel like Fnatic is on the right path now.
I think Fnatic is back, because coming off of what was a 5-6 game loss streak, psychologically it's a little bit tough on you. It's a bit hard to bounce off of it, and you always have jitters up until you get that first win. But I think ever since they got that win, they've been on a win streak right now. There are 3-4 wins in a row, I think. So they're riding this confidence high that got them to where they are right now throughout the split.
Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling here in our second game of the day. Casters, over to you.
We're hoping this goes the distance, because this is a banger. Yo, Dagda, what's up, bro?
No, I don't know what we're doing anymore.
What's up?
I'm very confused.
Yeah, that's very good.
We're so in sync.
That's how this cast is going to go. It's good to have you here, especially when SK trying to fight back. I don't know, people cringing in the audience, but that's fine. You'll get used to it. The main thing here is that Fnatic at least playing their comp a little bit better. I think the biggest takeaway was the fact that, you know, that early double kill mid, Razork getting ahead was big. Tempo was stymied, yeah, but like, I mean, Fnatic had the better scaling comp, and they just ran with it.
Comps aside, I want to highlight Noah.
Nice.
Really, really well played, and I don't know, man, this player, the second he gets a win under his belt, it feels like he just wins a series, wins a game. He plays so much better the subsequent games. It really feels that way. He just becomes so much more confident after yesterday's series where he popped off alongside Razork, in my opinion. I think he's been doing super well, especially today.
Coming into this draft, though, I am curious what they want to try and look towards, because realistically, I think we heard Pat on the desk, get Tristana for yourselves in SK. I think it's the exact same story where you really need to try and set that one up for yourselves, because Humanoid just took over, and the Talia didn't really feel like an answer, and the Corki's already taken away. It feels like you have to go Tristana.
And that's why the question is for that priority again, is it just going to be the Sejuani first, or do they shift gears I mean, we're waiting for that final ban to come through. Maybe Fnatic are thinking a little bit about it as well. There's no Corki for the trade thanks to blue side. Irrelevant gets a Gnar ban. They really respect this champion from him. But now we have to ask that question. Tristana, Sedge, and this is adaptation from SK.
Now, what do we see on the side of Humanoid? I think Humanoid's best champions into Tristana are Hui and Taliyah. And I think we could see the whole Sedge-Taliyah thing again if they want to go down that route.
There is also, I was looking at Humanoid solo queue match history. He has been playing a lot of MF mid into AD mid. So I am curious if this is maybe the plan when he tries to bring it out, or maybe that's one for a little bit later that I've now spoiled. But I think it'd be interesting to see if they want to go down that route, because I do think you've got a good opportunity with a Sejuani, and also if you want to go for a little bit like Rel or an Analyst for Jun, great setup for something along those lines. But we're going to have to hold our breath just for the moment to see what they're going to go for.
Ashe comes to mind as another really OP champion at the moment. Braum preemptively, something we see in the LPL as well, because he's super good into these dive comps that pair alongside the Kai'Sa. That's what I'm pretty much looking at, I think, for R3 on the side of Fnatic. You know, once again, this is LPL, you can see a Yone, but it really is the question. What are they going to go for mid? Looks like an early rotation, irrelevant. This is something they do very often. Gnar, K'Sante, Renekton, give counterpick to other players on that team.
Yeah, I'm only so on the Renekton pick, though. I think you are getting a lead for Oscar in him, but I much prefer when Irrelevant's in to have more of an impact towards those later portions of the game. But I don't feel like you really get a chance to do that as much on Renekton, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. You can see Humanoid smiling. He did play Casa at the EWC, so I think it's a little bit of a shout out there, but I don't think that's what we're going to get for Nisqy here.
I think you get topside here. Isma could go to Nidalee. You could get Brand or whatever. There it is. There's the lock-in, and there's the Taliyah Sejuani. Let's see if they can play the mirror matchup well.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, again, there's been criticism about Sejuani-Taliyah pairings. A bit globally for now. There's been criticism about Nidalee globally as well. And we asked ourselves the other day, like, wait, Isma playing Nidalee? That was against Team Heretics. A very different beast against Fnatic when you can get punished for it. And now SK again. Are you putting a bit of timer on themselves as they start running a very skirmish-heavy drive?
Yeah, I'm looking at picks for Oscarinen into the Renekton at the moment. What comes to mind is K'Sante for frontline if you want to sack your lane a little bit. You could also do Poppy. I think that's also... like, it's okay. At the very least, you just stop a bunch of leaps, and it's a neutral matchup. There goes the Poppy ban. K'Sante comes to mind as well. You could also do Kennen if Oscarinen's feeling like a ranged champion, but I think you probably want to melee with that Sejuani.
Too much AP damage as well, maybe.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But I like the thought process. Kennen has been the answer too, I feel like, again, globally.
Jax, if Oscar's been practicing it, can be a little bit more volatile, but it's a great pairing. You don't want to go Camille, because that's just a really bad matchup, so... Jax or K'Sante, in my eyes.
Oh, there's one off the table. Let's find out if it gets picked here and we leave supporter for counterpick.
Yeah, looks like it will be the Jax. I do like the Jax into Renekton. My only worry is, like, as the game goes on, Tristana tends to beat Taliyah in the side lane. We kind of saw it a bit accelerated in the last game, and I think that's where it can be a little bit difficult to try and utilize the full side lane pressure for Jax, but even a 1-4, I think can work very well for Fnatic as the game starts to go on. Now the question is, what do we want to have in this bottom side of the map? Rahel and Luan. There's not really a lot of the aggressive answers, or sorry, the aggressive answers there, unless you put the Tristana into that bottom side of the map.
Huh. That's not something we see very often. Usually the permanent pushing power of the Tristana in the mid lane is really, really useful. It looks like it's going to be Tristana Alistair. Sorry, this is a bit out my depth. I haven't seen Tristana AD carry in a long time.
No, I mean, we've seen it a little bit over in the LPL, but it's not a huge amount. So it's nice to see that you're actually going to go for this much more aggressive bottom side of the map and just try and say, hey, look, we're just going to decimate Noah in lane and see if we can try and play through that, because that's one of the big things about Tristana is you can always go for something like the Hail of Blades if you want to go hyper aggressive, but even something like a press the attack still works very well with jumping in, having the combo, getting that CC, being able to just use how much all-in potential you have, especially against something like a Kai'Sa. Even the Rakan is not very tanky.
And I'm just looking at Aragon. You look unpleased. What's happening?
Okay, well, I have a historical bias against Tristana. I swear every single time I see this, unless the Tristana's allowed to permanently leap in the bot lane and continuously trade like this very aggressively, then Champ really doesn't do that much compared to the permanent prio that you get from the Grubs and the stability that Tristana mid has. You are against a weaker laner in the Rakan and the Kai'Sa, so maybe that's going to allow Rahel here to play aggressively.
Maybe there's more added scaling benefits as well, because, you know, seeing the Nidalee, I started assuming, I'm like, okay, Nidalee Renekton, we're on a bit of a timer here, right? But, you know, Tristana is here into the composition. There is a bit of free flow this time. There's a bit more, what would you say, diversity coming into the comp? Like, what am I hitting at here?
I think there's just a huge amount of like all-in potential. Like if you end up hitting a stun, a Nidalee Spear, the follow-up with a Tristana, like you can very quickly burst someone, and then you're kind of hoping that you have that Azir for the follow-up consistent damage over the course of the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to summarize this in my head, but I'm just looking at volatility all across the map. You have Nidalee Renekton duo, you have Sejuani Jax duo, but then in mid lane you have a lot of trading with the Talia into the Azir as well. And then bot lane is a matchup where Tristana can leap in off cooldown to continuously trade too. So across the map, especially top side, with that Grub Prior around 5 minutes in, it's going to be a bloodbath, I think.
Well, we're looking forward to SK, see how they bring it again with some adaptation. I mean, Isma brought this against Team Heretics, but Razork and Fnatic are a very different beast. Going into game number 2, this is such a fast track. I said it last playoffs, I'll say it every playoffs. This top round is a big fast track to the 4th round, to the BO5s. The winner receives, and to the winner of BDS and G2, they wait. But remember, if you're a master of the Rift, and if you never want to miss a game, Santander is here for you. Well, it's here to reward you, actually, just like Dagda was yesterday. You can head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is KDA30. And Dagda, no code for you today, or is it just the same thing?
No, still my KDA in general.
Okay, it's still good.
Every time I touch the Rift.
How did you maintain that? 24 hours later, still going.
I just haven't played is the actual key answer because we've been, I got to focus on getting ready for the cast and that. But I am curious to see how Razork is going to plan this out because I like this from SK. Because when you look, Oscar in level 1 to 3 should have pushed top. Humanoid should be able to get that on the early levels as well. And because Alistar doesn't really have a huge amount of threat in that bottom lane, at least level 1, you should actually see Noah and Jun be able to get that level 1 push as well. So I think trying to spot out where Razork starts is going to help out quite a bit. We're just trying to have Isma in position for whatever Razork wants to do coming off the back of his first clear.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Definitely very volatile in these lanes. My only concern this game is Oscar in it. This is the first time he's played Jax this split. And it's quite an intensity. He also has quite a low win rate on the champion. And not to be a win rate Andy, but it's quite a volatile lane phase.
Yeah.
So with the Nidalee Renekton plus the Sejuani Jax duo, there's potential for a lot of explosiveness. And I want to be pleasantly surprised by Oscar, but this is an irrelevant champion in the Renekton.
I want to go in depth in that, but I want to wait for a couple of levels first, see how the trading goes. For now, let's just kind of bring our brain back because, Aragon, you said something in pick ban that was important. Looking at Noah here, highlighting Noah. We should also highlight the fact that we've been talking about Rahel and Luan, especially in that bottom lane, all split long. And we look at this comparison, I mean, Rahel especially has really come up to form, but I feel like so far in this series, and even yesterday seeing Fnatic, Noah's started to shine really brightly again.
Yeah, and I think Kai'Sa is the perfect champion to showcase it. I mean, you have to have balls to pull the trigger and R off of someone's CC and dive the backline, right? And he's doing it more and more and more as time goes on, especially after these wins recently. So yeah, we're just seeing it come to fruition in terms of, confidence.
And it's worked wonders for Fnatic. I think the fact that they kind of use him as this late game insurance is a really cool way of approaching the AD carry role.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes it's much more about, hey, we want to leave Noah in the early stages, kind of free farming, getting solo XP, so then he can be accelerated into the game and then use him when it gets towards the kind of mid to late game team fights versus trying to use him for something early like Void Grub. So I think it's definitely given an identity to Noah, which is the kind of like the sleeping bear, where you just wait for him to come online that little bit later and suddenly he's popping off and just mauling his way through team fights.
Again, impressive performance so far, and I just love, again, seeing playmaking 80 carries in the meta. I think that also helps a bit. Like, Noah, I remember in spring, we talked a lot about his Varus, but outside of that, it felt like, champion pool slimmed a little bit, or there wasn't much to talk about. I think right now, we're looking at Kai'Sa again as, and maybe towards that bottom side, we'll look at Kai'Sa a little bit closer, because Isma's setting up, deep ward in, spots there's no camps there. Razork has just done a normal full clear, as you'd expect, so maybe vision for the respawn.
Yeah, vision for the respawn, very typical to full clear in toward a respawn camp on the other side to help track the jungler, and that allows your volatile lanes to trade and know when to be aggressive and sacrifice HP.
Especially when you want to try and get this wave crashed as Rahel and Luan and get your first reset in. Going for these early longswords makes that all-in potential very important. And I think Razork trying to disrupt it, this is a really good gank angle, just trying to avoid any sort of vision that might have been set up. But the bot lane is already reset, looks like. I don't know if they got the crash or that wave was frozen, but yeah, actually, just frozen. So SK kind of realized, look, we're overextended, and Razork, he's still here. Wasn't spotted.
I think the way Jun was posturing was a little bit sus, right? He walked forward a little bit, and you could tell with the walk back that Luon saw coming. So walking back, overall pretty stable lane phase. You had Jax, Oscarinen getting the early crash into a cheetah recall, then receiving mid lane push like you highlighted, Dagda over to the side of Humanoid, and it's going pretty much as expected with Tristana leaping down in bot side.
I feel like seeing Niski on Azir again as well just reflects on some of the great performances he's had this split. Like last game was a bit of a horror, fell behind early. The Talia couldn't do too much against Humanoids on Tristana. This game on the Azir, using the range advantage well and a much more stable laning phase, and maybe going to be getting less attention. But maybe that's for the best here for Niski as he approaches level 6.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep my eyes on how Isma wants to approach this, because you can see he's fully gone up towards his top side, now moving back in to take those Raptors. So deliberately left that camp so we could be more on this bottom side. So I wonder if this is going to be, you know, with the reset coming off of Alistair, they look for some sort of dive play off the push here. You won't have that push in mid. You can see Humanoid's still going to be able to cover that, but I don't think Humanoid will be able to get down here to spot it out, and I believe they just spotted Razork on his top side with that ward at the Raptors camp.
Yeah, second ward as well, by the way. Isma just, I think, placed it, or at least Niski did before. So there's been good vision control watching Razork.
Yeah, you can see both supports opening up through mid, debating whether or not they can test Grubs or Dragon to cross map. Huge trades coming out from Irrelevant, so he's winning prio there. Oscarinen is going to be forced to TP back if he wants to contest these Grubs. Irrelevant's going to be able to do the same because he's down in terms of items, only on that D shield, and if he wants to contest these Grubs, he's going to need to complete them. Now, this is a very Grub versus focused team composition on the side of Fnatic.
There connects. Jordan actually flashes away because he just used the grand entrance. The all in there from Rahel, dodges away from the Void Seeker, and the rocket jump doesn't connect those. Second skin procs, and Rahel takes big damage, but in comes Niski, and the flash away from Humanoid. He was on the edge of the soldiers, but he didn't want to test it.
SK getting antsy now. You can see Luon end up interrupting the dash away by Jun, which is why he was forced to flash. Mid lane, Humanoid has to flash away. That's another summoner burnt, and nice trade for Rahel on the bottom side. And with that, SK get control over the top half for Isma to get these first Void Grubs. But now Jun, he's in a
back again. Odd spot. And he just burnt the flash. I mean, the all-in's going to be great. He gets a knock up here, but Rahel's got the damage to follow through. The Ignite as Razork thinks about going over, but he's on a ward as Niski joins in with that ulti.
You can see them playing human ward here. watching out the cross map on the other side, potentially trying to contest it as a dive comes in top side as well.
Aragon turns into a dive, doesn't it? I know you want to get excited about top lane, but it pauses for the time being. Observers playing towards your strength as Niski just takes a trade with the seismic shove. Humanoid's run out of mana though. Niski doesn't have TP, so as he gets poked down, he's going to stay for the end of this minion wave, but again, no TP once that clears.
Humanoid popped the biscuit, really wanted to get that mana so he could maybe try and force something onto Niski, but Isma now here to cover. Will probably just be there in case Niski gets caught and can pop a heal.
Rumble surge is nice. Whee!
Yeah, Oscarinen's lane state is really bad right now. He has no teleport, he can't get back to lane, he wants to reset because of the threat of the dive. I was wondering if the bot side of Fnatic would swap up top to cover and catch this wave, but it looks like no one's going to be able to catch it in time. Irrelevant.
I was gonna ask you to nerd out a bit with me, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Because, I mean, watching Renekton into Jax, we don't see it as much anymore, but it's based around Counter-Strike, isn't it? Yep. It's based around Counter-Strike timing and when the Renekton get trades afterwards, or what?
So it's based on level and ranks points in queue that Renekton has, because the trades as Renekton gets points in queue become more and more one-sided. You can see right now that Jax is in a bit of a power trough. This is where Renekton really shines, because the points in queue are there and he really hurts. See that in the trades, forcing Oscarinen to back multiple times. It's really hard to kill in this matchup. There are some really niche micro aspects to it. You can actually W through the Counter-Strike if you time it well.
Oh, really?
Towards the end of it, yeah.
Okay.
But for the most part, it's quite a Stonewall lane with Jax falling slightly behind.
Everyone get their notebooks out. Dagda, did you want to nerd out anyway? Sorry, you're always involved.
I'm good. I'm happy. I'm nerding out over the whole game.
Oh, that's
I'm just
good.
happy to be here.
We're all nerding out, just different things, right? No, thanks. I think the most important part is that, again, we've seen the trading from Irrelevant. We see it going well now with double procs up top side as Oscarinen not taking a turret shot minion wave there in time. But the bounce back is there. Small CS lead, however, micro is Irrelevant about 1 or 2 in the advantage. But you can see right now he's in a good spot with Razork needing to move top with Jun closely behind.
Luon here, Arjun here, and the fact you've got
the army.
Oh, he went forward.
He did. He's trying to maybe clear the way, but into the ulti. Razork predicts a slice and dice back. That was clean.
You dash upwards because that's the way Oscarinen is going to run if he wants to disengage, and you can run him down a long way. But the 3-man squad is there. They capitalize. Razork lands the Sejuani ulti like he's been doing all weekend long.
Yeah.
And they punish Irrelevant.
Niski coming
got
in
the
here.
cavalry
He's got
coming.
flashed on top. I'm not sure what he's hoping to achieve. Maybe with Isma, we get that question answered. All in, the Cougar pounds it. Luan comes in as well. There's a flash received as Isma gets the smite, gets Oscar in it, and he ain't stopping. I've been criticizing this jungler, but he's playing Italy like he's Canyon possessed. Humanoid running for his life. SK now with Niski at half HP can run down Humanoid as well. He'll stand on top of the blast cone, he gets out, but Isma could feel the power of the Lion.
Man, that is some trust Niski has in Isma, because I was watching going, that's a low health bar, but you can see here, right as well, we're actually going to start things off from the beginning where Relevant dashes forward, as you were highlighting, Aragon, to get the initial follow-up with Oscar and tries to dash away, but that was a great ultimate from Razork. But as this play starts to continue forward, this is where I started to get a bit nervous for Niski, because I was like, they see him coming up, Jun stops it, Razork stops his base, and then Jun doesn't hit the knock-up here, Niski with a nice sidestep, but his health bar here goes so low, but the heal coming through from Isma helps out so much, and then being able to follow up here as they move on through. Luan flashing forward forces another flash, which only encourages Isma then to follow forward with his own.
And Isma playing with so much confidence here on Italy. This is exactly what you need if you want to lock in this pick. The flash forward into the queue to continuously chase with that red buff was a really nice play.
And how different is this game state as well when we see early game picks? I mean, this time around for SK, they've been able to play with a bit more speed. They've been able to hold on to the early game a bit better. Fnatic are holding on to the grubs right now, though. The only concern is SK started with it, but looking to contest.
Luan in position, doesn't have the flash, so it's going to be a bit awkward. Now the TP coming through from Humanoid. I don't know if you can try and fight this. Niski could teleport in if you really want to contest this SK, but it's so spread out.
Oh, here it comes. The shuffle from behind. He's not on a ward yet.
Starts here, Rahel is just going to run after them. He's already rocket jumped. The spear doesn't connect. The ulti misses from Razork. Niski bypasses as he's got the Weaver's Wall available with a flash. I'm seeing it again. There's good disengage. Jun, that was also very clean. Beautiful stop.
That's a big win for Fnatic, though, because yes, you still are able to move in here as SK and get at least another grub, but Noah is just getting the free farm on that bottom side of the map, so it will get you to 4 grubs, which is nice for SK, but solo golden XP for Noah is pretty nice as well.
The entirety of Fnatic were huddled up against that wall. I thought Niski was going to pull the trigger with a shuffle into a pushback with the wall, but he doesn't do it, and then there's a cross map down in bot, giving Noah free farm, so I feel like SK had a bit of urgency there. Niski doesn't pull the trigger, and I'm really surprised by it.
I mean, Jensi's had a rough day, a rough start to the day at the very least. Had to be critical, but being real.
I think maybe he was just worried about getting hit by Razork's ult. You can see with the angle that he was going to go over the wall, Razork would have just pinged him immediately, so maybe a bit nervous about the CC or wasn't exactly sure where the vision was, so I could maybe understand, but I do agree with Aragon. I think if you're going to commit the TP, you've got to commit everything, because otherwise you just end up losing so much. But now, Dragon up and available, mid-push for Fnatic. They're going to try and push Relevant away from this bottom lane so they can try and set up the vision they need to contest this.
TP in the meantime.
Oh, double
okay.
TP.
Yeah, they are committing to like, hey, forget Dragon for the time being. Let's see if we can kill Oscar. Irrelevant moves up. He's going to help with demolition. Just like that, Oscar has to stand here and watch his turret go down.
So split out your 4 grubs to 2 as the sweep goes in.
The full all on in. The dominance is there. Leap strike out, but the slice and dice follows suit. It's a good counter strike to buy him time, but enough damage there with range indeed. Irrelevant finds the kill and now finds some extra damage. Now moving with 4 grubs on an inner turret top.
Yeah, it's a grub diff, but on the other side, you're going to get the dragon as well. But regardless, the damage up top side is not going to match the damage down bot side. You're going to get tier 2 up top versus the tier 1 down bot. The gold diff is huge.
You guys wanted to see this move. I think this comp is now moving with a lot of gold. But Humanoid stuck here on the outer turret down bot.
He's still going to get some plates for himself because you kind of abandoned it as SK to get up towards that top side, but shouldn't be able to take it, which is basically what SK are banking on. So we'll be able to move in towards bot side. You've already got Rahel opening up in mid, which should create a numbers advantage potentially on this bottom side to try and put pressure on towards this outer turret for Fnatic as well.
I think this is a really hard Jax game by now. You have 4 auto attackers on the enemy team, so in theory it's really, really nice, but you're so far behind that if you ever leap in, you can just get headbutted away by Alistair, you can get pulverized, you get buster shotted away, the same with the wall from Azir, so from behind, Oscar might struggle a little bit now.
I think trying to see if they can cover this potential play we're talking about on the bottom side. Just Jun and Razork moving in. Aggressive move from Jun. I don't know if you want to try and overextend for this. You can see where Rahel is, but Humanoid in position as well.
It's a sandwich, and I'm not talking about one of the toasties that I make exceptionally well. The knockback is there, and a good seismic shove. Niski has to flash away, but under turret Razork has taken a bit of a chunk. Half HP as Jun also at the same health bar, but Fnatic have an extra member. They've got the push on their side.
Yeah, Pig's coming down on Rift Trail now in response. Irrelevant has push as well, so SK, they're going to lose this bot lane tower, but not for free.
You can see Rahel wasn't really sure what he's supposed to be doing there. Left mid, moved over to take red buff. Wasn't sure if she should have come down onto the bottom side to help out, or if he wanted to take red and then move back mid. But at least that mid push that he secured will guarantee this Rift Herald. In theory, Razork a little bit late to the party. We'll have to flash back out.
I mean, I love the attempt. I'm not going to lie. I don't care that he flashed, or maybe he should, but at least that influences mid as Herald's going to be dropped immediately by Isma. 3 members of SK looking to open up the outer turret. Jun is stopping that, and Razork now flies on over, remembering that his ult is available, but the flash is not. Charge comes through. It's not enough in the end. They're still trying to greed for it a little bit, but that's going to have to come later.
I don't feel like there's a huge amount at the moment, though, that Fnatic can really answer with, is the biggest problem. You're kind of having SK where you've got Irrelevant in a position where he's quite strong. He's able to continue to push. You've got Niski, who's totally fine to try and keep pressure on these sides, especially with where Luon's been positioned and just roaming off of Rahel's push mid to bot side. So it's kind of difficult for Fnatic to really find anything to set themselves up for a play.
I just love, by the way, if no one caught that, Noah paying homage to his old team. Flashing the KT logo.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Law would sympathize with that, I guess.
That's my favorite emote, by the way. That sad Law
KT
emote.
fraud.
KT fraud.
Yeah. Oh, no. I shouldn't have said it. She's going to absolutely hate that. I tell you what, there's
I wonder
only...
what the chat looks like right now.
Yeah. Only so long until we get that in-game, maybe. Would be I don't know. Why not? Law will be like, yeah, throw it in. She gets a revenue share, maybe worth it, I don't know. Look, at least for Fnatic, as they pay homage to their old teams, they're going to pay homage to how much they want to close in on SK here in the series. It's a good interrupt, but Luon might be isolated because there's no turret there, and Niski gets flashed on. Oscar Renan dodges the wall and just starts walloping. Niski in a lot of trouble. He gets help from his support in the end, and Oscar will not drop down. You can see it's a turret trade, but Fnatic are not stopping. Isma's pouncing away. Razork can tank it through, and even Jun will not care in the end as Rahel has to optimize for the turrets because it went so badly for SK down bot.
It's a nice play down bot side from Fnatic with a TP flank on the bot side. It's extended.
It's not an Oscar might be dead here. Is it an execute?
It's an
I think,
execute.
yeah. Wait. Yeah, it's enough time, so that's not too bad. It just depends on what happens towards mid because the ulti comes through. Rahel gets dove back in on. Humanoid gets a kill, double TP from SK. We knew these teams were bloody, and they don't disappoint. Irrelevant comes in to claw back some gold over to SK, and chasing down Noah without an ulti seems a bit too hard, especially without the flash available as Jun comes towards mid, but SK off that TP might be able to regain control over mid.
And the thing is, we keep getting fights back to back to back to back because there's Hextech portals as well, so if you die, you just spawn and come join again.
Yeah. But now SK have got to go back to Dragon to try and set up this vision because 43 seconds until that one's available. That's going to be the next point of call, but we're going to walk through this as we get to see just the engage coming through. Luon with the interrupt was beautiful.
And this really scratched my back. I think you guys can agree that this one was nice. And
nice.
Well. But I think that's the, as he starts to move forward, it's just the fact that Fnatic have so many members that they've invested onto the spot side. SK say, hey, look, yes, you're going to get some kills, but we're going to get so many of these towers on the map. SK are just looking more at the map play.
Yeah, the thing is, the SK, the tier 2 was already taken, so Irrelevant really can't do anything there. I think he has to TP in or take the portals in to extend that play afterwards. But there was no real cross-map available. That's Rahel hitting tier 1.
All right, Jen, set me up. Dragon's coming. 5 seconds, and Fnatic already have 2. Yes, that comes later. But first, let's figure this out because SK have fought tooth and nail to try and take us to a game number 3, but Fnatic looks like they don't want to let them.
Fnatic in a decent position. Jun off on the flank has the ult available. So trying to see if he can get onto it. He hasn't been spotted. There's no vision for SK.
No flash, but no problem. Quickness, knock up, and there's a knock through. Oscar in and out rolling in, but he's not part of the story. Niski's ult only separates Razork as Noah is just autoing the Dragon, but in the meanwhile, Rahel's trying to carry. Irrelevant now joins in, and you're hoping a Renekton can bring the fight back, but it's too late. Razork will drop one down. That's great, but as he runs for his life, Fnatic have taken the 3rd Dragon. They've taken the fight, and SK out of all sorts there, being split apart.
Yeah, Fnatic pull the trigger as they run down Irrelevant here. I was looking at Humanoid potentially. I think he should be out here potentially as the move speed from Black Cleaver.
No.
Oh wait, no, he's on the other side of the map.
Oh, big shutdown as well, going over to Noah.
But as I was saying, I was looking at Humanoid to pull the trigger with that wall to cut off and provide ability to lock down that Dragon, but in the end it's Jun. Jun pulls the trigger over the wall with his flank onto the ultimate from Razork, and it's once again Razork Sejuani doing the work in the engages.
Yeah, and you can see Rahel trying to get enough done. It hopped over that wall, trying to see if he could get a flank for himself and a humanoid, so you will get one back, but Fnatic, the collapse was just too clean. Noah's able to deal a ton of damage, but Oscar didn't have a great flank angle as well, and they're just picking members of SK apart. Really great objective setup from Fnatic and punishing the lack of vision for SK.
And you know, we see with a lot in Italy, we see starter fights, gents, and we see setup that comes through with a bit of burst, bit of poke damage, right? No, Fnatic happy to let Razork absorb some of that set damage. No problem whatsoever as he shouts. And I mean, Fnatic now with the gold lead in this game, now on Sol Point. It does feel like, you know, we got to start talking about how SK can find a win here, because they've got scaling elements, guys, but they need a bit more time, especially on someone like Nisqy.
Yeah, you still have the front to back of the double carries in the backline with the Azir and the Tristana, and Italy doesn't fall off as hard as people say, especially since you have that heal and the attack speed buff.
That's true.
You also have the front to back tanks. You know, there's potential in terms of the scaling right now. The problem is they're staring down the barrel of a 3-minute Sol. And 3 minutes to scale up and potentially get 2 items on this Azir, as well as a second item on your Tristana, who hasn't been able to play the mid lane and how you normally would see it.
And you know what? I hate the fact that Kai'Sa's going to get that Sol. A Hextech Sol on Kai'Sa as well. We know there's going to be AP components, 3rd, 4th item. Like, it lands and, oh, we're very slow.
And I think the biggest problem is that that volatility that we wanted from SK in the early stages just didn't really land their way. Without getting that Tristana really far ahead, she hasn't been too much of a threat. Fnatic have done a really good job of finding moments to overload side lanes and get their key carries ahead. And sure, SK have some answers on the map, but you're not really in a position where you could approach Fnatic's side of the map, because you always have Razork, who's in great position. Jun can engage at any time and might be doing so right now.
Setups have been good. Weaver's Law going to fly through as well. Razork nails the ulti, but onto Irrelevant won't mean too much as Luon goes into his epic cow phase, and Fnatic just trying to whittle him down. For the meantime, the poke is good, but here's the response play. Irrelevant is taking on the world in front of everyone. His dominance helps out, but the heal's not enough. Noah survives as he all-in onto Oscar, and will mean nothing as well. He flashes, he bonks, and he doubles up. Now for Nisqy, he flashes too, but as he jumps away, I mean, SK are hobbling in this game too.
Irrelevant tries to save the play. A beautiful engage from Fnatic, from Razork landing and starting it off with Jun as well running at him. Irrelevant tries to save it with the Dominus and going in and queuing. He lives a long time, but in the end, Rahel doesn't have the damage to take down Oscar, and it's a Fnatic paper play into a Baron.
Fnatic are just way more coordinated on the map. Yeah. Every time they're going for a play, there will always be 4 members, 5 members, creating that numbers advantage. And you can see in this position, you've got 2 members of SK in base. Fnatic are like, great, let's go for the engage. They find Luan and Relevant. Isma's trying to get here, but Rahel is scrambling from that bottom side to get to this position. You finally get the TP in from Nisqy, and Relevant does a fantastic job. But it is Irrelevant only being able to do that job right now, as Rahel does show up, but he's hitting onto Oscar Ridden, and he has to try and escape from that, as Fnatic are just gutting the rest of SK on the top side.
I mean, it is a shame. As we said, you know, the earlier maybe not enough. I think for SK, the adaptation was at least nice to see, but Fnatic macro has been talked about here, how Fnatic have been setting up through, you know, Razork this game from Humanoid as well.
And I think it's really interesting when we look at the game yesterday. We were criticizing Razork for overextending on the Sejuani, not working with Humanoid on this Talia. This time around it's been great, and Oscar Ernan might have found Nisqy, and here comes the Sejuani.
He's not having a day of it, is he? I mean, Razork going to fly on top. Oscar's just going to get a free counter-strike, and it's the wrong game, but the right way to play it.
Yeah, SK are trying to salvage it. They're TPing in from behind.
Trying for Noah. Rahel flashes on top. They are desperate here, SK, as the ulti at least slows down in the AoE. Jun is behind. Quickness comes through. They're going to take a mismatch fight until Humanoid flies on in. He just deletes Rahel, and Fnatic now get to play a front to back. This Crocodile is going back to the zoo. Noah's cleaning house, and man, we had this big discussion over Rahel and Luon, but Noah and Jun were here first.
I think it's Crocodile done. There is no D in this one. Fnatic are absolutely tearing through everyone in SK. SK tried desperately to make something happen when they saw Fnatic on that bottom side, but again, the collapse is too strong. Oscar Ernan now in a great spot to keep on pushing. They'll get the last of these outer turrets down as these waves start to collapse on through. And even you can see where Noah is. He's just picking up a free soul.
Yeah, it does feel like SK, they don't have a clear plan, and everything they do is in response to try and save a play or panic to try and, you know, TP flank from behind rather than do something clear cut. It feels really hard to play side lanes right now because you're facing globals on the side of Kai'Sa as well as the Talia, as well as Hextech portals to answer the side. So this is all they can come up with, and it's really rough.
It is. I mean, again, we've got high expectations of SK, but Fnatic, again, you could say they're higher. We look at this attempted pick, and even though it doesn't land, I feel like the AoE sets up.
It's the slow that's the key one there. Stops them from able to get onto Noah. Then the flash in from Jun after accepting the buster shot means that he's engaging, and now we're back into live, and Luan, he's gone in.
Kill more, he has to. He knows that it has to be a play. Fnatic are willing to take it every day of the week.
That was one of the plays of all time.
Yeah, that was great. Let's do it again. I mean, Elder's coming up in 5 minutes. Let's wait for then. I love Elder flips as SK in the choke and trying to find Fnatic with the ult from Razork slows it down. I think this could be terrible. Oscar Renan on a flank. He's got Counter-Strike. The Niski ult comes out, but Fnatic will do it better here. A seismic shove back. Noah's now joined in. Remember, SK had numbers there. They're running forward, and they are feeling the Warriors' bloodlust like it's season 10. Rahel runs back with nowhere to go, and Fnatic have showed up massive in the second round of summer playoffs.
We asked if SK would show up in playoffs against Fnatic. It has not been the case, but Fnatic, they have come alive. This team is a well-oiled machine. They are bearing down on SK, shutting them down at every opportunity, and just like that, they may have found the 2-0 to push them to our upper bracket semi-finals.
Fnatic, they cover off the only play that SK have, which is to send a bunch of numbers down bot side, try and make a pick, because at this point, Oscar and Raid boss, they need all 5. And now Fnatic looking to end this game.
It's just crazy. This series doesn't look close. There's been some moments, sure, in this game, in the early game. It was competitive from SK, but it has just felt like it's Fnatic's world. Medic would say, I feel like we're living in it. Dagda already told you they'd move to the BO5s. And it's funny because BDS G2 would pick the winner of that, goes to verse them. I swear to God, Dagda, if we have Fnatic versus G2 again, upper bracket semis.
You would have saw that coming.
The idea of this play, right, is you send 5 people down bot side, you try and make a play on the side, but the TP comes through, you can't one-shot Jun on this Rakan. He's too slippery, and he's just too tanky naturally with all base stats by now being so far ahead. And then you have Renekton and Alistair trying to dash over rocks.
I think
we all know how that goes.
I think this would have been way more successful if Luan hadn't gone for the initial play, because it kind of was like, hey, I'm here, and then, you know, object permanence does exist for Fnatic, so they're like, there's still probably an Alistair down here. Great collapse from Fnatic, and they're able to pick them off then, and now base in shambles, Fnatic are approaching once more, and even if this doesn't work, it's a minute until Baron, and there's very little that SK can do except try and save their own base.
It's a defense from SK. Remember, they're not out. They'll go into the lower bracket, but for Fnatic, a clean 2-0 on the cards. All it takes is a final push. Triple inhibitor down. Oscar and dealing with bot, and the dive from Jun underneath turret. The flip back irrelevant. Meant to be one of the tankiest units in the game for SK, but no longer. Noah flies through, and they're picking apart the pieces. SK are distraught. They're sent back, but Fnatic have got a date with their destiny. Yeah, they're already in season finals, we know, but they want to go further. The road to the championship. Fnatic is calling you.
And this is what happens when Fnatic have confidence. Humanoid, Noah, they put the team on their backs alongside Razork with those engages on Sejuani, and it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, Fnatic were absolutely incredible in this game. The fact that they're able to consistently find these moments to outplay SK on the map, find those number advantages. SK just never stood a chance, and we never got a chance to see that individual performance that we kind of touted for SK, and now the question mark starts to come through once more. SK are first place team. Can they find success in playoffs?
Well, you can vote for your key player of the series at LEC on X. Either way, is it Razork, Humanoid, or Noah? Humanoid really showed up in the second game, but Noah again, another good day. Really nice to see. Again, he's the most criticized member of Fnatic, I think. It's fair to say this year. But he has really been working at it since MSI.
Yeah, I want to highlight Noah. I also want to highlight Razork. I don't think I see him miss very many ultimates on Sejuani. This man's engages, on Sejuani have been absolutely fantastic this weekend.
That's crazy. Nice to see you, Aragon. Sorry. It's been a strange day. It's been strange because SK, I'm a little unhappy because I feel like we could have seen more. I feel like the series could have delivered a little bit more. But also, to its credit, I think a lot of what Fnatic showed up and a lot of their macro that we complimented kind of shut out SK from decision-making.
Yeah, I think the big thing is to try and see SK bounce back from this one in the same way we just saw Fnatic bounce back. Because we were looking at Fnatic saying, hey, look, they've lost a couple games in a row. The first 2 games yesterday didn't look so hot, but it feels like Fnatic is now back in full swing. And now I'm very excited to see what they can do. But it's going to be a little bit before we get to see them again now because they're just winning, you know? It's a tough life. life.
Suffering from success, yeah. Really rough, isn't it? I mean, again, BDS G2, the winner of the next series tonight, that's what they have to wait for. And then we'll go into the lower bracket after that and move our way up. It's interesting. Again, BO5s await them. I'm excited to see who Fnatic has the first. But ladies and gentlemen, Genie is now standing by with Humanoid in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome, everyone, to the interview. We have Humanoid from Fnatic after a dominant win against SK. I want to start it off with saying congratulations. You guys have looked a little shaky since your loss against G2. So what brought it back mentally?
I mean, I think this was the first day where we all played well since a long time, so I'm pretty happy. I'm not sure why we played so bad, but I think from now it's just gonna go only up.
I would hope so, because you guys have another best of 5 coming up, but we'll get into that later. I want to start off in terms of Noah, particularly having a conversation with him heading into this game saying, actually, no, I am the better bot lane than SK. Is that something that you believe in now, considering how good of a performance he's had?
I mean, of course, they stomped bot pretty hard, so there's no question.
Mid lane for you as well went really well this time around this game with the Tristana pick, but also the Taliyah pick. Talk us through particularly the Tristana. It felt like it was a very heavy priority for both of the teams. First pick from your side, first pick from their side. What's the philosophy behind it?
Well, I mean, the AP junglers now are pretty strong, so playing an AD mate is really valuable. And Tristana is just an OP champion. She can farm really fast, and she has push in every single matchup. So, yeah, I mean, the only other champion you can play other than that is Corki. So they are just kind of OP, these two champs.
Not a Corki enjoyer yourself? Do you rather stick with the Tristana?
I like Corki. I mean, it just depends on the day, what I feel like playing.
All right, well, today it looks like it was a Tristana and Taliyah game. I want to talk about, especially when it comes to the AP junglers as well, we do see a heavy emphasis for them. Nidalee particularly, what is your take on this? Because we're seeing SK pick out the Nidalee, but it didn't feel like it necessarily had the impact on the early game that we were looking it to have.
I mean, I think Nidalee is really strong because the heal in late game is really OP. You just negate every single poke in the game, and it gives so much attack speed for your AD carry. So I think it also scales pretty well these days, not like before where it scales really bad. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's really hard champion to play, so maybe European teams don't have to play it, but yeah.
Hands diff. Let's talk about the future, particularly the game that you have coming up. It's going to be a best of 5, and it will be against the winner of BDS or G2. Do you have a particular opponent you want to head up against?
I mean, it's going to be G2. Like, let's be real.
Okay.
Right? So it's just going to be the good old Fnatic against G2. It's going to be fun.
Is it going to be fun for you or for them? Or for the viewer?
We'll find out.
Okay, I guess we're going to have to wait and find out. Thank you so much for the interview. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Once again, congratulations on your win. We're ready to head over to the analyst desk. So, Lord, please do take it away. Oh, it's a break. Never mind. Bye, guys.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Carefreely using Katarina's cute cookie cutters. Ooh! I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the LEC, where Fnatic takes down SK 2-0, and our key player of the series was Noah. We've talked about him in Reddit check, Pad.
Yeah.
He's back on form.
He's back on form, right? But I think there was a lot of doubts towards him and Jun after last weekend's or after last series performance. But I think they showed up. I think especially in game 1 on the Kai'Sa, I think his hit rate on W was probably 100% in the mid game. He found 2 assassination on Niski's Talia as well. Like, the guy looked on fire today.
Yeah, and of course, for those keeping track on championship points here, Fnatic's victory against SK locks MDK in our 4-week season finals event, so after Summer Split. So they're
Someone say championship points? How does Kickor make it?
Oh my God. We don't talk about Kickor today enough. We're going to take a look at the look lives from BDS here. What have they been cooking? What is this?
Well, he's a summoner spell.
Ah. Oh, yeah.
He was Ghost, and Adam was Heal.
Wait, that was actually really good.
That was really good.
That was
God,
actually
that's
really good.
clean.
I love how creative they are.
And
And
they
of
don't have
course,
summoner spells.
This is much less clean.
yeah, but there's
this
Caps
is
Dad.
basic.
They
This
have
is
Caps
boring
Dad.
compared to what BDS just cooked. Oh,
As you guys
Come on,
understood,
G2, cook something.
we have Fnatic versus G2 coming next. We have been cooking something, though, for this pre-match. We want to spin things around. I'm used to asking players questions. For this time, we ask the players to ask us questions about their performance, the game, and everything. And I think we're going to kick things off with Nuke. So let's hear from him and his first question.
So what's the biggest improvement for Team BDS in the summer split? I would say that our biggest improvement would be our diversity and knowledge, both in draft and in the game, and we are really determined to show this today against G2.
So we've talked about BDS being one of the most consistent teams throughout the year, but also one of the teams who improved the most. I actually want to ask Pad here what he thinks of this. You faced off against them and you saw their progress throughout the year. Does it come through draft? Does that make sense? What Nick
I
just
think
said?
it's really come through draft. I think like how much they've expanded their champion pool basically on every single role. I guess minus ADC because like that guy like is not being targeted, like Ice is not being targeted, but Adam has expanded his champion pool, or at least has picked up more wins on non-Darius, Olaf, Garen champions. And I think actually the biggest shout out should go to Nuke, who was here, because this guy has been carrying games on Nico, on Asia, on Tristana. Like, he has played all the different styles of mid lane you can, these 3 splits, but even in this split. And I think that like his individual step up has made this team so much more scary.
I agree.
You agree? Okay,
I agree.
that's great.
Shio improved a lot on his champion
Yeah.
pool. There's a lot more diversity, a lot more carry. Before they were getting wins on BDS only with him being on facilitators and Adam doing his funny picks. And right now he's the one who's carrying a lot. And also Nuke, he's giving me a little bit throwbacks of Larsen 2021 when we or like 2022, I forgot whenever it was. But he kind of became the premier control mage player, or the most stable guy in the league, I feel like, because you have Caps, who is pretty much the king right now in that sense, where, yeah, he's going to have funny games sometimes.
Yeah.
But Nuke is the control mage, the reliable, the one who's always going to get ahead and be really good for his team.
Let's get back to the players' questions here. And I think we have Adam coming up next. Let's see what the Gods Master has to say.
So why do you think we picked Rek'Sai against G2?
Okay, so that's actually a good one, because doing PGL yesterday with Yike, he was really surprised that BDS chose red side. How do you identify this? Does that make sense to you?
It does, because right now when I look at BDS's performance, especially yesterday, they had 3 times blue side. The games were a bit wonky. I think they could have lost all 3 games. And right now, there's a question of, do they think they gain some sort of draft advantage by going red side against G2? Because G2 watch that series, they will get absolutely zero information, because you don't really see draft tendencies or anything on red side from Team BDS. And also, it's funny because he's the one asking the question, but his performance has been a little bit shaky on the Renekton yesterday. I think he didn't really have the greatest series, and they might feel like, even though they had all of these adaptations and improvements coming into the split, maybe now they feel like they need to go back to the roots, where Adam is going to the red side, picking counter pick, and getting a matchup that he feels like he can impact a lot more than he could do the blind pick Renekton yesterday.
Is that it? Is that the reason? Let's see what Adam has to say about this.
Get the answer. Beautiful.
I mean, basically we pick Rek'Sai against G2 because I get counter pick. Thank you.
That's the one. But that was the
Beautiful
expected
analysis.
one, actually. I want to check on G2's side and see what they think. So, Caps, over to you.
what would you rate my performance this split out of 10 and why?
Caps, claps or craps? What has it been in summer so far? Let's hear his reaction maybe, and we'll comment on that.
You know, a slow start, but I would definitely say probably like a 6, 7, maybe like 6.5. Not the best start, but it's slowly getting better.
Yeah, G2 usually ramping up in playoffs. I feel slow start for Caps. Is that worth a 6 or a 7?
I think it's worth a 6.5 for sure. I think like they're definitely ramping up. They've also had the most busy schedule together with Fnatic, right? They've been so time pressured this entire split so far with EVC, with MSI. But I think any meta where Tristana is part of it, Caps will eventually be the GOAT.
Yeah, you can expect him to shine. Usually, we stay on the G2 side. Actually, we're gonna head straight to the casters here, and let's see what they had to say about our players' questions. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lore. Our final question, which we unfortunately did not get to, was who would win in a real-life fist fight between Adam and Broken Blade? I don't know the answer, but I'm curious to see what the pros say. Maybe we can revisit it later.
Yeah, maybe. Because that's what we hire analysts for.
Yeah, really, honestly, MMA and now, we're just going to bring in, you know, we're going to mix it up here. We're going to keep it fresh.
Keeping it fresh.
Yeah, that's WWE, but close enough. You turn the M's upside down, you're basically there.
Anyway, G2 versus BDS. Welcome, everyone. Our final series of the weekend.
Yeah.
Round 1 of playoffs.
Coming in to the weekend, I would have been convinced that this series was going to happen, of course, but the nature coming into today of how both teams played in their previous series left a little to be desired. In the case of G2, dominance as expected. But for BDS, there are some questions around their performance still. Expectations high. Ultimately, they got here, and now we have to hope that they can clean it up.
You got to remember that BDS doesn't have a great history against G2.
No, they don't.
They, when it comes to best of series, they often struggle to get a win over G2. They've kind of been this wall that they've always been, well, failed to overcome ultimately. And yeah, we'll see if they're able to adapt coming today, because as you rightly said, in the previous series on Friday, they didn't look great.
It was some interesting draft priority. I'm curious to see how it shifts. The big thing we talked about on cast is, of course, just the general lack of CC. They were difficult compositions to play. Excuse me. The other thing we're going to keep an eye on is G2. I imagine they won't need to change a whole ton. Yike on those AP champions was kind of the big standout, although Caps apparently coming in at a 6.5 or 7. If those are 6.5 or 7 Tristana plays, I am concerned at what rating any of our Tristanas would get. Because I thought I was like, I could like give myself a 5, and now I'm thinking I'm a 1 or a 2.
Apparently we're on different scales.
Yeah, I think there might be a different scale. G2 immediately banning Jinx, wanting to take Ice off of scaling. Hyper carries. This is, of course, a strategy that MDK brought out on Friday, and you know it worked pretty effectively once you took away the Jinx. The Kai'Sa as well was one of the champions that was hit. Ice's champion pool felt like it shrank pretty quickly.
I mean, Leona, the only champion that we saw from Mickey in his series yesterday. Of course, we expect him to have things like the Rel, Alistair, Braum, Melio, Ashe. Bot lane was something that this bot lane was bringing out. G2 responding in kind, attacking Lebrov's most played champion of the regular season. Something that BDS also had to face when they went up against Mad Lions Koi. Tristana wisely going to be taken away. Now, G2 being forced to ban the Rumble, that is a pretty big deal. Yeah. Typically, this is a mandatory red side ban, but the fact that BDS chose to ban the Tristana second, G2 were worried. They didn't want to have to first pick their champion, so now they're banning it away, which does open up options for BDS further down the series. Right now, it's just a nice ban for them to grab. And with the Ashe taken away, we'll see what the priority becomes. You imagine something like the Sejuani. Yesterday, we saw high priority on the Leona.
Sejuani rising in priority. Obviously, AP junglers have looked pretty successful, but as we saw the Sejuani, if you can find those leads or those gank angles.
The rosters on G2 may change, but the back on Sejuani seems to always stay the same.
Yes. It's an underlying principle for G2 junglers. Whenever they start to feel good, whenever they play an AP champion and start to think, damn, I'm fresh mechanically, they're like right back. We are going to keep that ego in check.
Now, of course, BDS getting comfort of their own Taliyah was something that they consistently relied on during the regular season. They flexed it often between Newt and Sheo.
Berlin, I love you guys, but come on, once You've been G2 fans for long enough to know that it's entirely a coin flip if this gets locked in. You know that one. They hover that one every time. I'm just saying. Ooh. That one, however, ooh, I've heard a lot about Lucian potential.
I mean, Nuke has already showed us the Lucian mid lane.
And I think that's the position that would excite me the most at this point in the draft. But with the Nami,
suggests that it's likely not going to be in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to the bottom side. So Hansam and Mickey setting up for a little bit of bot lane dominance here. They've already taken Labrov off a little bit of comfort. However, I just told the audience not to get excited about the hovers, and then we immediately started talking about the Nami.
Well,
so sorry, bit of hypocrisy. Apparently, it's a Caitlyn bottom. It's a Lucian mid. So this is something that we talked about behind the scenes with Pad, right? If you're going to draft the Sejuani, you really want those strong, aggressive lanes to pair with it. And both the Lucian and the Caitlyn incredibly lane dominant. The Nautilus coming in. Honestly, BDS kind of drafting the vanilla ice cream of compositions. You've got a Nautilus, you've got a Zeri. Nautilus, of course, a nice takeaway because now there's no reliable lockdown for the Zeri outside of Vi, and a jungler has already been locked in for G2.
Brawn ban, okay. You know what I would actually love to see? A Zyra or a Lux support from Mickey.
The real throwback.
Yeah, I really think that I mean, in Europe, we don't really see like Caitlyn dominant lanes, right?
No, we don't.
The last time I really, this is really put, the most prevalent one in my mind was actually back in 2017 Worlds, when we were still actually, it was on Misfits actually. Hans was playing Caitlyn with Ignar support. And
look, all I'm saying is they're respecting it. You could argue that what they're
they did ban Zyra.
I mean, they're probably respecting that the Sejuani is a flex, but I'm with you on your headcanon that Zyra's support is good here.
No, I really think it is.
Block the hook.
Yeah, no, exactly. I genuinely think Zyra support's really good into Nautilus. So the Vi ban, because they're assuming right now that the Talia is going to go into mid lane. Of course, we've already seen it flexed into the jungle from Sheo multiple times, so they're always prepared for that. G2 banned the Renekton. I actually thought that they would want to prioritize that as a blind. I guess they're concerned about the possibility of Adam just locking that in here, but there we are. The Viego, a very common pairing that we see from Sheo and Nuke. That kind of mid-jungle carry duo with this setup in particular was something that they leveraged during the regular season a fair amount. And now it does provide that counter pick for Adam. As we heard, this is primarily why they picked red side, to have that counter pick option. So how are G2 round out their draft? What are we going to get paired up alongside this Caitlyn, and what will their blind pick top be?
We are missing some magic damage on the G2 composition. Renata going to be the first lock in for support. We'll see what the last pick is going to opt for here. Aatrox, so full AD. Short of something really crazy on the Lucian.
Garen, Darius, Olaf. Will we get any of the gods? That's my question. Adam's got to have something special for an Aatrox, surely. Is he going to use Broken Blade's tech against him? He is. We're going to get the Mundo coming out in top lane from BDS.
Oh, yes,
so
Goms. Of course, Mundo against a team entirely composed of champions who do physical damage is going to feel awesome if Adam can get through the early game and an even pace. But you can see from what G2 Esports are putting together, yes, Aatrox level 1 when he doesn't have Q up, a little bit weaker, but he gets a few levels under his belt. It's a similar story for the Lucian and the Caitlyn. They have a very powerful composition, especially around those 1 or 2 item spikes.
Yeah, I mean, I might be completely wrong because truthfully, I don't know the Mundo Aatrox top lane matchup. My instinct says that Aatrox should have a pretty good time after the first few levels. Maybe because his Q is a very long cooldown, the very early levels, he's going to struggle. But I feel like around the first item, Aatrox really should be able to get a solid advantage in this lane. But, you know, we'll watch the game. We'll see how things pan out. I think the bigger story for G2 is on this bot side of the map. Zeri is not typically known as this lane-dominant champion. And when going into a Renata, who's considered a pretty good matchup into the Nautilus, along with the Caitlyn, that's a very powerful 2v2 bot side. Back in the day, we used to see split maps when playing with Caitlyn. You would try and force the enemy jungler out of their side of the jungle, and then you would just isolate the enemy jungler from ever assisting their bot lane. We'll see if that is the strategy from Yike, or if he's going to take a more traditional approach. This is our first game of the best of 3, G2 versus BDS. Let's see how things pan out.
Berlin full of life here as we enter game 1. Of course, spot in the top 3 on the line.
Oh yeah.
The upper bracket semi-final.
Against
whichever team wins here against Fnatic, which if you follow the narrative, you might have expectations as to where this will end up. Astronaut pointing gun at other astronaut in front of the planet. Wait a second, it's all Fnatic G2. But maybe we'll get a new meme. This could be the day. However, according to the hard data, Vetty, when it comes to that top lane matchup, and by the hard data, I mean Lawlytics, Mundo, one of his worst matchups is Aatrox. So compositionally, and look, it's not perfect. I'm not going to say it's perfect, right?
Yeah,
obviously, there's a lot of players in solo queue, and a lot of them are not as good as Adam. But, you know, comp, good, like it. Lane phase, maybe some concerns.
Again, just my instinct, you know, maybe we'll keep track of it. I think the bigger conversation in the other game needs to be around this bot side of the map. We're getting to see Caps on Lucian. He's no stranger to the champion by any means. You look back at his history, and we have had the meta in the LEC where Lucian was king. And with the rise of AD carries, not really surprising to see him come back.
Yeah, I mean, of course, last time, before the Lucian-Nami pairing.
My friend.
That might be. And it is. Yike, getting harassed here. Adam, of course, immune to CC. Has
Well,
to
now
go
we
where
understand the Mundo a little more.
Definitely better in a swap than an Aatrox, that much can be said.
That's
And
for
Broken
sure.
Blade about to experience it. The hook still hits, you love to see it. Some things never change. The size of that hitbox is one of them. And BDS, positive start. They get the flash out. This is going to make it that much harder for Broken Blade to survive if they stack the waves and go for the dive. Adam, in the meantime, classic level 1. If you missed out on MSI, your top laner either does nothing or walks mid and harasses people, walks in the jungle, harasses people. You're essentially, I think Impact said, unemployed for the first 2 or 3
Which
minutes
is
of the
ironic
game.
considering Adam is wearing a suit.
Yep.
He's throwing resumes at G2.
Yeah. He's like one of those crypto influencers, you know what I mean? He's got a lot of really good words, not so much substance. Anyway, here we are.
In any case, he is investigating the top side of the jungle, primarily gaining information for Sheo. So Sheo's pathing was pretty good here. He knows that completely abandoning the bot side, if he tries to farm there, it's a dangerous situation for him to be in. So he starts on his walls, secures his blue, and then he moves with the power that he has on the top side of the map to be able to steal away Yike's blue. Thanks to Adam also forcing Yike out of his jungle. Great early start from BDS. Of course, we know the tower changes mean that bot lane plates are going to fall way faster than top lane plates, but Adam is still getting some XP. The bot lane's going to base. Adam's going to be able to get a free level. And look at all this farm that's being completely denied from...
Oh, the timing there, very fortunate. Broken Blade finally now able to step up.
This
Will
is not
be
the end of the world for
behind
Broken
an
Blade,
XP.
though. This is what, 2.5, maybe even 3 waves?
I mean, after this wave, he's going to be ahead in XP. I take it back. Adam is actually going to be the one in a difficult position. And on top of that, G2's bottom lane was able to grab 2 plates. You mentioned it, Vetty, but from 50% damage reduction to 75% on that top lane tower. They didn't even get a plate. So while they have avoided the first few levels of a very frustrating 2v2 matchup, BDS paid a lot to get out of lane.
Yeah, ultimately, you're right. We'll see how much it ends up being worth it, because the whole game plan there was twofold. Number one, you mitigate Aatrox's strengths within the first few levels, but also Caitlyn, Renata, that's a terrifying 2v2 lane to play into, right? So you're able to get level 3, now you have a lot more agency in being able to fight them, and you stayed relatively even in terms of gold overall still. So the big question mark becomes, now that Mundo is a full level behind the Aatrox, how much does that hurt Adam? And whether or not Ice and Lebrov can mitigate the pressure that Hans Summer and Mickey is going to look to try and throw out.
Nice hook from Lebrov, managing to really thread the needle there, but the handshake Mickey follow-up is good. Doesn't pull him back into the trap, though, but a desync there from Hans and Mickey. The pressure is still favoring Ice and Lebrov right now. Again, when you don't have the time to harass the Caitlyn, as a good flick from Nuke comes in. Low mana, but doing his best to fight for wave prio here. Yeah, and I think that's one of the big things about the Caitlyn, right? You really want those first few levels to keep that health bar low, to stay out of range. When it comes into the full all-ins, if you're not hitting your traps in your net, like, you're not going to out-damage, right, the Nautilus burst alongside the Zeri. And that's put them in a bit of a precarious spot.
Certainly has. Speaking of precarious, Caps plays on the very edge. The only reason why he's playing that confidently is because he's looking at Nuke's mana bar and saying, you don't get to win this extended trade. So he's going to stick around. Lebrov, though, going to be spotted on a lot of vision. And he's going to interrupt the base as well. So just making things a little awkward for Caps. He needs to get his base off, does of course have the TP, so he's not going to be in any serious situation. The one who's struggled the most in this early game has been Yike. He's had a lot of his camp stolen, and he is definitely behind that of Sheo. He's going to be a full level down himself. But given that he's on the Sejuani, his primary role in this game is to be utility. And as we've seen many times with this champion, it's very hard to stop her from doing that.
Certainly. And I mean, a big transition from the role that he played yesterday.
Sheo.
As Sheo hovering. Yike is in the area at an XP disadvantage, but it shouldn't matter too much.
Talia
Now
as well.
we see a bit of information about Yike, however. More importantly, the play. Flash, the hook. Mickey able to get on the other side of the wall. Hans, 90 caliber net, takes him out. The stun's going to hit and flicks him right back. Well timed, well positioned by Nuke. Able to get the flash out from Hans and Mickey. Good gank from BDS.
Yeah, very nice gank. A lot of that coming into play as a result of Labrov interrupting Caps, and then Nuke, given that he's just TP'd in, Caps has the base, there's a nice little window there that Nuke can take advantage of to look for a roam. They move towards what side of the map, they get flashes out from both Hans Summer and Mickey, along with securing the Drake, which is a little surprising considering these teams are so grub-centric, but with the advantage you've gained, you definitely want to convert it into something, so smart to secure this objective.
Really makes a lot of sense. Recall now coming in from Hansam. We'll see if he wants to shift to the top side. Again, past 5 minutes, the tower plating has, or the tower reinforcement buff, not the plating, has fallen away.
This is a twofold play though, because the resets have come through from the bot side. Sheo was fast enough and is clear that he's going to be able to make his way up towards top. I mean, look at all these resets. Now the swap has come through from the top side. This was the macro that we were missing completely from BDS. The thing in their series against Mad Lions, they were incredibly good at these early game plans during the regular season, and why we expected them to be such heavy favorites against Mad Lions. But now it seems that against G2, they've kind of refound those game plans and they're executing upon them well in the early game.
Definitely are. You saw Hansama lingering in base, not to purchase an item, but to make sure that he was assigning lanes correctly, waiting to see where BDS would go, anticipating the swap here. Happy to have the 1v1 against Adam, it would seem. Also giving Mickey the information that he can play to the top side if they want, but G2 willing to give up the grubs early on. Sheo obviously level 6, big jungle lead. Tough to win that skirmish. A single kill, a single reset. The Viego really takes over the fight. G2 now instead going to use their prio to set up for this dive, or at least to zone Adam away. Again, first tower, 300 gold. A lot of potential money here if they can keep pushing, but instead they want to go for the play. Window, of course, still has passive immune to the first piece of CC, so pretty tricky, actually, for G2 to pull this off.
Rob in the area also makes the threat of a kill that much lower. Adam would love to get level 6.
Oh, victory. BDS won series. All right, sorry. It's over.
Huh? What?
What? That was just on my screen? Oh, sorry. That was... We have a preview monitor, and
no,
it showed
I think
the
that
wrong...
was. I just completely missed it.
Oh, yeah, we got it. Never mind. A little bit of a whoopsie there. And Nuke, I should say.
Do we have a graphic on the scene that says BDS won the series?
Yeah, it was an oopsie. It's like, you gotta have both ready to go, and then someone pushed the button.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Similar to, Caps just pushing and calling, knocking them out of the lane.
Fair enough. I mean, G2 should be able to unlock a tower here. The consequences of BDS committing to that swap towards the top side, they're now going to try and swap back, but I feel like the damage is largely done. In terms of gold, though, you can see Ice not really that much behind Hans Sama. In the top side of the map, not really that much of a deficit either. The only differences we're really seeing in mid, Caps has been able to build a very healthy CS lead.
And he's almost, not quite a level ahead. It's a similar story for Broken Blade, who's, only halfway for Adam. So a decent XP advantage, oftentimes where we see, a discrepancy in the lane swap. But credit to BDS, as you highlighted, for keeping the gold pretty close. And I think those, half-level differences aren't going to matter too much, especially as neither team seems particularly keen to force a fight. 2.5 minutes till the next grub spawn. G2 going to be the team that feels a little bit under pressure to respond to that. But when it comes to side laning, when it comes to leveraging, a 4-grub buff, BDS aren't really in the best position with their composition. The Lucian and the Aatrox very strong in those 1v1 side lanes.
Keep my eyes on Sheo. That's why I held my breath there. Looked like he was considering even a flash W. It's not going to end up coming through. Broken Blade did have a nice freeze. Ends up being broken as he chooses to go back to base. Notice Hansam actually falling very far behind in terms of farm. Credit to Ice. With all these swaps around the map, he's still been able to keep that CS up. Hansam playing very defensively right now. He seems very hesitant to walk up to the wave. He knows that Mickey and Yike offer a wonder. In fact, they might be looking at mid lane here.
I mean, Ice is going to be a problem. Yike trying to force the play. Quick flash out from Nuke is good. Body block there from Labrov. Ulti from Mickey. Locking up with a handshake to follow. Caps doing good damage. Sheo can't quite find the reset, and that's going to be crucial. They go in instantly. They know they need to pull the trigger on the first kill there. The Viego down. Nuke Opening behind the flick back, Caps, enough movement speed, boots to an early pickup. Overall, just going to be a 1-for-1 junglers traded.
A close exchange. The bailout coming from Mickey ended up saving Yike at the very last second, but the damage was still strong enough to be able to make it a 1-for-1. The flash response from Nuke there. Ooh, Caps.
Going all in, he has the bailout on him. Is it going to fade away in time? Not quite able to grab the kill in the end. A 1-for-1. Will also deny a single creep, but a very aggressive play.
It certainly was. He commits his flash to that play. I guess you could argue that because of the assist, Mickey ends up getting a little bit more gold, but nice ulti here from Yike and a good response from Nuke. The focus onto Sejuani, along with a very nice ultimate coming out from Mickey. Works out nicely for BDS, but the response damage from G2 just as strong. Late flash from Labrov takes him to safety, in the arrival of Ice with no follow-up from Hansama means that G2 don't feel confident to commit to the play. Again, a little surprised to see Caps actually dive underneath the tower there.
The thing is, if Nuke hits him first as he's like about to finish the kill, he gets to respawn, then Nuke dies, then he gets to walk away. But the timing is awkward because he kills Nuke as it doesn't, the sequencing is wrong, essentially, which is why it ends up being way more awkward than initially intended. So they're gonna try again, and this time, well, they didn't flash him under tower and they brought 2 more people, so it turns out it works a lot better. Well executed gank.
They make that work. Incredibly easy play. They didn't even use the Sejuani ultimate. I saw it on cooldown, I thought, oh, I mean, it came off cooldown, nice play, make it easy. But they didn't even need it. G2 with a very small gold advantage. Again, a lot of that's sitting on top of Caps right now. Often in these Caitlyn lanes, you see teams try to play around them as Labrov now in danger. Ooh, very nice hook will take him to safety, but the Dragon is up. Both teams posturing around it. It's G2 with control over the river for now.
G2 very determined to fight for these Drakes. Grubs are up. Adam can start and just go for the 4th if he so chooses. Instead, wants to protect that top lane tower. G2 ready to go in. No completed item for Caps or Hansama yet, importantly, but Nuke caught out. You mentioned the ulti earlier. This time around, it's going to be there. Caps finding the first kill. Shale hoping to find the reset. Yike going to get locked up. Ulti to follow through. Yike going forward. Where's the grasping wall? Where's the stun? A little bit of CC now coming in. That's the follow-up CC as well. Caps marked up by the bailout. Shale now in trouble. They're going to be able to grab the kill. Not quite. Just the 1-for-1 trade there in the mid lane. 2-for-1 overall, though. 2 for 2, excuse me.
I'm impressed that Caps was able to trade that back mid-jungle. It's a bloodbath here between G2 and BDS. A lot of the initial aggression coming out from G2, but the response from Ice in particular and Labrov being in position to collapse means that BDS are able to go toe-to-toe. The problem is you see this gold difference. It just keeps ballooning in favor of G2. Caps just continues to get these gold leads. We see here a nice pick onto Nuke. Very little he can do. But then this response from Labrov. He connects the hook, and look at the minimap. Ice already moving over, leveraging his E to move over the wall, collapse with the rest of his team. He picks up that kill. And then Mickey, with a clutch flash here, knowing the Caps is likely to die, gives him an extra chance to come back, land that last auto, procs the passive, and the passive is actually enough to make it a 1-for-1. But a close affair as G2 find themselves with a 2.5k gold lead, Dragon up, Grubs up. Neither team prioritizing those objectives just yet, and the Herald actually going to be taking over from the Grubs shortly.
So overall, just the 3 grub rough for BDS. First turret, however, going inside of G2, of course, going to contribute to that gold ballooning. Increased post-MSI to 300 gold instead of the 150 first tower bonus. And Caps 1.5k individual gold lead. Again, 6.5 or a 7 on the Cap scale, we've been told. But scary boy on this Lucian mid, because in that last fight, he full collinged without a completed item. Now he can full calling with a completed item. And I don't really think Nuke has gotten any tankier, so they're going to have to give that some respect.
Ice now moving over to mid. Nuke hovering in the top river. Meanwhile, Broken Blade has been quietly farming away on the top side. His first item being a little bit delayed just because of the early investment in the Executioner's Calling. But ultimately a worthwhile purchase when playing into Mundo. You can see that with the CS discrepancy that's being built between the 2 top laners. Now G2 collectively as 4, control the mid wave. If they can secure this tower, they can nicely transition towards the Herald as well. Aatrox with the push. The BDS want to stop them.
Facing the hole just for a bit of harassment. Colin coming out as well. Not going to connect too much, but at least zones Nuke away. Mickey now locked up and immediately flicked back. Knocker coming in from the Nautilus as well. Berserker trying to get the disengage. Shale gets the reset. has flash available. Does he want to go for the flash handshake? Hansama, 90 caliber net. Over the wall, only a bit more time left on the possession. Now going to go in another flick onto Yike, but it's Caps who's immediately going to punish onto Labrov. Sheo taken out, and they just forgot how much damage that Lucian can do.
An overstep from BDS. They force an engage onto the Sejuani of all people. I do not think that they were ever going to have enough damage to be able to melt through that front line. And with Caps and Hansama still alive, still ready to fight, it ends up being 2 easy kills. Broken Blade now committing the ulti.
Hold under on the top side. Adam immediately ulting just to get health back. An awkward sustained battle, but of course the Grievous Wounds for Broken Blade making it a little bit easier to get a positive trade. However, Warmogs for Adam means that the extended duel still really hard.
But notice that after every single play, somehow G2 is getting an even bigger gold lead. Like, this was a fumble from G2. I like the initiation. They force Caps back. Mickey takes a bit of an overstep. He's going to get hooked into the knockback. Means that he loses his life. Great play from BDS. They stop their mid tower from falling. They also give themselves a numbers advantage to potentially set up for a dragon or the grubs. They realize, though, there's still healthy members. But Ice is now left. You've lost one of your major damage dealers. They commit now onto the Sejuani of all people. The passive of Sejuani is still up. She tanks the whole thing. And then Caps and Hansama say, okay, sure, we'll take the kills.
I mean, it's a bit of an awkward exchange, right? And credit to Sheo, he wants to buffer to get away from Mickey's ultimate, but as a result, doesn't have the natural ult, gets one from the reset. Could have been in a situation to ult, then use the base ult, right, to kill and finish Yike, but because he wanted to be ahead of the play, because he wanted to potentially follow up, didn't necessarily have that cooldown or didn't have that cooldown available. And very awkward sequence of events where a play starts so good for you and ultimately just extends Caps' gold lead, who again, getting closer, 2 items. Solution, very terrifying. Labrov luckily has the hooks to make it out, but TP, Aatrox coming in, World Ender available, extra movement speed. They're gonna be happy just to pick up Labrov. Might want to push for a bit more here. Yike. They want to step up instead, just trying to zone off, get their vision control down. They can turn back to Drake when they want. Adam uncontested in the top side, but still a positive trade for G2.
Just a nice sequence of events. They shift Caps to bots. They have a TP ward ready for Broken Blade. They push in mid with Hansama, and then they collapse onto Labrov, who's just trying to get vision. They set themselves up nicely for the Dragon with good deep vision coverage. They steal all the Caps away from BDS's bot side, and the only exchange is the top tier 1. They're more than happy to take that. And I mean, that was just a really nice sequence of events. The best case scenario is to, naturally as Sheo was doing, go for the cross map, secure the Herald, a valuable objective that can help them unlock the mid tower. But yeah, while BDS had some nice macro in the early game, it's kind of turned into a lot of skirmishes where G2 have just come out the better.
Now Nuke, isolated in the 1v1. Aatrox does not take damage. Nuke forced to flash, so credit to BB. Solid 1v1, Nuke is able to back off, and yeah, like Betty, this is already 3K gold lead. Drakes are very, very close. The Caitlyn, I think, is going to be a pretty big problem for this team because they don't really have a ton of range. Once she gets 3 items, now with the IE completed, a rapid fire potentially 3rd, or maybe just some armor penetration to deal with the Mundo, who admittedly thus far has not built any armor outside of the plated steel caps.
You imagine that he'll get some in the near future. But yeah, obviously plated steel caps, this PTS has acknowledged a lot of value in this game. But it's that interesting situation where, okay, yeah, it does get a lot of value, but then Merc Treads also has a lot of value when playing into a Renata or a Sejuani.
Yeah.
And speaking of,
Nuke. Good backstep, good sidestep, but Caps is here, dodging the CC, not enough. You have to try to find a way to dodge the damage, and for a second there, he does, but now 2 members taken out. The reset not quite able to come through. Yike finding the kill first, even if he does go down. Now Labrov is going to be the one in trouble. Knock up there. Adam trying to do everything he can, but again, he doesn't have any armor. Ice trying to pop off, but the Lucian is just stronger. Caps does not care. Double kill on the top side.
19 minutes in, and it's an ace for G2. It starts off with a single pick onto Nuke that as the rest of BDS try to respond, they end up getting punished. And the crazy thing is, Broken Blade wasn't even there. It was a 4v5, and G2 decimate BDS. Another tower secured top lane, a 5k gold lead. And look at this Lucian, a 3k gold lead over his lane counterpart, level 14 for Caps. We look back at the play, as we said, starts off with this initial pick onto Nuke. Oh,
Hold that
nope,
thought.
we don't have time.
Broken Blade did this once before, now he'll try again, knowing Nuke doesn't have flash. One more auto, might have to trade his life. No, a little bit extra health. Sheo should just kill him. One auto, no! Itemization, baby, bruisers! Alive and well. Sheo now trying to turn it back. One more auto, empowered. Lifesteal versus Lifesteal, baby, but nobody drain takes. Like an Aatrox with Sundered Sky.
The Sundered Sky, the healing from Aatrox. We need a replay of exactly how
Sundered
much...
Sky, Deathbringer stance, and the patch notes, baby. The holy trinity of making that possible.
I'm going to get you the exact healing about right now.
Okay, bet he's watching the replay. He's locked in, folks. Oh my! Folks, 932 health from an auto attack. I know you were thinking it already, but Riot, please.
932.
Of course, this is the initial play. Solid 1v1. Gets a little awkward in the end as he's
So
obviously
look at his
slowed.
HP at the bottom. Look at his HP. 39, 55. He's got... And then...
Boom! We're back! Aatrox is back, folks!
Yeah, one guy is
really
that.
jazzed about Aatrox. 2-0-1. 1.2k gold lead. Most of that built in the last couple moments. Obviously was already at an advantage, but 2 quick kills definitely only going to cement that further. Folks, this was a steady growth of relatively small advantages for G2, but after those last 2 sequences of play, it is a massive lead. BDS overloading the top side, willing to concede their tier 2 just to have a chance at forcing a 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, but Aatrox is just an absolute menace. Now the collapse onto him. The raid boss is back in the game.
The problem is, and look, I'm a terrible Aatrox, so I know I can say this, is even if you whiff every single Q, one Sundered Sky auto does so much work. Broken Blade, though, now dashing away. They've layered the CC beautifully. One more auto, again, more healing. They're having to burn so much, he's trying to get the blast cone. But Sundered Sky, independent target cooldown, means it takes a year, and G2 can grab a tier 2 in the meantime. And we're not going to push for the tier 3 yet. So BDS do get the pick, do get a ton of gold in their pocket. And Broken Blade, overconfident. And while we can understand why, probably didn't need to be there.
They alleviate some of the pressure at the very least. The siege will stop for now. And hey, they get a bit of gold back, but really it's a fraction of the deficit that they find themselves in. Mickey alone has a 2k gold lead.
He's also not that rich. Thank you, Santander. He's not that. He's the 4th richest person in the game, and he's doing this.
Yeah.
The real problems are the Caitlyn, who looks like they're like doesn't look like Khans is ahead, and of course compared to Ice, he's not. But compared to every other person on the map, he is very far ahead. That is rapid fire cannon on the Caitlyn.
Baron is going to be wearing off, but G2, they don't need to slow down the siege. Broken Blade has TP, so he's going to go catch the top wave. Level 16 now secured for Caps. He is, at the very least, 2 levels above anyone on the side of BDS.
Yeah, and the Colin was already a problem. I assume he is going to reset for a 3rd item here. He is incredibly wealthy.
Oh, there's the Herald.
No.
Not as much value as I think BDS would have liked.
Well, that most certainly is true. Heartsteel for the Mundo, 2nd item.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the build we saw from Broken Blade as well.
I don't love Heartsteel 2nd, but I understand it. Obviously, Warmox is just an insane item in terms of sustain and being able to stay relevant. And Heartsteel going to scale very well for the Mundo.
So,
I just don't think you're going to get a lot of procs.
I
when you're at
will
this kind of
say,
deficit.
my take on Mundo is I feel like he does well into AP heavy drafts because I feel like healing the way, I mean, burst sucks against healing, right? If you're just if you can just kind of tank through the burst, which is why against a lot of AP champions, I think Mundo finds a lot of value, especially if you're just building a huge amount.
Their entire spell rotation, and then they don't do anything for
But I feel like
seconds.
Caitlyn and Lucian can just keep hitting you.
Yeah, their spell rotation is 1 second every second.
Yeah. Now, do I think that the Mundo is the problem in this game? Absolutely not. I feel like that many other things have just kind of fallen apart.
Nice stun over the wall. No handshake to follow, Adam.
But there's no front line.
Infernal Chains there. G2 very casually just walking in, tanking a tower, and killing people. They have a 9k gold lead, so it's, again, incredibly dominant position. BDS, I don't really know how they force a fight here. Ice 3 items, but went for armor penetration, which means he isn't nearly as effective against the likes of Hans or Caps. Click on a Yike won't connect.
We can now move back to top. Wave's in a bit of an awkward spot. Caps has to take the long way around that. Bot wave also not really in a great position. G2 just continuing the pressure as they wait for Baron to spawn. Broken Blade trying to catch some waves in the enemy base. Labrov respawning in about a second. G2 really just suffocating BDS, denying them all the vision, and they'll continue to press their advantage as much as possible.
Very disciplined thus far. Of course, they are so powerful, as we saw moments ago. They can't just walk up. They don't have to be scared of too much here, but making sure they have at least 2 points of pressure before they do. Yike getting away from the flick back with the Arctic Assault. Broken Blade trying to usher in that wave. 47 seconds until Baron spawns. A quick reset coming through. G2 can pick up items, spend their money. Be right back on the map for Baron. BDS still gonna need to deal with these super waves in mid.
Exactly that, and BDS also has to spend all of their vision clearing out the vision from G2. So while they'll be able to reclaim their side of the jungle, fortunately they won't really have much to set up for the objective themselves. The best that they're kind of hoping for is to be able to contest it. And again, like, you can already see some of that vision being whittled away. But now the reset has to come through from Labrov. He has to go and replenish his wards. G2 will come back out onto the map fully restocked, and keep your eyes on Mickey already denying all that vision.
Adam, no Q hit, so he should be able to walk out of the Infernal Chains. Sorry, Q did hit, technically blocked by his passive. As he goes where he pleases. Red buff. Warmox ticking in, means he's full health, but now Adam starting to feel a little bit more comfortable about this 1v1. Comfort was short-lived, however, as he's now backing up, and Hansama on the Caitlyn, instant combo, goodbye to the jungler. Easy peasy.
Yeah, that Caitlyn kind of slaps. That was a heavy hit onto Sheo.
And this is before armor penetration. Keep in mind, you've got 2 cloth armors and plated steel caps, so it doesn't get better.
No. Baron going to be secured, and you imagine that that will likely be the game for G2, unless we see some monumental throw or a crazy team fight from BDS. I mean,
yeah, I mean, normally, look, like, you look at a champion like Zeri, she is one of those champs, late game team fight, you know, she can weave in and out, she gets so much movement speed, but Caitlyn just has range, right? A single trap. Just got a Renata who controls so much space. You've got Broken Blade, who's a big problem. Ice just isn't going to have time to do the 80 carry thing that he needs to do in these fights.
For sure. I mean, yesterday, the day before yesterday, we saw BDS pull some miracle fights out of their hats. But I feel like G2 is very aware of that. And I imagine we'll see the discipline required to close this one out. They gather as 5 on the top lane. Mundo's still in the bot. He needs to get hit fast, so this tower's going to disappear.
I think they've accepted the tower will disappear, as the recall is now coming in. Ready instead just to hold the base against this Baron push, knowing that really their inhibitors do not belong to them, only bot inhibitor protected by the fact that Adam did push those waves out so far. Hook in onto a minion means Labrov almost gives his life so much damage up front. Caps, though, the ulti now coming in. Ice immediately going to use the lightning crash, trying to get as much damage down. Hansama not attacking the 80 carry means Ice is free. Hit as much as he wants, but he's already lost half his life just for stepping up. Adam trying to heal. Nuke getting lower and lower. Ulti from Yike trying to snipe. BDS focused on the waves first, knowing they need to keep that base standing. But now Labrov for an angle to potentially follow up here. Spectrum off from the Viego. Sheo stepping in, does manage to connect onto Yike, not the ideal target.
And credit to BDS, they get good damage down and they hold against G2. Broken Blade is getting chased down.
Ulti first from Labrov. Wall as well. Nuke does not hit. Nice umbral dash from Broken Blade to make it out.
Of course, BDS acknowledged that they're likely going to lose the Dragon as well. Interestingly, G2 just turned their attention to bot. Caps did get a reset off. Now level 18 on the Lucian. Has completed his 4th item. And they set their sights on the 3rd and final inhibitor. They actually completely abandoned the Dragon. TP from Broken Blade is available. He's going to use that on the minion.
Makes the siege that much easier. G2 not even worried about the tower. Happy to just free hit Labrov. Broken Blade zooming in with that World Ender movement speed. Adam trying to soak as much damage as he possibly can. Ice again now allowed to auto attack. Broken Blade getting lower and lower. Redemption there. The bailout there, but Broken Blade can't find a kill. He will not get the reset. He goes down. Sheo now gets to become Broken Blade, but can't get into melee range. And that means no Sunder Sky procs for him. Caps backing up. This should just be the end. Ice and Adam versus the world. They'll get another shot at this one in game 2, but This should just be it. Mickey stepping up, Ice locked up, Cleanse now used. Caps at Hansama, splitting their attention between the BDS 80 carry and the base, but Ice, one auto from Hans, doing a whole hell of a lot of work, and now Berserker's Ice is almost going to kill Adam in his own base. Will not come through, and the Nexus will finally fall. G2 going to take their time. Cap's going to give his life for some reason, and that is game 1 for G2.
An overall very solid game from G2. Little to criticize. They conceded a lot of the early game objectives, but they handled the swap well, and after every skirmish, Caps just continue to build a bigger and bigger gold leads, ultimately resulting in a one-sided affair.
Terrifying prospect, that Lucian mid. We'll see how the draft adjusts as we get ready for game 2. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, the AD will tell us all about that one.
Red Bull gives you wings. There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
And welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. G2 versus BDS, where G2 opens up the score 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. You seem to agree, Pat. What was that game like for you?
Wow, I mean, we talked about caps being 6.5 before this series started.
Yeah.
I think he might be ramping up.
Yeah, slowly ramping up in playoffs, but classic BDS versus G2 game, opening with the lane swap here, but it did not go the same way it went last time, Odo, against
Which is
them.
funny because last time the swap was initiated by BDS and it was in BDS favor, so everything starts really well here, but the main issue that I have, well, Adam is doing his funny thing right now. He's doing amazing, you know, pressuring everyone on the map, doing his role very, very well, but the problem I have is with this top wave stacking, because right now, with the changes that have happened 2 patches ago or 3 patches ago, right now they're crashing on 3 waves, which G2 is doing as well. And usually what red side wants to do, or the team that initiates swap on top side wants to do, they want to crash this a lot earlier so they can desync the waves, because right now, BB is just sitting here, and BDS cannot stay here forever. They will leave, and now Aatrox sniffs out the timing very well, and now comes back here, and he effectively lost nothing from this lane swap. BDS lost 3 plates on bot lane, right now 2 or 3 plates on bot lane, and now Aatrox is getting a huge XP lead, and it's a complete blunder compared to what we saw earlier from BDS in the season when they played into G2. They swapped like this, and then they trapped BB and killed them twice before he even got into the lane. So right now, I understand they wanted to swap to get away from this bad top lane matchup, but they didn't really get away. They actually got BB a lot more accelerated and further ahead than Adam.
And it's kind of the issue here, but if that's going to be your way of opening the game in a cheesy way and try and kind of gain an advantage from this, if you don't get this advantage, especially against G2, it's going to be difficult in the later stages.
It's going to be difficult, and it ended up being really difficult, right? Because I actually think that the swap that they did initially was like a double win swap, right? They swapped Seri Nautilus out of the Renata Caitlyn lane, and they swapped Mundo out of the Aatrox lane. And I think like what they did on paper was really, really good. Execution was bad, right? Like if you crash 2 waves and you reswap after to just get away from that level 1 matchup in the bot lane, you make sure that Aatrox doesn't get the whole wave on the bot, and you don't give away 2 plates, right? Because this is the changes that Odo was talking about. Like the fortification on top is insane right now. You can't trade. You cannot choose to stay and trade plates.
But I don't feel like this failed swap kind of what defined the rest of the game. English is hard, I'm sorry. But I do feel like when you're going to play against G2, they're going to be able to lock up the game and not let you breathe, and I feel like they did this every opportunity they could at starting with mid lane.
Definitely, this Lucian pick was a little bit sassy for me, thinking about it, but the way they played around mid lane and the execution was just great, because right now with this first initial play, sure, it ends up being a little bit of an even trade, but the thing that was the most important here was the flash burned by Taliyah, because from now on, even though this is a 1-for-1 trade, we are going to see further on in the game, they're going to keep punishing the Taliyah over and over and over again, and it's going to ramp up to Caps being an absolute terror this game. And Pat is really happy because...
So good. I love this. This is beautiful League of Legends. It's something like we see a lot from teams like BLG, and something that I really think that G2 has always done in the past, but specifically after their most like 2-3 recent like international events, the way that they punish flashes being down on immobiles is the best in LEC, like by far. And it was a masterclass. This game was a masterclass on how to execute that properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you actually know that if G2 is going to pressure you every step of the way and every opportunity you get when your flash is down, when any crucial summoners is going to be down, you cannot overstep on sideline. You cannot even show yourself. And this is what choked BDS in a way.
Definitely, because we have the fight coming up that is going to seal the game. It doesn't even give Baron or anything, but the fact that Lucian is getting engaged, is getting to hit for free here. This is a fail engage, but Lucian at this point is like 2k gold up and he's just hitting for free. He's the main character of this game, and everyone's just looking at him. You can't really do anything because he's so accelerated, the mobility is all over the place, and right now BDS think that they can re-engage here onto Caps even though they have Nautilus ult, but right now after this they don't get Nashor or anything. They get tier 1 top, they get tempo, but Caps is even more accelerated. There's been summoner used from BDS, and right now it's Caps' playground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, no real chance to come back here for BDS with the draft that they had, or the map situation, or a bit of both.
The draft that they had, I really didn't like, because I felt like there's not enough tools to especially come back, because I hated the Viego. They had Viego Mundo as their front line, because if we can bring up the draft as well, we get into a situation where there's Viego and Mundo, you're falling behind in the game, and think about it. What is your space maker over here? The game is going bad. There's going to be Nasher or a dragon situation. How are you going to walk in? Well, your Mundo that you counterpick top with is not really a counterpick. He's falling incredibly behind. Your Viego Talia is already behind. You don't really have tools to walk in, get space, or do anything. And how are you going to stop this? How are you going to stop this Lucian from walking in? What would you have liked to see different here, Pat?
I think BDS chose red side to put Adam on a counterpick, right? R5 counterpick. And I think that when you opt into doing that, like typically what we'll see from a lot of teams across the world is that when they have side select, they will choose blue. In this case, because Sejuani is currently the strongest jungler on the patch, right? So I think that what I would have liked to see from BDS is structure the draft in a way that would allow their R5, their last pick, to have immense value. Because when they lock this Mundo, neither you or me were feeling like this Mundo is like the game-winning pick here. And I think there's a few ways they can do it, right? They can draft a tank for what's his name? Shio? Instead of Viego, and then they can have more flexibility on R5 because G2 ended up locking Aatrox for free because red team needed a tank on red 5. And I think that caused a lot of issues that shows a lot of issues in that draft structure for this approach.
Which is kind of annoying because they're the ones who asked for the red side. Again, something that really surprised G2 when we discussed it yesterday. So I'm actually wondering if BDS is going to be thrown off by the fact that their initial plat didn't work, or what are they going to fall down to? Because usually BDS, when they try something and it doesn't work, we know that they're going to go back to easy to execute compositions, and that may be what I'm looking for here on their side.
I would hope so. Are they red side again here?
They are red side again.
Oh.
I think they will look to fix this little oopsie that they had with picking Viego into Viego Talia, because on paper it makes sense. Viego Talia is a great combo for 2v2 power, but in the grand scheme of things, G2 did a great job by picking Aatrox 4-5 because you know that you need to pick a space maker or a tank in the top lane, and it restricts you. You pick Aatrox, you cannot go Gnar or let's say Cannon. I mean, even Garen would have been good there.
Yeah.
We joked about. Yeah, it's hard to pick gods there when your jungler is Viego. So I would have liked to see what Pat said, where they swap responsibilities a little bit and enable Adam to play one of his signature picks.
All right, opening of the draft here would be the same bans with
exactly the same so far.
Makes sense. You know that Jinx is the kind of champion that Ice is going to be really empowered on. Nice. I don't feel like you want to let him
really
here.
Good ban.
I love the adaptation of the Sejuani ban.
Exactly, because right now it provides a lot more freedom for the 4-5, because I don't really think that the problem was in the first draft, the first 3 picks. It was mostly 4-5 and how they chose the direction of the draft. But so far, I really like this because it will bring a lot more volatility, and especially if you're a team on red side, you do want to see this sort of volatility. But right now we do have Tristana, Corki, and Zyra open, so I think now it's more of a choice for G2 if they want to go for this Tristana or for this Corki, but I would assume that it's Tristana, of course.
Tristana for caps, right there.
Oh, has Nuke played Corki this split? I'm not really sure if I've seen him a lot on this champion. I think he prefers the Talia a little bit more in this sort of direction.
I think if you look at Tristana stylistically, like what champs that works really well into Tristana, like the Corki matchup is like a 50-50 matchup after Corki gets tabbies, like he's fine in the matchup. But I think what I would like to see from Nuke is like the Talia or the Asir. Like Asir is one of the few champions that is okay. It's the Corki for Nuke. He's only had one game. I can't remember when it was.
Just one game, yeah. I will find this one later. And yeah, the Zyra, a bit early, I want to say.
I think with Sejuani out, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But as your resident Zyra enjoyer here, where would you pick this Zyra?
Depends on what G2 wants to do, but like we know that Zyra is good in several situations. Rather you want to play against a range kind of composition, which is what G2 is building right now, or you want to play against hard engage. And I like the choice of Zyra here when you're going to have a Tristana, for instance.
Okay.
I would agree.
Yeah, when you have
good
answer.
Thank you.
Good answer,
I passed the test. I'm an actual TP.
It's gonna be the run back. It's funny, we just talked about this backstage, that Maokai doesn't see a lot of play, but Maokai is still Maokai.
It seems the plant champions do have the highest win rate in the LEC, so I'm glad that they're staying to the roots over there. I'm curious how they're gonna ramp up with Zeri. I think BDS has a lot more firepower. I feel like there is a lot of engage on G2 side with Ashe and the Maokai, so I think that the pressure is on BDS right now to secure early leads, because it is really hard to take back control of the map once G2 sets up this sort of control around the neutral objectives.
agree. Like they already have Maokai, Ashe engaged, and they have the double AD, right? Which makes Merc threats that much worse to buy. Like it feels bad to buy Mercs versus Tristana plus Ashe. So they already have like the initial setup for making Mercs less valuable. And I think, like you said, BDS needs to win this early game. They need to punish this Maokai pick. They need to find a way to use the fact that Syra is a faster jungler than Maokai.
I really like this Nautilus ban from G2 because coupled with the Rel ban and Leona ban from earlier, there is not a lot of engage left for BDS side. So I feel like they're being dragged back into the composition that they had game one. Well, in that sort of style of composition where Adam will be forced on a frontliner because there's just not a lot of frontliners left in the support role and you will need some engage. So we might have a tank versus tank Fiesta on the top lane, which would make sense given that both sides have double ADC.
Yeah, I think Rakan ban here from... Oh, okay, I think that's just Rakan for BDS then.
It would make sense. It also enables 5 pick for Adam, which unfortunately I still think. Well, now with Rakan being open, and if it's picked here, it will give up Adam a little bit of an opportunity to play a little bit more of a volatile and a selfish pick.
Yeah.
In that sense, he won't need to play for Teamcom so much.
But okay, works too.
It does fit the role, but.
Question is going to be here if it's going to be Ashe support or Ashe AD. Like we haven't seen that much Ashe support this split, but.
Varus Ashe would be a
that would
one,
be scary here.
Okay,
yeah.
Halo Blades, Mickey X Poppy coming through.
Okay, I mean yeah, I'll never be upset to watch Mickey X Poppy.
He is a little bit of an innovator. It's always a treat to watch his Poppy. Did he win Poppy Golf last time? He did win,
I don't think he's the one who performed the best. I think it was GX player. Okay, that's not something I expected though.
I did not expect this, but it is very, very good. I think Seraphine is a great matchup into the Alistar because coupled with Ashe as well, there's the synergy between Ashe W and Seraphine E.
Wow.
I did not. Okay, so when we were talking about exploding the draft, I did not expect G2 to do this. It sets up a little bit of a Malphite over here, but
yeah.
I don't think I have ever seen Adam, even in my dreams, play Malphite. So
I think I have lost a game to Adam Malphite.
Have you?
I'm pretty sure I have lost a game on stage versus Adam Malphite.
I do think it's one of the best picks in here because
there we go. I mean, it's the best angle for Malphite.
Exactly. When you have triple ADC on enemy team, you have to pick Malphite here because it's also a great matchup into the Jace, and it also gives everything that BDS needs because right now there's follow-up from the Malphite into Alistar. They can work together and team up well. Zyra has friends to play with, can follow up on the CC, and it also provides great frontline for the Corki and Zeri package over here.
And on the side of G2, a lot of range, a lot of scaling, side laning potential as well. What do you want to look at?
Extremely reliant on getting early game leads because right now, if G2 does not get early game leads either on bot lane or top lane, then I think BDS is gonna run the map. So it is on Yike on the lane, on top and bot lane to get huge leads, or on Caps to take over the game and provide some relief to his top lane because top lane is on fire right now.
Yep, I think they're in a bit of a pickle here. They're not checkmated quite yet, but I think they're checked because they have weaker jungle into Syra in a game where they have to win early game. So Ashe Seraphine has to be the saving grace in this game because it's hard to snowball the top lane matchup that hard.
Nice adaptation on the side of BDS here for this game too. Let's see if that's enough to take down G2 Esports and give us a game 3. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lore. Well highlighted by the desk. The Malphite, potentially the single pick that could be the undoing of this G2 composition. Adam, of course, in his career, has played it 5 times, won 3 out of 5 of those games. We'll see what the lane phase looks like this time around. Pressure on BDS to mount that comeback. They can weather the early game storm of a lot of these aggressive laning champions. Malphite just simplifies so many things, you know, in any situation, but against so much physical damage, every situation.
Do you want to know how many times Mickey's played Seraphine across his career?
No.
You don't want to know that?
Yes, I do. How many times?
0, as far as I can tell.
Damn.
This is his first professional.
First time Seraphine on stage.
He got 5,000 assists yesterday.
This was the hallmark of, you know, the previous iteration of G2. Flack and Targamas together. Sent a Seraphine bottom lane.
True.
Now we'll see what Mickey can do with the champ.
I'm curious just what motivated him to play it. Like you think about,
Good to the Alistar. Follow up is Labrov. Going to get slowly whittled down here. Broken Blade trying to follow up with the To the Skies, but giant chunk of damage coming in there from the Foss Bomb. Nuke. Rookie level 1 definitely has to be respected.
No, it's more so that, like, you know, any range champ at Analyst is good, right? It's so funny. Like, we joked about this in the regular season. We cast almost every Alistair game in the LEC. Like,
yeah,
there's
it's
just
crazy.
so many. But, you know, obviously, early levels, Alistair just can't do anything.
Yeah, we have to say it every game, but
Yeah,
it's
we
really
do.
important to remind people. And doubly important when Labrov has Phase Rush. Now, if you are unfamiliar with the trinity of potential Alistair runes here, Phase Rush is my personal favorite. The downside, you die so fast pre-level 6. Post-level 6, you are Usain Bolt. This is level 1, however. Nice little headbutt back. They are really trying to make sure that Broken Blade cannot play the game. Good initial damage. Ignite ticking, and they'll get the flash out as well. BDS rinsing and repeating their overall level 1 strategy.
Up, cue him. Oh, this is not good. Oh, hang on. I think...
Is he... This is commitment to the bit.
That Q will not be enough from Adam to kill him.
Yeah, and it's also it's just delaying the
but the way he's TPing out. He's TPing out. The Hex Flash! The headbutt!
This is so crazy!
Oh, what did I just watch?
Oh, God.
Okay, we're fine. It's fine. He didn't give over a kill. Broken Blade did get half a level of XP.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. Labrov doing his best Pickford impression there, just trying to find the save. It does not work out.
Ooh. Well, while, you know, we all process that, let's take stock.
Yes, let us process.
Yeah, so Sheo has split the map, same as what we saw in game 1. He's stealing all those top camps away. Broken Blades, he doesn't have flash, remember.
Root does connect, good initial damage, and they're just further zoning him away. I think one of the big differences here is that the Aatrox can lose gracefully to a certain degree. Jace, not so much.
Yeah, so I will say the biggest difference from this game compared to last game is Broken Blade is being completely denied the farm this time. Remember, everyone from BDS reset in game 1, and then Broken Blade still got like 2.5 waves, which gave him a full level over Adam. This time round, it is Adam who was proxying. He took the wave of XP. He did share it with Sheo, but now he is level 2, and Broken Blade was denied all of that farm. So this time around, Adam is in a much better position in terms of the 1v1, which is already supposed to be favorable for the Malphite when you do the Q-Max with the Comet. The downside is, I believe 3 plates dropped in the bot lane. Yeah, it's 3. So, Cap's now in danger.
See where the rocket jump takes him, and if they want to try and follow, dash over Yike here to cover. Trying to stay behind Caps just to stay safe. And okay, the gank is going to fizzle, so well played. Caps manages to hold on to his summoner spell. 200 health, healing up as much as he can. And I gotta say, this is some professional level hating here coming in from BDS on the top side of the map. Broken Blade finally now gets to lane. The downside is G2's bot lane got to take so many plates. We'll see if the 2v2 feels a little bit better for the side of BDS now that Alistair gets to start the lane effectively at level 3.
That's a good point as well.
And Broken Blade. This is the matchup. Who wins the all-in? It's the Malphite. Quick thumbs up.
Yeah, and that is the matchup. Broken Blade took a bad trade when he queued into the wave. Alistair.
Mickey. Trying to pull back. Has the double cast, but isn't going to use it. And BDS off to a nice start here. Yes, the gold is dead even. A lot of that because the early lane swap gold favored G2, but have now evened things up. And the lane phase is still going to be pretty tough for Broken Blade.
Now, I'll remind you of the expectations that our analysts set for us. Early game lead needs to be generated for G2. Now, obviously, we're only 5 minutes in. However, the leads that they have been able to build are in the bot lane 2 vs 2, thanks to the plates that they've been able to secure. Hans.
A pull. Auto coming through. That's going to be the stun. Barrier used. BDS happy just to have that.
But ultimately, this Malphite is in a great position now. Once he gets 6, he'll have kill threat on the Jace pretty consistently. And because Broken Blade did take a bad trade in the 1v1, Adam was able to punish him for it. He's now setting up a freeze, which also runs the risk of a potential gank. Fortunately for him, He should have information that Sheo is hovering around the bot side of the map. This does open up Yike to secure the grubs.
Grubs obviously can help significantly enhance the power of a lot of these individual laners. Yes, Broken Blade's a little bit behind, but he's still able to get lane cryo here. Takes a decent amount of damage though, and Adam's gonna just try one more time to kill him.
Yeah, he will.
Just walking up, whacking him, walk up, down smash. Very casual.
Yeah, I mean,
very simple.
The most frustrating thing is all the movement speed things that you get in Jace's kit, right?
They're Malphite's movement speed.
Yeah, exactly, because he just hits you with his Q, which he is maxing in this matchup, and he just yoinks him, and then he runs you down, like you're seeing, and then you try to fight back, and he slaps you with his E, and you don't have any attack speed.
Now he's got boots too. You don't have any shoes.
Yeah.
Fight this man barefoot. This is not going to get better.
My man Jace is building a magic resistance.
Yeah, man. Good luck running Piltover when there's a rock in your face, buddy. So
you can say he's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Oh my God, Andrew Day.
Yeah,
Can we get a boo for Vidius? We haven't booed Vidius in a while. Anyone? Boo? There you go. Thank you. Boo. Production also supported me on that one. They said boo, but they did it with a question mark, so it felt uncertain. They didn't want to sell you out that bad.
No, Medic's not here today, so I had to channel him in some way.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, Dragon is, of course, still on the table. Neither team prioritizing it for the time being, as we see Sheo making his way towards topside. Oh no, Broken Blades.
They don't even need to send this many people. This is just bullying. Broken Blade tries to use the To the Skies to make it out.
This is a stomp in the top side of the map. Yike now with the cross map play.
D2 trying to make the counterplay. Lebrov there to body block Ice. Nice backstep heal coming out on Sama. Continuing to harass Lebrov. Lebrov no level 6. Nice. Ooh, back. Kind of just a whiff from Mickey, to be honest, there. And Lebrov will eventually fall as Yike tanks the tower, using the minion to reset tower aggro. Well done, G2. Gonna break first tower here. So while Adam is insanely far ahead, and Broken Blade has been put very far down, G2 making up for it on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, oh no, Broken Blade. He is just being bullied right now.
How many times are we gonna teach you this lesson, old man?
Adam getting some revenge after what happened in game 1. And he's just being summoned away from so much farm. 34 CS at 8.5 minutes. It's like the counter Chovy, you know?
Yeah.
Admittedly, not through his own volition. There's very
let's
little that Broken Blade can do about it, right?
The counter pick, this is pretty ruthless counter pick, and obviously lane swap, and also like, you could not imagine a worse situation for Jace. Jace players out there would struggle to find a worse, like coming into the game with wrong runes and masteries is the only way this could be worse.
An old school Jace player in Odo on the desk being like, yeah, this matchup really sucks.
Thank you for putting on the pro player accent, just so I knew.
I felt like
Arrow hits.
Sheo's here though.
Nice dash out on the Valk. Sheo is here to cover. Mickey though.
Oh, what?
That was good from the setup. The alley-oop. Alti comes in. I was caught off guard. I had my eyes on Mickey.
You forget that Tristana can use that tool aggressively, right? Caps finds the angle, knocks him into Mickey, who lands the chain CC, and they're able to set up a kill. They were targeting Nuke, but they convert it onto a kill onto Sheo. Now, the good news for G2 fans, the overall good news, Hansama very fed.
Yeah, and also you're rich. You're still very far ahead of me. As long as Malphite isn't there,
yeah, I mean,
you're good.
The game ultimately comes down to the Malphite and its impact in the upcoming fights, right?
And we're at the point in the game where Whipple used to say this about the Jason to Kennen matchup when you started to lose, which was basically like, if you can get the ult out in lane, that's a win. And I think that's where Broken Blade is. If Adam has to use the ult and doesn't have it for a team fight, that is a positive trade for G2 right now.
That makes sense.
In an even matchup, I would not say that. In this matchup where you're so far behind, you're just begging, please ult me. It doesn't matter if I die. As long as you don't have that for the fight, you are not a champion.
Yeah, the logic you could be using is surely Malphite ult can't hit every single carry, right? I mean, we're going to find out. We know how powerful this Malphite can be, especially into AD carries. You know, you speak of Whippo, I remember him. I forget who the Aphelios was, but I just remember that moment where he flanked behind him in mid lane.
Just walked up
hit
to
him with the emote, and then he just ran at him. And that Aphelios was so miserable.
Well, I mean, really, they're going to have to respect it, because I just don't think there's anyone who can get away from it. Luckily for them, they do have Tristana, right? The good old Tristana input buffer.
Well, here we go. Adam has ult. Hansam is here. Sheo is right behind him.
Trying to bait. They got flash.
Yeah, they've got barrier. Heal is on cooldown, but maximum defensive summoners.
They're just trying to keep him in arm's reach.
unfortunately for Broken Blade, while Hansama is kind of rolling in gold right now, Broken Blade is trying to get whatever scrap that he can.
I gotta say, the new era of Adam Champion Pool, though, does seem to be paying off for BDS.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find a brand new acronym.
Yeah. Mundo and Malphite. Not quite as strong from a branding perspective as Gods, many would say, but
I'm sure the play-by-plays will come up with a bunch of...
How often do you say Gods in your day-to-day? We all say all the time.
Yeah.
I think it's strong.
Now, the grubs were secured while we were discussing such an important topic for G2. They've set their sights on Nuke.
Big scrub buff, and again, it's only going to make that pressure that's coming out from Hansama and Mickey together that much more threatening. BDS, if they can find grouped members of G2 to leverage the Alistair, the Malphite, they're in a pretty good spot, but again, the gold just continues to grow for G2. It feels very similar to last game. Some of the circumstances different. This time around, BDS obviously have a much stronger top lane, but overall, G2 still slowly, incrementally building that lead.
The scuffle in the river, which G2 do not want any part in. You know how strong the Zyra can be. Yike is a level behind, but a single camp should be enough to close that experience gap. No dragons secured so far this game. BDS not really finding a good window to secure it. And again, like, there are pros and cons for both sides. The good news if you're a G2 fan is Hansama is very far ahead, very strong, and a great position to be the carry. Good news if you're BDS is you have the perfect champion for killing Hansama. So it ultimately will come down to execution, how BDS set up for the fights, and things like the influence of the mid laners. Right now, there is a small gold lead for Caps, but both Corki and Tristana are kind of the mainstay mids in the current meta. We know how much impact they can both have. And these fights are going to be interesting to break down, but we're still a ways away from them. So neither team feels pressured. Herald, in a minute's time, that could be the first objective that we fight for.
Big thing for G2, as long as they can stay away from Adam here and just continue to split the map and start to knock down these towers, they can grow that gold lead further, put themselves in better and better positions. Because as you highlight, there's no real pressure to group up to Forts are hard. Fight for bigger objectives, although in 33 seconds and counting. Herald will be on the table. BDS already have Adam on the top side. They're not in a bad position to fight for this one.
Nice. Moving over to mid as they bring Nuke towards the bot side of the map. Has the TP available. It's BDS that have control around the objective. Caps is catching the mid wave. Not quite able to tick over to level 11. He's going to go back to base. Let's see if he can secure... Oh, doesn't quite have enough gold just yet. Very close to the Kraken Slayer, though.
Calls there. Good news for G2. Luxury of the Ashe and the Malphite. It's very easy for them to retake space. They can face check unafraid, or essentially never need to face check because of the hawk shot, because of the sapling vision. So hard for BDS to really hold control of any specific area.
I mean, I'm surprised that they've just completely conceded control around the Herald. They've prioritized securing this bot at a tower, and they will get the first dragon of the game. Maybe they don't feel confident trying to take a fight. Either way, there should be a trade of objectives. Malphite's still hovering top lane, though. Caps needs to be careful.
I mean, it's going to be difficult for BDS if they lose mid lane tier 1, which is kind of what you would expect at this point. The Herald does come through as Adam walks into Tristana.
He's going to kill him. Here, ult.
He's waiting for the ulti to come out. Caps manages to hunt him back into the tower, but Caps still has to run. The Malphite is still probably going to kill him. The arrow trying to save the day, but LeBron is here too. The flash from Caps. There is no way he should get out of that, but he does. BDS, what was supposed to be a sure thing, falls apart in front of them.
I mean, so that's a 6.5 out of 10. Hey, Caps, that's a 6.5.
I mean, he did need support from his team.
But I mean, the whole setup and the way he executed that, he played it so perfectly. The fact that he knocked the Malphite underneath the tower, and then he ran back into lane. The river, sorry. He didn't actually try and get underneath the tower, which was kind of what my instinct would be, but because he was trying to bait him into the Ashe arrow.
All right. We will need to ask him afterwards, because I think you might be coping.
Do you think I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here?
I think he meant to ult the Malphite away from him to get back under his tower and not walk into the Alistair. Maybe. Or you are right that he's the biggest 5-head genius of all time. Of course, while we're talking about it, Mickey has gone down. Excellent pick coming in from Sheo. LeBron, nice knockback, immediate stun follow-up. Nowhere for a Yike to go. BDS, excellent response. Ice, low health bar, but he will be able to reset.
Yeah, I mean, it's important not to get lost in that Caps play just because as the rest of the team did collapse on the top side to get a kill, onto BDS. BDS responding kind in the mid lane.
All right, let's decide.
Well, I mean, it ultimately comes down to the comms, right? Because so he jumps away, he knows he's going to get ulted, right? There, he lands the ultimate to create space. He runs back, but he's running back towards the arrow.
So
look at the pings. Look at the pings.
He buffed. Okay, well, you know what? You're right.
And
I'm
then
going to
a
give
good
him the benefit
flash.
of the doubt. We might never know.
I mean, we can definitely know. We can just ask once the series ends.
But he can lie to us, which is what I would do. I would definitely say I planned that.
Now, following that play, of course, BDS did get some kills of their own. They got 2 in the mid lane. Sheo was able to get a pick onto, I believe it was Mickey, and then Yike also lost his life. So the gold is relatively even. A lot of that is because it's sitting on the Malphite. Ashe, Arrow, top lane.
Adam locked up. They're trying to force the ultimate out. Even if he ults into them, he's probably going to go down. Unstoppable into the wall. Oh, no.
No safety for Adam. He oversteps his bounds. And Hansam is having a massive game right now, landing some very crucial Ashe arrows. But still, the gold, I mean, it's going to be an interesting dynamic. Malphite is still going to be this huge threat for Hansama that he has to deal with. Flash is going to be a very valuable tool.
Definitely. G2, Flash and Hansama and Mickey, importantly. Cap's the only one who doesn't have Flash, and immediately BDS is going to try to punish that. Good buffer on the jump. Stana. I feel like part of the reason that people prioritize her over a champion like the Corki is that particular mechanic. It's just so damn good. Now Broken Blade finally going to be able to get this tower back. More gold, start to hope at least to even up that matchup. And G2 not afraid to at least walk in and take control of the mid lane here. Don't need to be too scared of Malphite. Ulti's still on cooldown.
There's not really a huge amount for them to play for. Oh, but they've spotted him on vision.
He's trying to go casual as they're walking up. Lebrov's got nowhere to go. He thought he was safe. Hansama hitting him with some Oscar-worthy acting as he starts to walk to the side as if he cannot see him. All of G2 collapse.
Yeah, it was almost like they were leaning towards Nuke and giving the impression that he was the target. But yeah, fortunately for Lebrov, he does not realize that he was standing on top of a ward. So
this is so frustrating. Yep.
I mean, Hansam is having a monster game right now. Currently deathless. 3-0 and 2, been involved in all 5 of G2's kills. And as I said, there's no real objective to play for. Both teams kind of eyeing up that mid tower. Herald's going to be dropped. This is going to be a hard one to walk in. Whoa. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't want to get in there. I'm quite confident.
That's fair. So Opt realize they made a mistake on the Herald, I think is how we'll phrase that particular one.
Well, I think they can still, oh yeah, they'll still be able to escort it in.
Trying to usher it in, won't be able to get the charge. Poor Shelly. Look.
Hey, it happens, okay?
Look, Hansama doing incredible on Ashe. He can't also be Max Verstappen or whatever, you know what I mean? We all have to have weaknesses.
It's true.
But as you highlighted, also don't probably want to charge. You die immediately.
He definitely would have. Adam would have been like, yeah.
Oh, hey, sweet. You want to just kind of stun yourself and land at a really telegraphed position? Lebrov, luckily able to sidestep their Celestial opposition, giving a bit of damage resistance. G2 going to force out the Unbreakable. Nice root, though, from Sheo. Instant turn. Ice off to the side. Nobody able to hit. Ike stepping up. Yike, excuse me. G2 now going to go in. Adam follows, though. That's the shutdown. Big ulti from Adam. Mickey going to be able to find the double root, but now has to retreat. Broken Blade waiting over the wall, and BDS taking the fight. G2 over eager. Thought they just had to worry about the Malphite, but that Zyra damage, a bit too much to handle.
I mean, I think a lot of the credit needs to go to Lebrov. Yeah, it does look like that he's going to get caught out initially. However, the re-engage comes through. His ultimate buys a lot of time, and then the rest of BDS are able to collapse and convert that into a huge play. Because Hansama and Mickey took a step too far, it's Caps now, commits on the nuke.
Trying to find the solo, goes back to the wall, but here's Lebrov waiting, forcing Caps to flash backwards. Caps to the side, still focused on nuke, still looking to get that damage down. It's going to get the on the rocket jump, gets another reset because he gets the kill. And now Lebrov is not sure if he wins this. Waiting for the vision to fade away. Now walking up, ushering him into the tower. Caps still wants to go. A little bit extra healing. Punt back into the tower. Lebrov.
Woo. Oh, Lebrov. Okay, he's able to make it work. But wow, Caps able to find a kill in that exchange. It's Tristana on a side lane. It's a scary thing to deal with. And just like that, so many of the BDS members are drawn towards the bot side of the map. Reset's now coming through. Opens up this mid lane tower for G2 to siege onto.
They cannot defend. They cannot walk up. 6 scrub buff, the Ashe, the Seraphine, the Maokai threat.
And bear in mind, this Jace is just free farming top lane the entire time. Gonna push in that wave, quickly go back to base now. He's a full level behind Adam, but better than he was a few minutes ago.
And the poke will stick, right? That's one of the big things. There's not really a lot of sustain here. Alistair, a little bit of a heal for the team, but if Malphite and Alistair aren't in position to body block there, Jace on 2 items is still going to hurt. And any chunk of health you can take off of Ice or Nuke or even Sheo before a fight makes them that much more vulnerable from one of these Ashe arrows, from one of these engage or setups from G2.
I will say that G2 should definitely be afraid of trying to fight for Dragon right now. I think that without your flash on Hans, it's very scary to play into the Malphite. Adam just has a very obvious target to look for. I think Trist is going to be much harder to lock down. We've seen Caps buffer almost every ability in the game. Wouldn't surprise me if he's spent time in practice tool also figuring out how to buffer a Malphite ultimate. But even if he hasn't, Tristana's just slightly trickier to lock down. BDS setting up around the Baron. Is Yike now in danger?
Nuke walking up, zoning Yike away. They get his flash again, making it that much easier for BDS to start here. Seraphine ult is always going to be scary.
Yes.
There's a potential for that multi-man lockup.
And then Maokai ultimate around Baron, also very scary.
Rob, ulting, ready to go over the wall. Adam gonna find one, trying to lock down Mickey before he can ult. Well executed by BDS, clean pick, but it's Broken Blade in the side lane, looking to get a tower back. TP response now from BDS. Looks like they're not going to start the Baron. Settling just for the pick. X-flash forward from Labrov, bit of extra movement, speed, headbutt. Knocked back. Now the redemption coming in, good damage on a Hansama. Ice off to the side, immediate lightning crash. Capso now wants to turn this one back. Cap's trying to refire on Adam, looking for the reset on the satchel charge, means he can jump again. Ice has to be careful, caught between multiple carries. Broken Blade put behind, but he still does a hell of a lot of damage. Caps finding one, and there you go, baby. Like we're watching Mario Maker, Goomba stomping his way through that fight.
TP flank from Caps, looking to collapse onto Nuke.
All right, Nuke. Can't do much here, tries to finish the tower, doing so much damage on the Caps, wants to get the reset. Caps with the knockback flash forward from Nuke, gets the shutdown at the very least, but Broken Blade is there to make it a 1-for-1.
Some revenge for Nuke, but it's an ace for G2. Adam, you've got to remember that he used his ultimate earlier to catch out Mickey, and then while it looked like a good collapse onto Yike and Hansama, it ends up just being an open firing range for Caps to just dish out all this damage. They commit heavily onto Yike and Hans. A really nice ulti comes out from Sheo, locking up the 2. Ice then in a great position to ulti, but the damage is still good from Hans. And then look at the positioning of Caps here. He feels safe, he takes out the front line first. Broken Blade just buying time. He then creates space between him and Ice, and he allows Caps to clean up. Triple kill for him. And I don't know how many times we said this, can teams really afford to give this man Tristana? And every time they do, sure, you kind of deal with him in the laning phase. You don't really allow him to snowball, but the moment he unlocks himself in a side lane, he keeps finding these type of plays. And now he has his Infinity Edge completed.
Yeah, and with any champion who has a movement ability that resets, you have to be really decisive in your fights. If you make mistakes, the champion has so much more effective power. Nuke gets 1 Valk, Caps gets 20 rocket jumps, right? It's just not a balanced exchange. And the Corki, we know, 1-2 items, much stronger, but Caps 3 items, Navori, the IE, Kraken Slayer, just so much power here. Blascone gonna spot them, crucially, Shock Blast to deny the recall. Caught shopping, Sheo does get the ulti down, but as you said, Baron now on the table for G2.
Such a massive mistake there. He doesn't realize that he gets spotted out. The Ashe arrow sets up the CC, and now BDS, they have to concede it. They don't have the smite, they just be throwing their lives away. Nuke on the cross map, trying to push in that bot wave. They've pushed in mid as well. They can try and steal away some jungle camps. Maybe there's a world where they can secure this bot tier 2. But G2 with a massive pickup there.
Hans here. Blue Trinket down to see if BDS are indeed setting up a trap. Probably going to be forced to cancel the recall. G2 now with the Baron. Yes, lose out a little bit on the initial gold from the Red Bull Baron power play because of the loss of tower. But this pressure, if they just split up, it's so hard for Adam to do much here. Has to be ready to all in.
I mean, the good news for BDS is Nuke getting that tower should unlock a huge spike for him. He did just get a massive influx of gold. His Muramana fully stacked. There's the RFC. So he's in a pretty strong spot. The 2 carries, the primary ones of BDS, have their 3 items completed. The Zyra is definitely not weak. A good fight can still easily go in the way of BDS. We just really haven't yet seen the Malphite shut G2 down. Like in the laning phase, it was good. It was used to catch Mickey out of position. It was also used to punish Hansama and Mickey after they overextended on trying to find a pick onto Labrov. But it's G2 in the driver's seat right now. And we need to see Adam find that angle to set up for a nice team fight for his team.
Not surprising. The double AD carries are splitting up, not giving that angle for Adam. Caps taking up home in the mid lane, knocking down a tier 2.
Level 17 Tristana, the range.
It's just so powerful. The mites as well, the 6 growth buff just continues to make it so much easier for G2 to siege. Now Broken Blade's range is nice to have. Again, you can see Nuke slowly getting chipped away at. And while Adam doesn't have to be scared about Broken Blade at all, he's still terrifying for someone like Nuke or Ice because Jace burst damage on 2 items has to be respected. If you walk into him and he gets a full combo, he will one-tap you.
Do you know, the other scary thing is, like, we didn't really talk much about it during the laning phase, but the Ashe passive slow. Oh, hang on, Caps.
Instant ulti.
There's the buffer
to try to make it out to safety. Now flashing away, knockback there. They're not going to follow.
He's out. So that's the Malphite ultimate gone. He tries to set up a play onto Caps. They do get his flash out.
Mickey trying to sidestep. Ulti from Yike to disengage. Yike looks like he's going to give his life. Ulti from Mickey not doing a whole hell of a lot. BDS pushing G2 back, not allowing them to siege this tower for too long. Nuke does a good amount of damage, but has to be careful about stepping up. Shock Blast. Doing a lot of work there alongside the volley from Ashe. Ice clearing out mid-wave. G2 still keeping the pressure up.
Yeah, the thing you have to be so careful about is, remember that the way Mickey's E works is once CC has already been applied, it stacks. When you land the slow from the Ashe, you also get the root, and you can even get the stun on top of that. It makes that potential pick very lethal as the Ashe connects.
CC on a LeBron, forcing him to use the Unbreakable. But obviously like to fight in this window, but G2 backing up. Don't want to give him the angle.
Look at all this poke that comes out from G2's composition. The Ashe, the Jace, the Seraphine.
I mean, very disciplined siege. BDS are consistently trying to fish for this flank. Adam, only a few seconds left on that ultimate cooldown, not level 16, but does have some ability haste.
Labrov trying to find a flank. Hansama sidesteps the roots. Over the shielding from Seraphine. Will escort Hansama to safety. Thumbs up from him. Dragon in a minute's time. G2, there's no camps for them to take from BDS's jungle.
And again, similar to the previous game, right? Patience, discipline around these objectives. BDS found a couple, I feel like, better angles in this game than they did in game 1, but still it's just been so hard. Once G2 has an advantage like that, they are a team that is so proficient in choking teams out. They play around the perfect waves. They rarely give those big windows of opportunities. Yeah, still some hiccups in classic G2 fashion, but overall, very, very clean.
But I also think this is a great demonstration of just like the impact of Caps in a side lane and what he can do, the amount of pressure he draws, the fact that even if you kill him, you'll somehow find a way to get 1-for-1, and it's just really annoying. As a team, you're trying to set up a play on the map, maybe you want to look for the next objective, and he's just sitting in a side lane, creating pressure.
Ulti, Valk away. Jalen Duke able to retreat.
G2 back on the aggression, controlling the bot side of the map. Adam now moving to top, pushing in that wave. BDS turning their attention to that side of the map, knowing they can't really contest the Dragon. It's not one that they need to fight for right now. No soul secured just yet. But it is a window where they can maybe secure another tower, get a little bit more gold, get another item. Definitely be, at the very least, something. The gold deficit isn't too extreme. But another objective will be secured.
Problem is, armor penetration finally starting to come through. Malphite's still fantastic, right? Even when those items come in. Caps now looking for that isolated battle versus Nuke, getting the flash. Now Caps, already moving forward, has no flash of his own. What is the angle going to be here? Immediate cancel onto Adam, forcing him to ult defensively, and now all of G2 on the chase, ready to punish. Flashes into the grasping roots.
And that's a big blunder on the side of BDS. The TP interrupted, and like that right there, Caps just being annoying on a side lane ends up setting up the play. He's now drawing 2 members to the bot side of the map.
And trying to outplay.
And he gets a kill!
Get it!
Caps! I mean, what more is there to say?
It's a Caps diff. This is a guy who has a winning ratio against every player in the LEC. Individually, across every G2 lineup, really, outside of 1 year. Now the siege coming in on the top side. BDS try to mount a last defense here, but when Adam respawns, he will not have ulti. Sheo's ult, the last real reliable tool. It's all of G2 ready to just push in here. They've knocked down bot, knocked down top, mid, the last one standing. Adam posturing like he has ultimate, still a few more seconds.
Now they have to deal with the poke once more.
I mean, it all comes down to Ice. Even if Adam gets in, it's going to be so hard. And already the ulti coming out from the Malphite, immediate fall from the Seraphine. Sheo trying to disengage. Ice the one who matters, but G2 zoning him away beautifully as Caps hits the tower. They will not get the angle for the fight. Finally, Adam able to go in. Ice trying to fall, but Nuke is here. It might be enough. Caps focusing on the tower, focusing on the objective. All of BDS ready now to push back. 5v3 in their favor. This is their fight. Mickey locked up, will not be able to make it over the wall. Double kill for Nuke. BDS hold the line.
Their base lies in tatters, but BDS is still alive. Adam connects the ultimate onto Hansama. He doesn't flash away from it, and that initial pick was all BDS needed to begin the chase down. They're now looking to try and collapse on the Caps. I don't think they're going to get it, but they should be able to secure the Baron. Yike commits the smite. And this could be a huge turning point for BDS.
There's a ward in the base, however. TP there from Broken Blade when he respawns. They might be looking for the Nexus angle. But Caps and Yike are threatening. 3K, Baron getting lower, Ice ready to go and flashing from Yike, hoping to steal it, and he takes it! He gets it! And there's a ward in the base as well. Broken Blade in 3 seconds. Will he just TP and try to finish?
He TPs to mids.
Patience could be bigger here. Arrow locks up Sheo. Long range, about a 3-second CC. They're now going to be able to follow up. Sheo's got nowhere left to go. Flashing out, decent damage. No autos, but it doesn't matter. Caps still has enough damage. Doesn't even need to hit him.
They
G2.
know they have the numbers advantage. The Baron buff on Caps, and Yike gets a steal. 2 versus 4, he finds a way in.
There's just, what can you even do at that point? G2, 7K gold lead, 3 Drakes. They don't even need to play for a soul. BDS trying to hold the line, but again, if any one of these 3 carries gets close to the Nexus, they'll shred through it. Adam with ulti.
Careful of Adam, exactly.
Level 16. Still, they want to go for Caps. The flashback, Labrov getting lower. Nuke completely out-damaged, outscaled.
Just keeps doing it.
Hansama off to the side, ulti in, but he buffers it. Now finally Ice able to fire back. Ulti, lightning crash, wants to walk forward into Caps, but has to be careful. Does do a good amount of damage, but just outplayed. Caps is too damn strong. The GOAT of Europe reminds us how he got that title.
And it's going to be a destined date with Fnatic, as G2 will win with a 2-0. We didn't get to see the impact of that Malphite. We saw it a couple times, but it just wasn't enough to shut down the Caps.
It's just credit to him. Obviously, Hansama as well, early to mid-game, really finding those advantages, making
100%.
sure that the time he got in isolation.
But like, this game was a great example of the way in which he has impact on the game. The fact that he just does these annoying things in a side lane. I mean, you can vote for your key player of the series. I have a feeling I know who it's going to be.
Yeah, Caps Hansama at LEC on X, but yeah, there's probably a clear front runner.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Hansama. He ultimately did have a very good game.
Certainly did.
He and Mickey made that one overstep around the topside river where a nice TP came in from Adam to be able to punish. But aside from that, he was really dominating in the laning phase. They played around him really well. And even though Broken Blade was put massively behind, his strength and the advantage that those two gained in the bot lane was a large part of why G2 largely kept the mid game neutralized.
Yes.
And then it was just Caps in the mid to late game that really kind of brought it home.
I also am starting to wonder if maybe we need to take the Tristana off the table. Just like
we ask that question consistently.
Because a lot of teams have tried their version of, let me, champion, like we can deal with it. We'll trade it for something. Most of them haven't worked out, and they certainly have not worked out against Caps.
No.
But overall, G2 still the well-oiled machine we're used to seeing when they are in form. But on top of that, when you're pairing it with some of these all-star individual performances, when you have the micro and the macro together, there's a reason. They're kind of the favorites for everything, and this is a reminder of that.
Now, we are getting ready for an interview, and before we go, reminder that the LEC is back next Sunday. Okay, next Sunday is when the LEC is back. But now let's head over to Janiro, who is standing by with Broken Blade in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check.
Thank you, Vidius. Yes, we're back next Sunday. Just a reminder as well from my end of things. We are joined here with BB from G2 after another win, a 2-0 against BDS this time around. Feels like BDS can't catch a break when it comes to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, last time they beat us, but I thought that was a fluke. Looks like it was true. They did lane swap again.
Yes.
This time we were more prepared. I think last time they caught us off guard. This time we were more prepared. I think all lane swaps rather were winning in these 2 games.
Yeah, you're talking about the lane swap particularly. I want to play the clip of that level 1 tower dive. I would like to have your reaction to it in terms of what's going on here in your brain.
I mean, basically, it's just BDS being cringe. They're really trying to kill me. I mean, it's obviously like it's really good if they can kill me here, but they didn't expect me to TP out, I guess. And then they cringe the dive. Elsa dies. Even if I die here, to be fair, I think it's worth it because, I mean, it's just Elsa getting the gold, so it doesn't really matter for me. I would have liked to play top lane versus Adam, like a normal laning phase, because I think Adam having counter pick is usually always a little spicy, you know, if you're blind picking. But they lane swapped a lot, which is a bit sad. But yeah, I mean, it's just a game they want to play, and we were ready for it. So I'm very happy how my team and I played the lane swaps.
You guys play them really well. You're talking about that matchup against Adam in the top lane, particularly. That was a focus, especially coming into this game. We didn't get to play your clip, but we did ask Adam if he went up against you in a 1v1 IRL. He said he'd win because he's taller. What would you say to that?
I mean, I don't think he's taller. I mean, he's definitely jacked. I saw some of his pictures. He has some nice abs. But I've been working out, as I said. You know, I would win, right, guys? Right?
Right, guys. Hello? Thank you. Yeah, I guess they agree, eventually. So, looking at the matchup that you have coming up particularly, it was Fnatic. Last time you guys played Fnatic, they did a little bit of a mental boom. They haven't really won. They did win now. You know, they're back into it. So, it's a best of 5. Humanoid said it was going to be fun. What do you think?
I mean, I definitely think it's going to be fun. I think playing against Fnatic, they are very explosive, very chaotic, and they're very good players, like mechanically, so you really have to be on top of your game, because sometimes mechanics will win you the game, you know, especially when you play like a top team. They're also very fast on side lane, so if you step up on the wrong wave, they will kill you. But yeah, they've been on slump, but they've been winning, so I'm excited to see this version of Fnatic again after we beat them last time. It looks like they were a bit boom after that, but...
Happens.
Yeah, it looks like they are recovered, and I'm ready for it.
It looks particularly towards that bot lane where Noah had a really great and explosive game today. Is that something that you as a top laner worry about? Because I feel like when we're looking at top lane and bot lane, they're the 2 lanes that have the least amount of interaction with each other. So how do you approach that?
I never worry about the enemy AD carry because my AD carry is Hansama.
That's a really good answer. Drop the mic. But you know what? We have PGL coming up and Caps is going to be in the PGL. He's been popping off on the Tristana. Should we just ban that?
I mean, I don't think we should ban that. I mean, he's been playing well, you know. So the enemy.
Should other teams ban that? That's what I mean.
Yeah, I definitely think Riot has been doing some mistakes in the mid lane department, the meta. I don't like AD carries being mid. I mean, for top laners, it's really annoying, you know, because every AD carry just kills you, and now there's 2 in the game.
But you said you never worry about the enemy AD carry, so you're fine.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, so it's only 1 technically.
True. No, it's still 2. I mean, still 2 AD carries hitting you. But I think Caps Tristana has to be respected, and if Fnatic leaves it open, they might just lose.
Wow, some really wise words. Thank you so much for the interview, and once again, congratulations. We're going to be heading over to a 1-minute break, and then we're going to be back with the PGL with Lore, Odo, and Cap, so stick around.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I going to do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, very incroyable, magnifique. What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. It was so good.
Yours was better.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
And welcome to PGL, where I'm joined by Odo Amne and the victorious Caps. We are 40 minutes away from the Euro final, so thank you for the fast games, I guess, Caps. Speed running into BDS. How were the games for you today?
I mean, definitely, I think they felt cleaner than yesterday. I think we were playing very aggressive, and there were a lot of fighting in the early game. But we were winning a lot of them, so that made it easier for sure.
I feel like, although BDS was not resisting so much in the second game, fighting a lot in game one, not having the right approach. But I feel, honestly, I feel like they completely dropped the ball in game two.
Well, I think they dropped the ball in game one as well because, as Bibi said earlier, both times they swapped, G2 had great adaptation for the swap because I just felt like inherently they were getting behind from early game. They were walking at 10-15 minutes, and there's a huge discrepancy between, you know, XP levels, gold values on all of the champions, and it just felt like it was a lot easier for G2 to play. Also given the team cons, because I mean, I think you guys were kind of griefing in the second game by having, you know, Malphite versus 3 ADCs, but you know, when Hans takes the tower at minute 8, it's a little bit easier to play no matter what enemy champions what champions the enemy has. But what was your take from the lane swaps walking through, you know, going into early game and mid game? Because I felt like you guys were just always in a comfortable position.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think there's been a lot of lane swaps ever since like last playoffs, and especially at MSI we got a lot of like, yeah, just of games where lane swaps were a thing. So I think we are quite comfortable on those, and I think they really didn't want BB to have a good time with this lane swap specifically. So that ended up costing them a lot on bot, right? And I think Hans got like mega fed, so he just took over the game. And while BB was definitely quite far behind, it came at a cost, right? That could just like, yeah, put Hans in the good spot.
I mean, that's why, you know, when junglers are asking if they gank top or bot, who they should gank, and it's always bot, because bot lane is always going to carry your game. And I think at minute 8 or whatever, there was 1k gold difference between Jace and Malphite, and also between Hans and Ice, because I forgot the champions they were. And yeah, this is just proof of don't gank top. Just let us 1v1 and just go gank the pesky bot laners.
Crazy that you say things now. Things have changed. But to follow up on what Bibi was saying actually about the state of mid lane and Tristana, we asked you yesterday if Tristana has any flaws, any weaknesses. I love the answer you gave us. But
the non-answer.
The non-answer you gave us. But yeah, a bit of a busted champion, it seems.
For sure, she's quite strong, and we learned the hard way at the EWC as well, where we top picked it and we just like lost, right? So now we're picking it a bit more, and looks good.
Yeah, and I mean, you got your hands at it at MSI as well. I remember amazing plays from you against Azir.
Thank you.
Do you enjoy playing the champion?
I mean, it's definitely a lot of fun. I think she, like the buffer thing with the W is kind of OP, right? And you can definitely like limit test a lot. Like you can play very aggressive, and yeah, I think it's just the champion you can play the most aggressive on, I would say, at least from the mid laners right now. And you know, being out forward and being aggressive is always something I like, so it's a fun champ.
I want to see the ban rate and ban percentage moving into playoffs, because I feel like that's going to become mandatory on red side.
Well, I would say so, but at the same time, there's a lot of innovation coming. We saw game 1 Caps played Lucian as well, which is realistically not really a tier 1 mid laner like Corki is and Tristana is, but once Tristana, if in the case where it gets banned out, there's still Corki, there's still Lucian. For me, it's more of a thing that fleet is always nice, and you have Absorb Life, so all of these ADCs are thriving on mid, and especially the Dash champions, because this guy was completely cracked in game 1 when Lucian is not really, again, a great pick, but they have ways to make it work, and I think it just provides you good laning phase into most of the champions in the game, and the fact that you have Dash so reliably, I think it's more of a question of how OP are AD mids that have Dashes.
Question to you then.
I mean, definitely AD carry seem quite strong. I even had the Ezreal yesterday as well. So just like try, it's the pick area AD carry challenge in this playoffs. And of course, I did win a split as AD carry. So I'm just relying on the old info, right?
Oh,
and,
no, yeah.
it's fun.
Yeah, they don't know what's coming. Actually, I completely forgot about this. But yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun, Caps, in playoffs. It seems more AD carries that you see going on the list. I know you can't say too much, of course, but I trust you guys to try some wacky picks in scrims. But have you been trying some other stuff that we might see?
I mean, there's definitely a few AD carries left that I haven't pulled out yet. I don't know if I will pull them out, because some of them might be a bit specific. It also kind of depends on, like, especially how many bans they want to, like, of the other AD carries they want to ban.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's enough, enough AD carries to go around.
Earlier yesterday, you told us that you would give yourself a 6.5 or 7 out of 10 grade for your performance so far. Would you like to revisit this maybe after today?
I mean, I'll give it like a half extra, so like 7 to 7.5, and then if I get the half extra every series, maybe by the end it can be a 10.
Would you agree on this?
I mean, I wouldn't agree, because I would give it already more, because if today was I guess a 6.5 or 7, then by the time it gets 10, it's gonna be out of this world. But your start of the split was bad, so I guess that is just pulling down on it a lot. But I think if you eliminate the first half of the split, it's already like way up there.
Following up on this, what made it difficult for you at the start of the split? Is there anything that you identify?
I think coming into the split, we didn't practice much, right? I think we definitely took a break after MSI, and I think we had like 3 or 4 days, which is usually more than enough for like if it's like somewhat similar, but it's just the patch completely changed, and we just had no idea what to do with all these AP junglers and like what we want to do with the meta basically. So I think we felt very out of place in the first week, and then couple that with the fact that we were just playing very poorly and we were communicating very just poorly. I think it felt very stressful on stage, and I think people we just didn't really know where to be on the map. So it was a disaster. I think it's definitely gotten a lot better, and I think today was definitely the best games we've had, I would say, but there's still definitely some room for improvement.
I mean, it's crazy because I think you guys haven't lost a single game after week 1, right?
I mean, aside from against top, yeah. But
yeah, because I think in LEC at least after week 1, where they went 1 and 2, they're now at like 10-0, no, 8-0, 8-0, I think, 8 or 10-0, something like that. I don't know how math works nowadays, but it's quite a ramp up, and you guys do seem like you came back to your usual form where you guys are crisp, the engages are always sticking together, you guys are finding great plays and being creative on the map, because I mean, even in that fight where you guys clean up the fight and then you TP flank with Tristana to gang the Corki mid, that's just peak G2 in a nutshell over there.
You got Kia Player of the Series actually after this one, Caps, and I know it's hard with you to rate performance because you've been so good and consistent for years. I know we had a discussion earlier this year about, are you peaking again? Do you feel like you're peaking again this year? Do you feel like ramping up through the year? You won winter, you won spring. What is your state in summer?
I mean, I think I never really like peaking because it's like, I think it has like I guess some bad juju with it in a way, because it means it's like the top of the spot, right? And I definitely think I can always do better. I think there's been some years that I've been more happy with my performance than others, and some splits as well. But at the end of the day, you will always be remembered for like your last performance, and we did well today. But if I just end it next week and then the week after, then it's just going to be a bad split or even year for us. So it snowballs very fast. So I think for me, I just play the games on hand. I think we have Fnatic next week, and it will be. They just broke out of their loss streak from last time we played them, so it would be great to just put them back in their loss streak.
God, vicious. Before we talk about Fnatic, actually, I have a small follow-up on this. You say bad juju, and I'm always wondering if players are superstitious. Are you superstitious when it comes to your performance?
I would not necessarily say so. I think you sometimes become a bit where you're like, I think we have like whoever sits in the middle of the car seat and stuff like this. We for sure have some stuff like that. I don't know if I necessarily actually believe in it, but I think it's like fun to talk about. And I think, sometimes what you do impacts your performance, right? Like, of course, eating certain food might impact you certain ways. It's not even that it's like superstition. It's just like that might be the food that gets you ready. Yeah. So there's like a mix of things, right? And maybe I don't understand everything perfectly, but Hans was in the middle for the record today in the car, so it worked out well.
I mean, in GX we were doing this as well. When we would drive to the studio, we would remember all the configurations in the car that gave us wins and all of them that gave us losses. So we would try to dodge the bad ones at all costs. So for example, if you had G2, we had to pick a configuration in the car where I would sit in the middle or in the back seat to the left that made the most sense or that had the highest win rate, because we need to pick up, you know, and the thing is in GX we wouldn't win a lot, so that kind of sucked. So we couldn't go for.
You keep on swapping all the time.
Yeah, we had to swap all the time, and at one point we couldn't go for win rates that had 100% or combination that had 100%. So we would try to get what had 50% win rate last time.
That's way too much work.
And then we would go into that. So you know, it's sometimes you need to get the wins wherever you can.
Yeah, an easy way to cope about the results, I guess. That's something I will ask more players, actually. I'm sure a lot of you have like superstitions like this, but following up, that concludes the upper bracket round 2. G2 and Fnatic, as we said it, will meet in their upper finals. You said you want to send them back to the depth of losing and doubting everything. Caps, how do you think this one's going to go next week? Because Fnatic, not the most convincing so far, ramping up again when we see the games that they played today. But looking at the way G2 is playing right now, I feel like it might be a one-sided one again.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Fnatic is, I mean, they're doing well, right? They have beaten now both SK and, I mean, I don't actually remember who their other series was against, but basically GX. And while I think especially the first series was a bit, you know, not the cleanest, I think they are a team that have strong players, and they, like when they play well, like they can reach the finals. I think they did that last year and also last split even. So definitely a team to look out for. And but I mean, I still think we'll beat them.
Of course, the confidence here, and with with you actually winning today, you're sending BDS in the lower bracket and SK as well. Waiting for their opponents, though. Odo, a quick take on the matches that we're gonna have: GX against Heretics and KC versus MDK.
It's do or die for these teams because from this point on, there are season finals implications. And
MDK is in season finals though, so I guess for them.
Exactly, but for K-Corp is trying to do the run where they're getting to top 3 to make season finals, because otherwise they can't make it. I lost my hat.
You don't have the cap,
I don't have the hat this time, so it's a bit sad. But really, really interesting for me. My match of the week, which is probably not going to be match of the week, but it's going to be GX versus Team Heretics, because there's a really, really high chance that the winner of that series is the one who makes it to season finals, because if MDK beats K-Corp, then the winner of Team Heretics versus GX makes season finals. So for me, that's going to be an interesting series to watch. Again, GX to GX representative right here. They're going to win as usual. They're probably going to win the split. Sorry. But MDK K-Corp is really interesting because MDK looked really, really good even though they lost. K-Corp, signs of life, still better, still ramping up, even though they lost quite convincingly to you guys, but they did put up a fight. So how was it playing against K-Corp? Because we didn't touch on that at all.
I mean, they definitely like ganking me, so that was not fun. I think, I mean, I think they came in with a strategy, right? And I think that's already like a good start to just come in with a plan. And I think they had very clear plan. Wanted to dive in very deep. Even in, I think they won Drake fight, they actually beat us in as well, where they just managed to go super deep on us. So I can definitely see that strategy they prepared, taking games of the other teams. But at the same time, I guess people also might ban it out. And now that people have seen it, maybe they can come up with solutions. I'm more on the Heretics hype train, just because, of course, of Wunder and Jankos and I mean even Flaggett. So I'm hoping they will come in clutch in the lower bracket. We also have a bet on who will finish higher, SK or Heretics, and I bet on Heretics. So I hope they will turn up.
Internal challenge for G2 here, and let's hope that your teammates can prevail here. That's all for us this week here, I guess. Odo, thank you so much for being with me in PGL. And Caps, always a pleasure to talk to you. Good luck against Fnatic next week. Once again, a matchup that we keep on seeing. Reminder, we will see you next Sunday, the last day of the week, to kick off the lower... What?
It's cool that it's the Sunday because it's the last day of the week because it's sunny.
Anyway, we'll see you next Sunday to kick off the lower bracket, round 1. That was great, I guess. Good night, everyone. Have an amazing week. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
What are you saying, even?
We're in our second round, but we're in a banger already. Fnatic versus SK. It's a BO3, but I hope it goes all the way. Razor gets the roots down as well, and the burn enough. It's down to inches. The flash for Flash. Niski is looking for one more. Oh no! The plants carry through.
find the pick. Jun's overextended. Razork is missed though.
Yeah, but I mean, Razork's ulti comes through with the two-man knock-up. He's in the perfect place at the perfect time, and Humanoid's damage. His gold's starting to come in mega handy. Irrelevant flashes away as the feathers also fly from Rahel, and Humanoid thinks of another idea as SK's Baron is thwarted.
Run here. Arjun here, and the fact you've got
the army.
Oh, he went forward.
He did. He's trying to maybe clear the way, but into the ulti. Razork predicts a slice and dice back. They are desperate here, SK, as the ulti at least slows down in the AoE. Jun is behind. Quickness comes through. They're going to take a mismatch fight until Humanoid flies on in. He just deletes Rahel, and Fnatic now get to play a front to back. This Crocodile is going back to the zoo. Noah's cleaning house. And man, we had this big discussion over Rahel and Luon, but Noah and Jun were here first.
And this is what happens when Fnatic have confidence.
In the case of G2, dominance as expected. But for BDS, there are some questions around their performance.
Oh, nope, we don't have time.
Broken Blade did this once before, now he'll try again, knowing Nuke doesn't have flash. One more auto, might have to trade his life, no. A little bit extra health. Sheo should just kill him. One auto, no! Baby bruisers! Alive and well. Sheo now trying to turn it back. One more auto empowered. Lifesteal versus Lifesteal, baby, but nobody drain takes like an Aatrox with Sundered Sky.
Holy shit.
That Q will not be enough from Adam to kill him.
Yeah, and it's also it's just delaying the
but the way he's TPing out. He's TPing out. The Hex Flash.
This is so crazy. Settling just for the pick. X-Flash forward from LeBron, bit of extra movement, speed, headbutt. Knocked back. Now the redemption coming in, good damage on a Hansama. Dice off to the side, immediate lightning crash. Capso now wants to turn this one back. Cap trying to refire on Adam, looking for the reset on the Savage charge, means he can jump again. Ice has to be careful, caught between multiple carries. Broken Blade put behind, but he still does a hell of a lot of damage. Caps finding one, and there you go, baby.